calling. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try, 'cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again.
Hey, Dustin, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can.
You look like you're outside.
I am outside. I'm visiting sunny Los Angeles, California.
Yeah? Is it nice there?
You look very nice in your tuxedo. I don't think I've ever seen you look like that before.
I've never looked like this before. What you doing in LA? What you doing in LA? Trying to make money, raise money for your movie?
No, I like it here, so I just came for a visit.
Oh, I heard that your movie's happening. Is it true?
I believe so, yeah.
That's so good. Do you know when?
November,
November in New York,
upstate New York, yeah.
upstate New York. So you'll be back soon.
Yep.
I'm going to talk about how I know you and tell some stories about you. And you can talk about how you know me and tell stories about me. And I'm going to ask some questions. You can ask me some questions, and maybe people will ask questions. But I'll start with, I think I met you outside of BAM. You were with Josh Safdie. And I think my bike had just been stolen. And it had like the baby seat on the back. And I couldn't believe someone stole a bike with a baby seat on it, but they did. And I was like trying to figure out how to get home. And Josh said, oh, you should show Dustin's film. He's a really good filmmaker. And I was like, okay. And then you seem nice. And I said, do you want to show your film in my class? And you said, sure. And I think you came to my class, right? And I think you showed
That's
Bad
how we
Fever.
met, yeah. Yeah,
So.
okay.
You remember that?
I remember showing Bad Fever, and I have a bad memory, so I thought I knew you a little bit more before that happened, but okay. Yeah, I'll agree to all that.
Well, you were living in Red Hook. Maybe I
Yeah,
saw you once or twice, but you were just this guy who Josh Safdie said was a good filmmaker. And then you came to my class, and I think you showed Bad Fever. I think I want to show a clip from it. Is that okay?
Cool, great, amazing. Yeah.
Okay. So here's a clip, and I'm just going to do my share screen thing. Video share. I'm doing this a different way than I'm used to, but hopefully this will still work. I'm just talking it through. This is actually harder for me than the other thing. Kickstarter, telethon, Dustin. There it is. Bad Fever. Okay, open. Can people see it? It says it's too big. Can you see it? No one can see it. Okay, I'm gonna try doing it the old-fashioned way. Bad Fever. Open with QuickTime. The problem is Haley. Oh, yeah, that worked. Did you guys see that? No, of course not, because I haven't shared it yet.
The other one.
Go back to basic. Okay, I see it now. Does that work? Can you see the black? Yes. Okay, here we go.
How do you know his thing is here?
Irene, I just took it over your shoulder. I didn't know, so.
Irene, who is this man?
You got nervous after?
Who's this man?
This is Larry.
I have my
Why do you-
sister on my
This is the guy with the video. The
This is the guy from
Are we hearing two things going on at once?
Okay, this is the guy with. Irene, would you please join me outside for one moment, very instantaneously?
Hey, Eddie.
Irene, will you please join me for an
Irene,
immediate
Eddie, go
moment?
outside right now,
Irene, will you
okay?
please join me outside immediately?
Larry, shut the fuck up.
Will you please join me outside and stop conversation with Larry?
Okay.
I will come outside when you immediately join me.
Okay.
Now.
Look, all right? Go come.
Irene, explain why that man is here.
What?
Explain why that man
I
is
don't know why he's here, but he just showed up, okay?
here. Okay, so why the fuck is he here?
Why? I don't know, because he got upset.
Are you having
okay?
sex with him?
Yes, sometimes, okay? Look,
That's
it
your
doesn't
boyfriend?
matter though. Just go. No, he's sometimes my boyfriend. Doesn't
I don't
matter. You should
understand
go.
anything. I don't understand anything about the situation.
No,
Why-
you shouldn't understand. It doesn't matter. I don't understand, okay? But I'm trying to fucking deal with it.
What is that
okay, so
video-
you should not be here right now.
Irene, this is a
Okay?
fucked up situation. Will you please leave with me right now?
No,
Will
I
you
am not going to leave. He's a very, very dangerous man, and he's gonna come after us, okay? He's gonna come after us because he has a big gun, and it's loaded, and he can shoot you, so get out!
Irene, there's no
Go.
possible way that man has
No,
a gun.
he has a big gun.
Fuck that.
He does.
15
Will
minutes
you
not
please
to-
just go?
I'll wait 15 minutes and you put your clothes on and follow me into my car.
I'm not coming.
20 minutes. I'll give you 25 minutes.
So I remember loving the film, and I also really thought Eleanor was so great in that film. I remember I think I'd met her or I'd seen her in a couple of things. And I thought she seemed a little mean. Like I thought maybe she was mean and she'd be like hard to work with. And I asked you, is she hard to work with? Is she a little mean? And you were like, no, she's like the sweetest person in the world. And I was like, she is? Because in a role I had seen, she seemed really mean. And I was like, oh, okay, so she's nice. And of course she's incredibly nice and just a really good actress. But I think I cast her because of what you said, because you said she was nice. And that really made the show better. And then I saw you in it.
Then you got a crush. And then you got a crush on her.
Yeah. Hard not to. You did have a crush on her?
No, not the way. No, I mean, I thought. I mean, my own friend crush. But you went to a different place than I did.
Yes. And then I think I saw you acting in Richard's Wedding.
Mm.
And I was like, he's so funny. This guy is so funny. And I'm going to play a scene from Richard's Wedding.
No. Okay. All right.
That's
all right.
okay.
Yeah, do it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Everybody see that?
Cousin with the bad teeth?
They were, but they're fine now.
Okay. But is he really a minister?
Yeah.
Well, is anybody really a minister?
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, if God probably doesn't exist, right? So if ministers preach in the name of God, then they're bogus.
Well, that would mean that all marriages under God are bogus.
There you go, Andrew. Your marriage was probably illegitimate.
It's certainly felt that way.
Are you divorced?
No, I'm going through a divorce right now. It's brutal.
Yeah, me too. Congratulations.
I'm not sure that the congratulations are in order, but thanks.
Well, sure they are. I mean, you're free now. It's like being released from prison, isn't it?
I've never been arrested. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I didn't mean to
Oh,
be rude.
I'm Taco.
Taco?
Taco, yeah, like the taco.
Oh,
I was roommates with Richard in college.
okay.
Um, I thought the funniest thing I ever heard in my life was when you said my name is Taco. I just thought you were so funny and you have such a great screen presence. And I was like, oh, I want to put him in something. This is my memory. I could be wrong. But I was so glad that you agreed to be in the show, and you were so good in the show. You and Eleanor, made the show, I think. And then when you wanted out of the show, I was so sad and so resistant. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, I think I've told you this already. I don't know what it is, but somehow the timing between us has been just very interesting. And almost any time we were doing the show, it was always, I don't know, it's something that just, I don't know how that's even possible, where you just, no matter what, like I would think, okay, I'll agree to shoot at that time. And then for some reason, almost every single time the day was it was just a very difficult day for me. And so I don't know why, but that's the only real reason. It just kept happening to be the wrong time. And I think it just kept happening over and over and repeatedly. So it has nothing to do necessarily with you or the directing or anything like that. Although the directing is certainly unusual. Yeah, it's unusual the way you direct, at least in the show, because I think I think you just have this focus of reenacting that is very, very specific, and you sort of have, how you want things to be said, and you're very direct about that. So there's a lot of line readings and things like this, but I am comfortable with all that, and I sort of like it, but you just happen to hit the wrong days often. But yeah, I think somehow that just was continually stressful. And so like, it felt like did I ever really officially just say, well, maybe I did say, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, but I always think that maybe it's always like a little bit of maybe I'll change my mind.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I love the show so much. It's not like I don't want to do it, because I do love the show. So, and I support you as an artist. So I would always want to do something. I would always want to do it, but it's just like, I don't know what it is. It's really incredible. Like right now, it's like
Bad time.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, like, because it's the US Open and like the women's final, and like it's an epic final. And I somehow scheduled this. I mean, I don't know what happened, but anyway, that's what's going on now. But I was expecting it to be like this. So I think it's unavoidable. I don't think there's any way for us to not run into this problem. And I appreciate it. I mean, like, at this point I appreciate it, because I'm like, okay, I need to make some kind of I need to be willing to make some kind of sacrifice, because I think maybe that's what happens with I don't know. Maybe that's what happens with everybody you work with, is like, you're asking for some kind of sacrifice and they need to make it. So I don't know.
The Women's Open is happening right now?
The women's final. I mean, it's been a very special year. We don't need to talk about that, but it is a very, very special year, a very special final. 2 teenagers. We don't need to talk about it, but they are very special. It has been amazing.
Greg wants to know, Dustin, if you have any stories about working with Philip Baker Hall.
We have a question. Do you have any stories about working with Philip Baker Hall?
Just that he is perhaps the he is clearly, like, he just is somebody who loves acting so much that he's willing to come make that movie. He loves acting, so he just, like, all he wants to do is work, and it's in his blood, and he cares about it so much. And so I just had a pleasure meeting him, talking to him about reading, because he reads a lot, and just basking in, like, the glow of his love of acting. It is really true and amazing. And often older actors they just sort of, like, don't work as much, or they definitely don't do small indie movies unless you pay them a certain fee. And on Person to Person, everybody was being paid the minimum SAG. Everybody got paid the same amount. Like it wasn't for any kind of money or anything like that. It was just he read the script, loved it, and came to New York to shoot it. But he's a true. I mean, it's amazing to meet somebody who loves acting that much. So I was just lucky enough to be able to work with him.
The other thing I want to say, I guess, is when you came to my class and you showed Bad Fever, you came a couple times, maybe 3 times. You answered some questions, and I had this like insider or thought, at least, which was like, this guy is so sensitive, like a whole other level of sensitive than what I'm used to. And I almost got protective of you. I was like, oh, we have to be really gentle with Dustin because he's like really sensitive. But it was like a vision of you at this. It was a good thing. It wasn't a bad thing. But like, you just had a very refined vibrational frequency that was, and I think it's true. I think you really are. And
yeah, but but nobody needs to protect me. But well, you're a sensitive person, I think, also. But I understand, because I mean, like I've gotten more, and I'm trying to develop my sensitivity so I can even be more, I've tried to protect myself, and protecting myself has made me less sensitive. So I'm trying to just get as sensitive as possible, but thanks for protecting me, if you did or have been.
Just for a minute.
Stefan wants to know.
It's a question.
Dustin, how do the NFT investments you're working on during filming?
No, Jesus.
Stefan wants to know how the NFT investments.
We don't need to talk about NFTs. I mean, then I'll take up all your telethon time.
Okay.
Are there any younger filmmakers either of you are very excited about?
Are there any younger filmmakers that either of us are very excited about? You want to go first?
Sure. Well, I mean, the Maryland Film Festival before had been continually an amazing film festival I was always going to, but then there was a stretch of time when I didn't go because I was sometimes in Europe and things like this. But the last time I got to go must have been 2 years ago, because I saw 2 movies there, which was Tito and Ham on Rye, and both those, the filmmakers of those movies, Grace and Ty, I just I thought those movies were just unique voices and so special. And so definitely I'm just excited for their next movies for sure. I mean, yeah.
I've seen those films too, and I like them both. I really love Ham on Rye. I think Tyler, that was like one of my favorite films last year. I think Tyler, amazing artist, and he's going to do incredible things. I just saw his new one. Have you seen the new one? Yeah. Happer's Comet.
I have.
And the other filmmaker that I was really impressed with, a lot of people didn't like this film, but I thought it was so good, was Shithouse. Have you seen Shithouse?
Oh yeah, Shithouse. Yeah, I saw Shithouse. Yeah. I
like
think it was, I did like it. No, I definitely did like it. I mean, there's a comedic rhythm that was really, like, I wouldn't call it necessarily unusual, but the comedic timing was a little bit, it's what, I guess the stupid word is offbeat, but like, there's a very beautiful natural comedic timing that belongs to that person that I really appreciated. It's a very fresh movie for sure. I did like it.
Other questions? We're good.
Dustin, what are you working on now?
Dustin, what are you working on now is the question.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna go shoot another movie, but I don't want to talk about it. I mean, you know how. I mean, you just
I'm with you. I mean, I do this thing. I don't know if you do this thing, but I've done this thing for years where like I'm writing a script and I'm so excited. It's like the best script ever. And then I'm so impatient to tell everybody how good it is. And I start talking about it, and then I lose all my energy and excitement, and I just don't make it. I just quit right away.
Yeah.
I've done that so many times. So I understand the importance of not talking about things. So many films have been will never happen because I talked about them. Do you have any questions or anything you want to ask?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't write anything down or think it through. I guess I should be more prepared to ask you a question.
No, no, I mean, you don't have to. I thought we would talk a little bit about, when like, you wanted to quit and then you want to hurt your feelings at Sundance. But
yeah.
I feel like we resolved all that, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've resolved things. I mean, you could dig it back up and then it won't be resolved.
But I got a clip of you quitting the show or wanting to quit the show. But you haven't quit, right? You're still in, right?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Yeah, I yeah, for sure. I would, yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Although you might not need me anymore because I don't know
know.
if my character exists anymore.
Yeah, I don't need
For
you
the
right
show.
now, but I'm going to try to find a way to bring you back. I mean, you're in season 3. Actually, I think I do need you. I think there's some scenes I haven't shot yet that I need to shoot. Anything I can do to help? Of course, this is a moot question, but is there anything I can do to help you with your new film? Just don't try to cast you while you're shooting.
Don't jinx me or don't make a voodoo doll of me or anything like that because I know that's what you.
So,
Did you get to meet Weird Al Yankovic during the filming of Uncle Kent 2?
did you get to meet Weird Al Yankovic during the filming of Uncle Kent 2?
Oh, that would have been amazing. Yeah, that would have been cool. I hear he's very, very nice. But
So
A lot of NFT questions.
a lot of NFT questions for 5
Oh.
minutes.
Okay, go ahead. What?
I don't even know what they are. I don't understand them. Although I will say, somebody said to raise money for Kickstarter, I should make some NFTs. And I was like, okay, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We don't need to talk about. It's just too much to talk about. I mean, it's just, I don't. It's hard. Yeah, I mean, like it's a whole world, and like I don't. It's not like I can really. I can't. I can't. It's hard. Yeah, it's like I'm trying not to. I have to stay away from it because I have to make my movie and like.
Is it
It's like it's almost like one direction or another. Well, no, it's like a world. So you're either like, okay, I'll be in the film world or I'll be in the NFT world. Either, and the NFT world currently is offering, possible riches. But I'm not. I don't think it's a life if you want to take that route. But it's probably I don't know. I don't know what to say, but. We don't need to talk about that, but I am dabbling in that world, but you can't, yeah, but it's hard to dabble. Let's say that it would be easier to just go into the world and just say, okay, this is what I'm going to do for my life.
You play tennis?
I do, but I'm not that good.
You want to play tennis next time you're in town?
Yeah, totally. I get there tomorrow.
What?
I'm back tomorrow.
You are?
Yeah.
Should we set a time? Do you have a place where you play?
Do you have a permit?
I don't at the moment. Do you?
No.
It's so expensive to play tennis in New York.
I know. I don't usually play there. So.
Oh, you play in LA?
I'm not that good. I'm not that good.
I'm not that good either.
Perfect.
That'd be fun. But would you want to? If I get a permit, you'll do it?
Yeah, totally, absolutely.
Okay. Is the Women's Open still happening?
No, it's over. It ended
over?
while we were talking. It ended. Not to disappoint anybody who's watching and wasn't watching. I'm sure you're watching if you are watching this also. It's over.
Do you know
but
who
no,
won?
it's okay. It's okay. I do know who won.
Is it?
I didn't have a favorite because truly these two people are just incredible, and I'm so happy for both of them. It didn't really. In a way, it was like they both were just they won before they got into the final. It's just been the most beautiful tournament and really a gift to tennis and women's tennis also. And like it's just so awesome. that this is happening.
Wow.
It's amazing.
I knew nothing
But
about
I'm sure you didn't, because you've been trying to organize
it.
what is a telethon, which is a very wonderful of you to bring back the form. And hopefully this is the first of many more telethons. I mean, when COVID's over, you have to have the whole be on a stage with an audience and all this stuff.
Yeah, that'd be more fun.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 6:25. Do you want to call it, Haley? Okay. So we're gonna stop. I'm sorry you missed the women's final. Did you ever see that movie about McEnroe and Bjorg?
Oh God, no. The one with Shia LaBeouf and this
Yeah.
thing? No, I didn't watch that.
Well, there was a documentary, and then there was a
Oh yeah.
actor one.
Yeah, which one are you talking about?
Well, the documentary is the better one.
Okay. I don't think I would watch the other one.
They were both good though, and it was really beautiful actually. I love that movie. Those movies. I recommend them.
Yeah.
Are you
Thanks, Colin.
are you a David Foster Wallace fan?
David Foster Wallace. Well, yeah, no, I've read those. That's really brilliant. Yeah, the Federer. Yeah, his
Yeah.
appreciation of tennis and the Federer essay is really. Yeah. I mean, it's a great essay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for, excuse me. Thank you for agreeing to be in the show.
I'm wondering. Yeah, I hope your voice is. I mean, it would be fun if your voice ran out by the end of this.
Gonna go. True.
Yeah. Well, I wish you all the best, and I'm very excited for all the guests and all the love that will probably be poured upon you during the telethon.
Thank you, Dustin. You're very loved too.
Thanks.
Goodbye. You're loved by me.
Thanks, Calvin. Okay, bye.
Bye.
I just can't listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy. To mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again.
Okay, here we go. Hey, Thomas. Can you hear me? You're muted, I think. Thomas is muted. Okay. Hey, Thomas. So muted. There you
Mike,
are.
can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Fantastic. Kaveh, thanks for having me on your telephone, and congratulations, by the way, on making your goal.
Thank you, Thomas. How you doing?
Good. By the way, I'm very, two things I have to know immediately, but Thomas Logretzi, by the way, filmmaker here in Tirana, Albania. That is not the tuxedo that you wore in I'm a Sex Addict, correct?
No, it's a new
Okay.
one.
All right. Wow. By the way, too, being a big fan of the show about the show, I like that you still keep ruining Dustin's schedule. So you actually ruined the tennis, watching the tennis for him as well, too. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
So I was going to talk about how we know each other, and maybe show some clips.
Okay.
So do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Well, it's interesting because I'm sure we both have two sides of the story. So why don't I try to do a little backstory first? I met you in 1998. It was actually through I was attending UCLA Film School, majoring in documentary, which you had attended about 10 years before me. I was talking to a graduate student named Ann Kaneko, and I was sort of reeling off all my favorite documentaries. And then she said to me, well, if you haven't seen Kaveh Zahedi's I Don't Hate Las Vegas Anymore, then you really don't know anything about documentary, because it's the best American documentary ever made. And then my friend, Elena, who was my roommate at the time, worked at Vidiot's, and she got the VHS for me. No, I took a bus out there to go rent the copy. And then I kept it for a long time, and I kept showing it to people. I was so amazed by the film. And then you would come in there, and then she would say, he comes in all the time to rent movies. And then I came home one night, this apartment we all shared, these UCLA film students, and there you were sitting in my living room. And we stayed up for hours talking. And I remember I was amazed that we had both written a fan letter to silent film historian Kevin Brownlow.
Oh, yeah.
And then the following week, you asked me if I would shoot this video, because I'd shown you that night some of the stuff that I'd shot. I was a doc student at UCLA. And then we went and got supplies, and you, on your birthday, locked you and me in your Venice apartment and shot this completely crazy video where you took, how many grams of mushrooms did you take that day?
5.
5. It was the most a human could take. Is that correct?
No, you can take more.
Oh, you
It
could
was-
take more.
It was just it was a lot.
It was a lot, yeah.
for a human to take.
Right.
Um,
And then, of course, later you had said in this, it's like a horror movie, you were like, don't let anybody in, don't let me out, don't answer the phone. And then, of course, for about an hour and a half, you did nothing, which we actually had I shot everything, and then you began doing these exorcist-like growls, and you got completely it's an amazing document, and that's the first time we met. Yeah.
I'm gonna share that clip, or a clip from that movie.
Okay.
Here we go. Can people see that? Is it visible?
Yeah.
Okay, enter full screen. Here we go.
Thomas, your friend ship. Wow! I mean, wow! Wow! What a beautiful thing! Whoa. Look at this guy. Look at that guy. I'm gonna hold the camera on you for a second. Oh, can you hold on yourself?
Hold on myself.
Can you turn it around for a second? Thank you.
Sure.
Are we plugged in?
We're plugged in.
This is Thomas. Thank you so much
No problem.
for your friendship.
No problem.
Wow. And Kaveh, I want to say too, I don't know if you remember the screenings that we did. We had because the original version was 2 hours long, and then we trimmed it down to what it is, like 30 minutes. And then, I don't think you attended the second screening. I had to show that I did something at UCLA, and I had this screening in Melnitz one afternoon, the main hall at UCLA with production students, and as I was going on stage, you have to explain afterwards, I don't think you were there. There was this sort of whirring sound that I realized people were booing.
Mhm.
And I got on stage, and my teacher, Marina Goldovskaya, the great documentary filmmaker, leans over to me and says, Thomas, why have you made this terrible, terrible movie? This was my memory of that, the second screening. And the third screening was the Olympia, Washington screening, where it was on this very big screen. Remember, we were in Olympia, Washington for the festival. And then the next day, the newspaper said, it is the most brilliant recreation of a mushroom trip ever committed to film. They thought we'd fake the whole thing, like you'd acted that part. Yeah.
I remember. So I remember that someone told me that there was this guy at UCLA Film School who was a big fan of Vegas,
Mhm.
and that I should meet him because he was a fan, and that something about Vidiots. And I think I asked Elena, like, there's this guy Thomas Logoretzi I'm looking for, and I think she said, yeah, he's my roommate or something, or
Okay, Elena Shotkin, you're correct.
yeah. And she was like, he's gonna come over in a little while if you want to meet him. So I think I just went home with her, and then waited for you to come over, and then we started talking.
Yep, but we stayed up till
then-
like super late. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that part, but and then I moved to San Francisco
Right.
to work on
You're
Sign
jumping
from
ahead.
God,
Right.
and you filmed the day in the life of Greg, right? Watkins.
That's correct. Yeah. And I hung out a lot on the set of Sign from God while you were shooting the film. Yeah.
I have footage from the day of life of Greg Watkins here.
Right.
Maybe I will show that. Here it is, a day in the life of Greg Watkins. No, I don't.
And Greg is coming up in a couple of minutes, right? Co-director Greg Walker. Oh, Greg directed Sign from God on his own, correct?
I don't see, I guess I don't have it here.
You don't have it?
But so you shot that, and
Right.
then you moved to San Francisco,
Right.
and you shot the Mandy birthday film, right?
Correct.
And you shot a tripping film, right?
Well, that
And you
was
shot-
that
some
was
of
once
that.
things that's once the things that moved on Sex Addict. We went to Rick Linklater's ranch and shot. You're talking about with Will Oldham.
Oh yeah, no, we did that, but I meant like some trips in. Did we shoot a bunch of Russian trips in San Francisco?
No, Kaveh, do you remember on your birthday we went to a park in San Francisco? And by the way, you were wearing these pajamas. You looked like a concentration camp Auschwitz victim. We go there, and you and Mandy took a lot of mushrooms. Very bad trip. And then you remember there was a little league baseball team, and somebody hit a baseball into a hornet's nest, and we had to get the hell out of there. We were subsumed by hornets. I don't think you've ever cut this. It was one of the craziest things. And again, in the middle of it, I was like, why did I come out here and shoot this? What were we thinking? You guys were completely, I mean, in a very bad way. And then the team was running, everybody's running for it. I don't know what happened to those tapes, but it was I don't think we ever cut that. That was another mushroom trip we did.
Yeah, I have it. I just never, I never watched it.
Okay.
But one day. I mean, I've been trying to make this, my psychedelics film for years. And I've been doing these like live performances of it. Do you know about this?
No, I don't know anything about this kind of thing.
But I've been doing it as a performance.
Right.
And I just like show clips from the trips and talk about it. But it's going to turn into a film. I just haven't had a chance to.
But there's another one. I don't think it's that day. There was the one that's in the diary film Bathtub of the World that I shot a lot of that we edited. That one, there was a trip in the house where you were also, we shot, that was another trip that we shot. I don't know what happened to that one. You see a little bit of in Bathtub. It's not the same day as the baseball one, but the baseball field.
Yeah.
But a different year, another birthday. Who knows? By the way, I have to say something. Sam Green, I haven't seen him in a long time. But even that day that we shot in Sex Addict, where we took the cross up to the mountain, which, by the way, the KQED woman, the difference between San Francisco then and now is you could take a cross and put it on a mountain above the Castro. And I remember we were worried the police would come.
Yeah.
And we got up there and there were tourists and people and no one cared. Oh, San Francisco is a guy on a cross. Literally no one gave a damn.
I'm just taking pictures. Yeah.
They're taking no, but and Sam, he forgets, he looked like a flasher. He was wearing this long black overcoat. And the jokes that were going between the three of us, you should look at that tape because it was like an hour of building the cross. We built it in a parking lot. And then we took this cross and hauled it up there and shot this amazing sequence. There's a lot of good stuff I think that was shot, which is probably the secret to your success. You just keep shooting. And then there's a lot of good material in there as well.
There was that whole Making of Sex Addict film that we started that we never finished.
That never got finished. Yeah. I mean, there was so much. I mean, there are many things I think of, like, for example, the footage I shot the day of, we're talking about I'm a Sex Addict, which of course was 5 years in the making, but we shot at that one massage parlor where was that completely interesting woman who had this champagne room. And there was this one day she hit you with a riding crop. I mean, all that footage is completely, someone has to go through that one day.
I know.
It's fantastic. And then I remember there's even a great thing of you learning these lines in the automobile on the way. I mean, there's so much, you have a wealth of material that someday, hopefully somebody will go through all that. And by the way, last thing, I actually have the UCLA footage of the buoying of Marina Goldskaya. I have a high 8 of it somewhere. So there's just, oodles of material. I just used the word oodles in a sentence, by the way. So, yeah, Sex Addict, of course, was the big thing that was actually, Kaveh, do you realize it was 20 years ago this week that we started shooting Sex Addict?
No.
Yes, because it was right after the week after 9/11. And the very first scene was in my old house at 247 Webster. Me and my flatmate Philip painted the entire room black and shot that scene where you talk with him, where you have the long wig on. That was the first thing that we shot in 2001, 1 week after 9/11. Yeah.
The main thing I remember is we were not getting along towards the end of that shoot.
Right.
After several years. And I would say Thomas and I edited that film together, like, every single cut in that film we did together.
Right.
And, every day, all day long, you'd be next to me. And my memory of it is that you were so mad at me and you would just be like, just cursing me like all day long while I would make cuts. And you'd be like, that's the stupidest cut I've ever seen in my life. And you were just like so angry and hostile. And I remember thinking like, just get through this. Just get through this. I need him. He's got really good taste. I'm going to take the abuse because the film is going to be better for it. But it was really hard. And I think at the end of that film, we both kind of went our separate ways for
totally
a while. And
I mean, I wrote about it in the essay for your box set a little bit.
Yeah, that was a good essay.
Yeah. But I mean, there was extenuating circumstances, of course, because you and your wife, who are now split, were going through an incredibly difficult time at the end of that movie. It was very, very hard. I don't know if you remember a lot of that, but
I don't.
You don't really? I wonder what she would say at this moment. Does her graduation ceremony?
Oh yeah.
Kaveh, that was pretty brutal for all of us.
I was mad about that.
No, but I'm saying the fighting that was going on during that time was with the two of you was pretty
Oh,
intense. Yeah,
that's true.
I remember a lot of those weeks in the last 3 or 4 weeks, I would bring a gin and juice mixture just to get through a lot of the, because it was, I mean, but again, Kaveh, that had been 5 years of cutting. Actually, I'll tell you a story too. The day of the premiere of the film, the first time it played in a theater in San Francisco, I went and I couldn't stop laughing. I remember I was eating this hot dog because I said, we can't recut the movie now, it's playing in theaters. And yet we had to change the sound later for the Italian dubbing version, which was that whole nightmare, if you remember.
Yeah, and then that mix, I don't know where that went. We spent a month on that.
Yeah, because you remember you had a contract with IFC that said you have to put 2 different soundtracks, and you said Kaveh Zahedi will not do that, and then it turns out we had to do that, and we got to remix the whole film. Yeah.
Well, this guy said he could get us like $30,000 if we dubbed it in Italian. They wouldn't take it unless we did that, and so we had to redo the whole soundtrack from scratch because we hadn't separated the sound effects and the ambience with the dialogue. So we had to recreate all of the sound effects.
It was
in a month.
It was incredible. Yeah.
And then they pulled out of the deal. Like we did the whole thing, and then they were like, "Nah, changed our mind." So
I mean, Kaveh, you don't realize it, but someone has those tapes. There are voiceover tapes of you with an 80-to-1 ratio of voiceovers. I mean, it's I don't know how we went through all that, but I mean, you helped me develop a really amazing sense of going through take by take and picking the 5 or 6 best moments. And that's, if you remember, that a lot of that time was we would edit from, I can tell you the schedule. We would edit from 5:30 to 1. I would get on a train, go home, watch the next day's takes, get up around 11, do various things that had to be done. And we'd start, if we did that for, I mean, there are scenes in Sex Addict. There's one scene in I'm a Sex Addict where you're in a movie theater ogling this other woman with your girlfriend. You get up and walk out of the theater, and that's 3 years later. I mean, there was that much reshooting. I mean, it's you said it one day, what we did was heroic, but I think by the end, I think it was a strain on your marriage, and it was definitely like, it was just a lot of time that had gone. And then again, the budget, I couldn't believe we'd gone, 10 times over budget. We spent some crazy amount of that wonderful man, Richard's finances. But I mean, it was, I think never again in San Francisco will that kind of largesse ever happen for an independent film. It was really remarkable. Yeah.
I was thinking I should show one of the letters. We had a video correspondence.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were doing that and also as well, yeah.
Can you guys see this? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play this.
Dear Thomas, when I was a kid, I was very economical. I used to save up all my money. Unlike other kids, he used to squander theirs. My first major purchase was I bought a $20 Barbie doll house for my sister, who liked Barbie dolls. And it was my first act of generosity. And it felt very good. It felt better than buying something for myself. Later, when I became more political and learned about the environment, I wanted to be environmental or ecological in the sense that I didn't want to waste things. Like, I didn't want to waste water. I didn't want to waste electricity. My goal in life became to consume as little as possible and to live on as little as possible. I thought I would sleep outside and not bother having an apartment, and I would eat food that I found instead of food that I bought. And then I met Arnold. Arnold had a very different attitude towards money. We were both philosophy majors, and he was into Nietzsche. And I was into Nietzsche too, but Arnold took it to this financial extreme. And what Arnold told me, and this really changed my life, was that he used to flush money down the toilet. And he said he did this because he hated his parents' miserliness, and it was a way of just revolting against miserliness. And I thought this was so cool. And for the next 20 years of my life, I decided to throw money away. And the result has been massive credit card debt and student loan debt. And I'm trying to change. I'm trying to develop a different relationship to money. And it's very hard because I have very mixed feelings about it. What's the difference between generosity and denial? I don't know. What's the difference between transcendence and denial? I don't know that either. And I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings the other day. As you know, tact is not my forte. But I just wanted to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Do you remember what that emanated? That argument emanated
No,
from? I
do
don't
you?
remember. I
don't
do.
know. You do?
Yes.
What was it?
Mandy, your former wife, was unhappy because you had offered me Emergency, the little powdered vitamins, and I took 3 of them rather than 1. And yeah, this whole thing built up, and then I got angry because I said to you, "I'm helping you come teach your class, and of course I'm taking the train back and forth. No one is paying me for that." And yeah, I remember I was like really bent out of shape about it because I'm like, what?
You
So
were mad at me or mad at her?
no, you came to me and she was like, you were like, I want to talk to you about that extra emergency you took. And then you gave me this whole thing about the money and everything else was too. And I said, listen, you don't even realize I'm coming every day or every other. You were teaching that class really far in the distance.
Yeah, but I wasn't mad about the emergency, was I?
No, but I think she had mentioned it to you, and then you wanted to have a discussion with me about it, and I just said, well, I think this is, because the idea was that I had taken them, but I hadn't shown you that I'd taken the extra ones. Where I'm like, look, I just took an extra emergency, so it got completely. But again, that was the thing back then. Everything got. Now those days seem like the idyllic, wonderful days of, how wonderful life was in San Francisco. We weren't enjoying it enough. It made me sad when that KQED woman was saying about what do you think the city's changed? Because every time I go back to San Francisco now, it just seems like the kind of used bookstores and people selling stuff on the street. That's kind of all evaporated. It was a really great time. We were making so much work back then. It was so much shooting. There were so many things that. You have all this great video. I hope that is unspooled one day. It would be nice to share it with the world. There was so much stuff that was being done that was, I mean, the video diary that you shot too, that wonderful film In the Bathtub of the World. I mean, how much extra footage? And you even shot part of the next year as well too. Where is all that footage? You shot so much. By the way, too, do you remember what the review of Variety was? Remember it was the Variety review when Bathtub of the World came out?
No.
Do you remember that? It's a video diary of the year in 1999, and at the end, the reviewer hated it. Wrote, "Year 2000 couldn't have come too soon." I always remember that review. It's really awesome. Yeah. You got a review in Variety.
Oh, for that movie?
For that, and can I say something too? I have such a thing about talking about Sex Addict and the ideas of success. I remember I was on a train the week it came out, and a very good-looking woman was reading about it in the New Yorker, and I was like, "Oh my God, we totally arrived." Where there's a review in the New Yorker, and a very good-looking woman is reading a review of it. I mean, it didn't do the business that we thought it would do, but I remember you were so excited that week because Jay Leno on the Tonight Show told a joke about it, and we thought this means tremendous success, and then it didn't. Yeah, we tried to we couldn't even find the joke. We looked around for it. Nobody had it. So, hey, by the way, promotion-wise, when is this movie coming out that you shot last summer? What is the name of this movie, and when is it going to be coming out?
Oh, I don't know. We keep changing the title, but right now it's called "What Happened in London."
What Happened in London, and it's a feature-length documentary.
Yeah.
Wow, and you're cutting it with your students. You're cutting it by yourself. You have a great editor. How's that coming together?
No, I'm cutting with 2 people who were also in London at the time. We made it like together, kind of.
I'm really excited to see this film.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Do I ask the big question? Are you trying for Berlin, or what's the?
Oh yeah, I am going to try for Berlin.
Are you really? Are you trying? This is the thing I hear all the time in Europe. We're trying for Berlin. We're trying for Berlin.
Yeah.
We're trying for Berlin. You are trying for Berlin. Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to share this image too. Remember this?
Oh my God, Kaveh, this is. Can I tell you? It's so funny about this image. Yeah. Do you really want to tell the story of how come we had to use me as the groom in this? Okay.
Yeah.
I have my version of it, but I'm dying to hear your version of it.
Well, just, my girlfriend in high school, it's not her. I had all this footage of her, and I also had like her wedding photo, and I told the story about her, and I used this footage, and I used this wedding photo, and her husband, who was a lawyer, threatened to sue me if I used it.
Oh,
So,
Kaveh.
so then I'm forgetting stuff.
You're forgetting a lot, Kaveh. Yeah.
Go ahead.
We ducked a serious lawsuit with this. What happened was she was the love of your life. We had great Super 8 footage of her. You went to visit her in her home. In the middle of the night, you snuck down and snapped a picture of their wedding photo. And I even said to you, Kaveh, this is insane. You can't do this. It even had the red dot where you'd snuck down in the middle of the night. Here's what's crazy. You had a test screening. Her husband's best friend, also a lawyer, was at the screening and said, "Oh, I saw this shot of you in this movie," and he winded it up to IFC or somebody, and the shit hit the fan, and we were closing on the cut. We had to go back and shoot shot for shot with this wonderful actress that was in a class that you taught. And then at the last minute, you said, "Thomas, can you just throw a suit on? You'll be the unlikely husband." And we just shot this footage to duck a lawsuit that at one point I thought was going to seriously destroy us. I hope I said nothing legally that implicates anybody in there, because everything is so litigious now.
But I remember I just wanted the photo as a reference to reenact anyway. But then it was so good because that guy's face was so perfect that I was like, maybe we should just use this.
Yeah, but you had, I mean, I kind of admired on a pirate level what you snuck down the middle of the night, because you were a guest in their house, but it even had the little red light where you had snuck the shot, and it was it was a much better shot than me playing it. But again, I was a last minute. Actually, we showed Sex Addict here at this sort of Cinematheque here in Albania, at this hostel, and when the picture of me comes up with this woman, everyone it got more laughter, I think, than because it seems so unlikely that I would be with this absolute goddess. I always wonder what happened to her, that woman.
Oh yeah, I never heard.
Yeah, what a great casting on your part. Yeah, though the original footage of the love of your life was brilliant footage. We had to scrape all of that footage out, if you remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
it was painful. Haley, we gotta stop. Okay,
that's half an hour. We did half an hour.
Yep.
Yeah, and I didn't even talk about the use of persona, Ingmar Bergman, and okay, I'm gonna zip it here. All right, Kaveh, thanks for letting me be part of your mosaic. It's been a pleasure. I hope I was a semi-entertaining guest. I'm dying to see this movie. I hope you'll send me. Hey, listen, one last thing before I let you go. The galley of the book. So the book cannot come out legally, or it can come out?
The publisher is worried about the legality of it, so we're trying to raise $5,000. I'm hoping I need $5,000 to get a retainer for the lawyer to read the book and weigh in on it.
Can you legally use some of this money from this telethon to do that, or that's not cool?
I think so, because it's the same lawyer I was going to hire for this. So I'm assuming it's okay. I don't know.
What do I get to read the galley at some point, or I don't get to read the galley?
Yeah, you never read it?
No, you never sent it to me. Yeah.
Yeah, you can read it.
Hey, and I'll say one last thing too before I let you go. One of the best things last year getting through this crisis was you and me going through Borges' short stories.
That was so fun.
That was, by the way, I have to say, to have that closeness to literature. I'm really sad your students didn't want to, but it taught me a lot about Borges. Borges is a writer. Actually, that's one thing about living in this country. My reading has become so much more sort of a survival technique for me. But to go through the stories with you, I don't think I could have got through last year. That the times that we did that was something incredibly unique for me. So I really appreciate the fact that you're still really astonished and amazed by literature. And I had so many other authors and things I want to talk about, but I'm glad we got to catch up a little bit and go over everything. And happy 20th anniversary for I'm a Sex Addict. And I really hope your movie gets into Berlin. And I guess we'll be talking real soon.
Thank you. You were like my main collaborator for like that. I don't know how many years that was in San Francisco, like 10 years, right?
10 years, my God, yeah.
So all those films, were all so made together.
You got it. I'm telling you, Kaveh, there's a lot of footage in there. Even the Sam Green stuff, the Jesus Christ thing that day, the cross, that hour alone is comedy gold, I think. Yeah.
I know.
He looked great, by the way.
Yeah, he looks great. He's
I look like a garbage man on parade here, but yeah. Oh, by the way, last question for you. I'm gonna let you go. Who was the guest that you really wanted on this telethon that you couldn't get?
Oh, Alexander Payne was gonna do it, but he's going through something and he couldn't do it.
Okay, these are things that bothered me all day. I had to know.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Kaveh.
Okay. Goodbye.
Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
I just can't listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Feel his heart. We called up Howard, what a funny guy. To mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again.
DJ. Why is that music still playing? Anyone know? Okay. Hey Jay, how you doing?
Hey, Kaveh. I'm doing okay.
Have you watched any of this?
I watched the last part of Thomas's, and I watched the beginning. Like you, I wanted to see what I was getting into.
Jay,
Why
is that music still playing? I don't know. What's going on? Anybody? I'm not doing anything. No? Hey Jay, how you doing?
Okay, I'm doing okay.
What's that doing?
Yeah,
Have
we're
you
having
watched
like
any of this?
I watched the last part of Thomas's, and I watched the beginning.
Oh,
like
we're having a technical issue.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Are we? Yeah, we're hearing like
I know.
we're in a loop. We're in some loop.
Calvin, it's Calvin. Can you come on the screen?
Is it me?
No, he's fixing it. Calvin's fixing it. Okay. Still going.
No. Part of Thomas's, and I watched the beginning. Yeah.
Quick time? Okay, we're good. It went hell. I'm just gonna delete this. Tell it's on host music. Come on screen. Should I move it to trash?
This is hell.
Is it from you, Jay? How would it be from Jay? Are you streaming it? Well, of course he's streaming it. He's on the thing. Are you on Facebook or YouTube? Did you do something just now? Now you're muted. Oh, that helped. It's coming from your end.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I thought for sure it was your end.
Okay. We're good.
Well,
I trashed our logo.
oh no. Well, you know how in your film Vegas, how you put the roll of film in backwards and used it. So maybe that will.
That'd be the best part.
Who knows? Anyway, yeah. Congratulations
on the goal being met.
Yeah, I didn't know that until Sam. I saw part of Sam, and he said that, and that's great. How does that change this whole thing for you?
I'm trying to raise me for legal defense.
I see. But I meant more emotionally.
Emotionally, it's made me less stressed.
I would think so.
I'm less
I would
stressed.
think so. Yeah. Yeah. So is the tux related to Jerry Lewis or anything like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my homage to Jerry Lewis.
Yeah. You're not sweating like him though. Not yet.
I got these little ring lights instead of these really strong lights that I usually use. So
Yeah.
the lighting isn't as good, I think, but it's not as hot.
Yeah, the lighting looks good to me.
So let's talk about our friendship.
I'm all for it.
Okay. So I met Jay in Pesaro, Italy at a film festival, and he was a little standoffish. You can be standoffish.
I like
went
to
to see
say
his
reserved, but
reserved.
Yeah.
And I went to see his film, and it was like a transcendental experience. I was like, oh my God, this is exactly on my wavelength. Like he just made the film that it was just like my wavelength. You were just my wavelength. And I was just like, I think this guy and I are going to be like best friends. And I've had this a few times and it never happened, but it happened with you. Like I was right. And you were less convinced than I was by seeing my film. But I remember you were like, okay, you like my film? Okay. Your film isn't bad, but I don't love it. But we became friends, and it's been such a great enrichment in my life. I mean, I in so many ways. And I'm just gonna say it now, like you're the person I call whenever I'm sad. You're the person I call whenever I need a friendly but often stern advisor. And I wish you would call me sometimes and ask me for advice, but you never do. Maybe because I'm not as good a listener as you.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, well, first of all, we've been friends since that moment for 30 years.
91.
30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe a little bit of the imbalance is, I've been meaning to talk to you about this at some point. I guess this is a good time in public. I just feel like, your attitude about privacy has kept me a little bit guarded about getting too open, because I'm afraid you might say something that was really meant to be in confidence for a reason, not, so that I think that maybe is a little bit of it. There's a little bit of a trust issue around that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I also think you're just a better listener than I am. Like, I think you probably sense like I'm just not that good a person to go to for advice or for support, because I'll probably be a little bit glib about it or something.
I don't think so. No, I think you can be a really good listener, but you're always very busy, and you're all like, even our phone calls, you're always doing something else and multitasking. And for me, like as a person that would reveal something, that would be a bit of a barrier, because I would like full attention. When I talk to you, I'm usually not doing something else.
Yeah. I always am. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, anyway, it's been a long time. I was thinking that time in Italy was very special, actually.
Yeah.
You know, there were a lot of great filmmakers were there. Paul Morrissey, John Jost. I mean, a lot of well-known people.
Paul Morrissey was that year?
No, yeah, the guy that worked with Warhol.
Yeah, Paul Morrissey.
He was there. Yeah.
Huh.
I
I have a photo with him. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was really interesting. That trip, we went on to Munich after that. Remember?
We did.
I think so.
We drove together, right? We drove there.
No. Yeah, we drove with Dee.
Yeah.
With Dee, and you. This is in your films, but you kept stopping on the road to talk to prostitutes. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I thought, wow, this guy is really out there. Yeah. But that was the beginning to get to know you. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that scene in the film, and I remember like there was one, and I was like tempted. You guys were in the back seat, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Do you guys mind?" And you guys were like, "Do what you want." And I was like, and I was like, "Can my friends watch?" And she was like, "No." And I was like, "You guys have to like maybe go somewhere." And you guys were like, "Where are we gonna go?" On the side of the road.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Okay, never mind. I'll just."
Yeah, I felt kind of bad for Dee during those moments.
Yeah.
I know she was so cool and like whatever you want, Kaveh, but I couldn't help but think that was a little painful for her, because you guys were just getting started, and
Right. Yes, it was. But she had a good front, and I kind of believed it until it was clear that it was a real issue.
Yeah,
And then you acted in Sex Addict.
I did.
You played the therapist.
Yeah, I had one line.
You were-
I said Kava instead of Kaveh.
Oh yeah, I told you to do it wrong.
Yes,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna play it if that's okay with you.
absolutely.
Here it is.
Kava?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Back in LA, I went to see a therapist.
So what do you think of my performance there?
I thought it was great. I really did. I thought that was like perfect.
Oh my God, with that goatee. I don't even remember that.
Oh yeah. And then I came to San Francisco, and it was my birthday, so I did 5 grams of mushrooms, and you filmed it.
I did.
Remember that? Yeah.
No.
You don't remember that?
No. I don't remember that specifically. I remember you. There's so many things with you and mushrooms, but I don't remember doing the filming. Did I do the only filming, or did I do it with other people?
You did the only filming, and I remember Jennifer was really mad because you were like ignoring her, and I was screaming. But I'm gonna play you a clip of it.
Oh, please.
This is you filming me on mushrooms. I don't know what year this is. But you were with Jennifer. So I was with Suzanne. So it must have been like mid-90s.
Yeah. No, early 90s.
Can anybody see this? Okay,
Yeah,
here's
mid-90s.
Here's a clip.
Hallelujah! Exclaimed to all who would listen and touch my hand, Jenny. Please. For in the touch of my hand, Suzanne, please hold my hand too. And in this touch, please, thank you. Both, thank you. And both, we are joined. And now, please kiss me. Will you kiss me forever? Say yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please, will you kiss me forever? Say yes, please. She hesitates. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you do that a lot, you're tripping, that hand flapping. Wow, yeah, that was in my house.
Yeah, that was your house.
Okay, unbelievable.
You know, I
That was
remember
a
about
long
that.
time ago, probably over 20 years ago.
Yeah. You know what I remember about the trip was I remember meeting Shakespeare. And I was like, oh, that's what Shakespeare's like. And he was like nothing like I thought he was. He was like really like full of life and energy and like happy and funny and just like really like just bursting with energy. And I was like, wow, that's what it is to be a great artist. It's to be that. And it really kind of like turned my way of thinking about artistry a little bit. That mushroom trip in particular.
Wow. Was that one of your birthday trips?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. And Suzanne and you came down, obviously, because she wasn't living here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We're just visiting. And then I wanted to show I just have different clips to show. But there's the letter to you. We did that correspondence.
Yeah.
Where I introduced you to Mandy. Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Maybe I'll play that one.
Sure.
Share
That
screen.
was a sweet one.
Yeah. It's sad now to watch.
Yeah, bittersweet, I guess. Yeah.
Hello, Jay. I hope I'm in focus. Anyway, I got your video letter. Thank you. I wanted. Well, Mandy just came back from the airport. I just picked her up. I wanted to videotape her arriving, but I arrived too late to do that. She actually wanted to go to the beach. So she went ahead to the beach, so I could shoot this. And I'm going to go to the beach now and introduce you to her. I told her I had sex with Sandra. She was like fine about it, or seemed to be. No, she was. She was fine about it. And I'm in love with her, but it's like, you know, very platonic in a way. But I really like her. So you're going to meet her in a minute. Here goes. That's her, seen from far away. She just got back from a 10-day dance class at the Naropa Institute. So she's all like in her dance phase, I guess. Okay, I'm walking towards her. I actually ran out of batteries. I had to go back and get some. So it's a little bit later, but we're getting there. So, this is Mandy. Can you talk to the camera?
Only if the camera asks a question.
Okay.
Let's get a little from my point of view.
Okay, there's a focus thing that happens here. Questions?
No, my point of view is over there.
Why do you want your point of view? Or my point of view?
Switch off.
We haven't even done you yet. So, what do you think of Kaveh?
I try not to think.
Uh-huh.
Right now.
Hey Jay, we just went swimming. It was really fun. I lost the contact lens.
Wow. You know, It's all there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all there.
The whole relationship.
I was thinking
God,
the same thing.
just in a moment.
My POV.
Yeah,
No, my POV.
yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah, beautiful. I love your energy at the end after you swim. You're just so like open and yeah, it's beautiful. You're in love, obviously.
Yeah. There's a
And
question.
I think I was in love. We fell in love at the same time. And
Yeah.
I sent you one about being in love with Stephanie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question. If I was a good roommate to Jay, they want to know if I was a good roommate. You mean in the trip? I don't know.
We were never roommates.
Yeah. There's the answer. But yeah, we're never roommates. I stayed at your house a bunch though.
Yeah.
And did you hear the story I tell about you in the podcast?
No.
Oh, you should listen to it. It's called Jay
no.
Rosenblatt. Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. I'm honored. I hope.
Yeah, I think so. I think you would be. But I think I tell the story about, I think when we were driving from Pesaro to Munich, we like shared a bed, me, you, and Dee, the three of us. Like we just got a room in a hotel.
Oh, yeah,
It
yeah.
has like a big bed. And she
This
told
is
me
the room she trashed, right?
No, she trashed a different room.
Oh, okay.
But I remember she told me that like in the middle of the night, like I rolled over and I like was holding on to you. And she was like,
Oh, wow.
you were hugging him, Kaveh. I was like, I was asleep. That was my only roommate experience. And then you feel free to ask anything or interject any stories you want to tell about us. If not, I'll just keep showing clips.
Yeah, I'm fine with you taking charge.
Okay. Well, let me show a clip from Shorter Breath, which is the film that made me feel like you were my brother or my
Kindred.
artistic soulmate. Here's one. I'm going to show this one. Share screen.
So, yeah, I was thinking about editing and how much gratitude I have for the help you've given me through the years. I just want to say that when I was watching this was pre knowing you, but pretty much after this, you've helped me on every film in some form or another. Sometimes like actually co-editing, sometimes co-making. But always you're like an inspiration. You're a hard taskmaster, and I need that sometimes. You know, it's very, when I finally get your approval, I've been through so much, and I'm not always happy about going through that sometimes, but I think at least my work is better for it, a lot better for it. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I know I'm a really vicious co-editor and mean. I'm a mean co-editor, and I just try to like tear you down as much as I can so that you'll listen to me and won't have any confidence in your choices. And when people criticize my films, you know, it feels bad, but I always think like I'm so much worse than they are. Like I'm so much meaner than they are to me. So I always like think of that, and it gives me like pause, you know, like.
Yeah. No, but for me, it's been very helpful, very, very helpful. And when, you know, even the fighting back and end up like forcing me to make a decision, sometimes the opposite of what you're saying, or not listening to you, it just feels like it's been honed more and sculpted more, and it's gone through a process, even if I ended up in the same spot. Yeah, it's been very, very helpful.
Yeah, you too. I mean, I think there's one film of yours that I kind of regret my input on. I feel like I was wrong.
Oh,
And
really?
then, yeah, King of the Jews. I think I kind of screwed you over a little bit. That one.
The middle section?
The middle section, yeah.
You were adamant about that.
I know, I was wrong. I'm so sorry.
Because it's hard to follow? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to play a little bit of it so people can see. But I pushed for this, and I think I was wrong.
No.
It's so dense.
It is dense. Let's not show too much.
Oh, this is not the middle.
This is the beginning.
Yeah, the middle is here.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird because there
It's
it is. One of us?
But this opening was my thing. And how
Have the Jews ever done you any harm?
Well, they killed Christ and they cheat and steal and
I'm gonna stop it.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
Enough.
Yeah. I mean, I don't regret it, just so you know.
Yeah. But there was one shot in The World as a Classroom that you told me to cut, and I regret cutting that.
So we're even?
Yeah, we're even. And my dream is to one day recut that movie and just add that little 5 seconds that I cut out and put it back, and then it'll be like so much better.
Yeah. Well, I think I have some of those moments in my films where I wish I didn't quite listen to you.
Yep.
But you bring up an interesting thing because it's 9/11, right?
Yeah.
And we did this whole project together.
Yeah. I saw you giving an interview about it today, right?
Yeah,
somebody screening a Q&A.
There's a screening in Half Moon Bay of parts of it. You know that, and so it was just an article. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was that film. The World of the Classroom. It was about 9/11. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting that you're doing it on this whole day, pretty much.
20 years.
Yeah. Wow.
How
do you feel? I mean, we got to go.
Well, the music is playing. And
How are you feeling?
The cane is coming. But
Really?
go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, just how are you feeling about the process so far?
The telethon?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I'm amazed at how I mean it's just the beginning of it still. So I kind of feel like this was insane to think I could do this for that many hours nonstop. I'm a little worried. How do you feel about it so far?
Well, I watched, like I said, Sam Green. I like that a lot, and then I saw the end of Thomas. I didn't see the ones in between, but I don't know. When I picked this slot, I wanted to get you while you were kind of fresh.
Oh, good idea. Yeah.
and also I didn't want, you've reached your goal, but I also was a little scared of desperation at the end and not wanting to be involved in that.
Yeah.
which I'm so glad you don't have to go through.
Speaking of desperation, what's the money total? Is it playing for anybody? 50. Okay, 51,000.
Yeah, sorry, 1,562.
Oh, so we made $1,000 in the last 3.5 hours.
That's not bad.
Yeah, 300 an hour.
You're worth it.
That's what a shitty lawyer makes.
A shitty lawyer, exactly. Yeah.
So, but I should go.
All right.
So great talking to you. I'll see you soon. Thank you, my friend, for being my friend.
Likewise. Love you.
Bye, Jay. I love you too.
Hi, Greg.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I'm signing off, so I'm not going to be on when you're on. Take care.
Okay. Oh man. Actually, not seeing you.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Fall to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Feel is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy. To mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again.
Hey, Greg. Can we have the light off? That's better. Can you hear me, Greg?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. How you doing?
I'm all right. I've been listening in. It's been fun.
Yeah? Any
Yeah.
suggestions for improvement?
Yeah, your guests should dress better.
How you doing?
I'm okay. So I'm in Idaho.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
At your home in Idaho?
No, at my sister Lisa's house, which is, she and Kevin retired from their coffee house life.
Yeah.
And now they have a new house right across the small field from my parents, where you visited the old house, but this part of town.
So they retired from coffee house, and now what are they doing?
They have one granddaughter.
Wow.
And they're just living the retired life.
Wow. Can you imagine?
And
that?
Erica had a wisdom tooth removed on Friday, so I had to come up for support.
She's here in Idaho?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You want to see her?
Sure.
Erica? Don't make fun of her swollen cheek.
Okay. She only had one wisdom tooth removed?
Well, she had 3 removed once upon a time, and they didn't get
One
them all.
left?
Yep.
Erica, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You know how on Spotify you can see your friends are listening to you?
Yeah.
I don't know why, but for some reason you're on my Spotify friend list.
That's awesome.
So
Now I'll try to listen to
I
better
know what you
music.
listen to.
I'm a little embarrassed.
No, it's all interesting. It's stuff I don't know.
Okay.
I'm like, what are the youngins listening to?
That's cool.
Sorry about your tooth.
It's okay.
Does it hurt?
Yes. And I'm a chipmunk on this side, so I'm icing it.
What's it like having a great dad?
Pretty cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can you say more?
I mean, I worry about him dying all the time.
Oh, that's not good.
No, I know. Because I don't know what life would be like without a great dad.
Thanks. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Someday. Well,
That is the downside of being a great dad is you're going to die and it's going to be worse for them because
Right.
you were great, right?
So I should get meaner as I get older.
I think so.
Help with the transition.
okay.
You know,
Did you see the
Erica gave.
Kickstarter
I don't-
video, Erica?
Huh?
Did you see the Kickstarter episode?
I don't think I did.
Oh, you may not have.
I recommend it.
Yeah.
We better watch it tonight. You've
Sue and I
seen it,
watched
huh?
it recently. Yeah,
Oh well, they didn't invite me.
and he's met his goal. So,
Yay! I heard that on the last bit. We've been watching.
I have footage of you as a baby.
Oh.
We should show that. We show footage of Erica as a baby. Do you want to see it, Erica?
Sure, I'd love to see it.
Oh, where the fuck is it? What is wrong with my?
Is that the one you were
system?
trying to show with Thomas?
I want to get my phone so I can record it.
I'm gonna do this. We'll keep talking, but I'm gonna find it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I want to show that movie. I know where it is. You talk, Greg, while I find.
Okay, you talk.
So Erica, I hope I told you this story, but she gave you a very high compliment one day.
Oh, a spirit animal?
Yeah.
That is high. That I'm her spirit animal.
Yeah. Kave's her spirit animal.
Okay, I think I found the clip.
Okay, good.
Here it goes.
I'm gonna film it.
Oh, I want to take
I had
this.
actually, okay.
It's
Can you
okay if
see
I-
the
if-
black? Okay, here we go. Enter full screen and play this.
It's about 7 o'clock.
You know what, Greg? Actually, it's at the end, the whole, here it is. That's Erica, right?
I think that might be Emily. Oh,
No, that
maybe
should be-
that's
that's
me.
you.
That's
That's
me.
Erica, yeah.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Oh, that's so cute.
Are you ready for bed? We'll go to bed. Where are the other cookies?
Where are the cookies?
The big tub of cookies.
She said they're.
some to work today.
Oh man. Is this good night?
This is good night.
Okay.
Good
Go ahead,
night.
turn it off.
Okay, enough of that.
Yeah, that is cute. I rarely see footage of me as a kid.
Yeah, she thinks, oh, we only took footage of Emily.
Oh.
There's
that,
like
that happened with you guys?
There are millions of photos of Emily and about 6 of me.
Yeah, that's true. We have that same problem.
Erica lost Sue's engagement ring that day. The day of that filming.
Whose fault was that? Because nobody should give an engagement ring to a baby.
I have some footage, Erica, of your dad, like the first year of film school.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever seen this.
I would love to see it.
Here we go. Is it visible?
Mm-hmm.
That's in 87.
Hi, Gary. I'm at school right now, and I'm going to show you all my friends, okay? These are the people I like. There aren't very many of them, but here they are. So, hi, Gary.
So, I feel pretty bad about the first rabbit I ever killed. It was just outside of Missouri, and I shot its head off with a 12-gauge shotgun. It was the first thing I ever killed. It fell over into its hole. I thought I'd missed, but then there it was. Its head off, bleeding.
Go.
I don't know what to say. Turn it off.
Okay, I got these contact lenses because I wanted to look more attractive to women. Then I decided I didn't want to fool around. I just wanted to be faithful to Isabel. So I decided to get rid of the contact lenses and just wear glasses. That way nobody would be tempting me, because they wouldn't be tempted by me. But then we broke up, we got divorced, and now I want to get contact lenses again, but I can't afford them anymore. So I threw my old ones away. This is what I have to wear all the time. But as soon as I have money, I'm going to buy contact lenses. Then I'll look like this again.
You've learned to slow down a little bit.
I have.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. If you have more, send it my way.
I do. You want more?
Sure.
Do you want have you seen J is for Jump?
No.
This is your dad when he was very young. I'm going to share the screen. There it is. This film is silent, I think.
Very nice. That was a scary jump for me.
You actually did jump.
Yeah.
You did jump.
Wow.
Do you have any questions for me or your dad, Erica?
Not any that come to mind, but probably lots within the files. I'm a little
less wise.
I'm a little less wise since mine was tooth removal. Okay, well, I'll let you guys talk.
Okay. How's the book coming, Greg?
Bye. It's coming along great in the sense that I keep writing things I like, but I'm starting to freak out a little bit about the timeline and school starting again. And
yeah, nothing ever goes at the speed one wants it to go.
Yeah, I think about that a lot though. Like clearly in the early morning, I do better and I always write stuff, but then am I giving up on the day too early? Should I try to slog through some stuff?
I remember you saying that you always would quit screenwriting while it was still enjoyable, so that you wouldn't have like a negative feeling about it. And I always thought that was really smart. I always go till I can't take it anymore, and then I give up.
Yeah, but what I'm wondering is like I have the okay, well it's diminishing returns now, but maybe I should go do some stuff, do other things, go exercise, and then try sitting down again that day. I don't really try that. But
Joyce didn't do that either.
What's that?
Joyce didn't do that either.
What did he do?
He just did the morning and then he just.
But I always remember there's the Balzac. You know how Balzac wrote?
Mm-mm.
He had his valet or whatever would lock him in a room, and he had to do a certain number of pages.
Oh, that was like the Roger Corman thing, remember?
No.
Robert Town, he hired him to write, but he would always like procrastinate. So he made the secretary like lock him in the room.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And then he was like, I need to go to the bathroom. And she's like, he told me not to let you out for any reason. And he said, I got to go really bad. And then finally she's like, okay, fine. And she let him out. And then he like just left and never came back.
Yeah. Yeah. I bet I could do more. I bet I could work harder and get good stuff done. But
you seem to enjoy life so much.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, would you enjoy life less if you worked harder?
No. So I just mean about the book in particular. Like if somebody said, okay, we need this full draft by September 30th. You know, it's like doing a paper for class or something. It's like, you'll get a version done. It may not be the greatest. And then you could go back and you could work on things. Or do you just try to collect this fresh thing every morning and wait till it all adds up?
Probably no right answer, right?
Yeah, probably.
You're one of the happiest people I know, I think.
Yeah.
Do you feel happy?
Yeah, in general, I feel happy. But I also, I'm also not very volatile. It's not like highs and lows either.
Oh, I see. So there's fewer highs and fewer lows. That sounds great.
But I think it's just dispositional. I think it just came out that way.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. But I think it's past life stuff. Isn't that what disposition is?
Yeah, maybe. I don't find that a very productive theory, but you've done a lot more investigating on that front.
Past life?
Yeah. Like what does it do for us to think that it's past life stuff?
Well, it's just that there's a thing we're supposed to do versus there's nothing we're supposed to do. Right?
Yeah.
And that there's a predisposition that we have to discover. Like we have to discover who we are. Like we don't make up who we are. We kind of discover who we are. It's kind of the opposite of existentialism, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of essentialism or something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess astrology does that for me.
Right.
Yeah. Just the idea that there's a way the world is when you are born that has something to say about the way you are. And you're a Taurus sun, and I'm Taurus rising.
I didn't realize.
But I think I'm kind of more Taurus than you in some ways.
You seem more Taurian, but isn't that what a rising sign means?
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing that I read in an astrology book that made the most sense to me was in that Stephen, what's his name? Stephen.
Yeah, the inner sky.
Inner Sky, yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
He said like the Taurus's like end goal or end point is to lay in the sun.
Hmm.
And I was like, that's all I really want is just to lay in the sun. And I probably do it like, I don't know, 1 minute every week.
Oh, really? So because in LA you did that a lot.
I did.
You even wrote a song about it.
Yeah. I'm just so busy these days.
Yeah.
Like I've gotten busier and busier every year. Like I've never been as busy as I am right now. And I can't go on. I mean, it can, but it seems like there's a treadmill I gotta get off of at some point.
Right. No, it's hard to, when the log is rolling, it's hard not to just keep moving your feet. Yeah.
Yeah, and this whole Kickstarter has been like just like amped up the log rolling.
But it seems to have been a very good thing.
Financially?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's neat to see all the support. It was kind of neat to see you run with the format. And, you know, in your episode about it, I share all those reservations you have, but it's so clear that it's can be this thing where a community supports something, that if they knew it needed support, they would do that. And it's clear that's happening here.
Yeah, it is. My girlfriend said I was turning into a capitalist during it.
Trying to get as much, squeeze as much.
Just thinking about how do I get more money, you know?
Right.
How can we get more money? Like I was just all it was about profit maximization for a while there.
Uh-huh.
So that's nice. So that doesn't have to go on.
Right.
Something else. My neck is a little stiff. From, I'm sitting in front
You're
of this
just trying to work that phrase in.
4 hours. I know. Does this look weird when I do that?
Well, yeah, but
You know, is it unsightly?
no.
No.
Do you have time for? You remember the acting class when you get pummeled?
Oh yeah.
You do somebody do that for you in the interim?
And
slow roll over and a slow roll up while somebody.
Yeah. Someone said, "Hey, Calvin." Hey, August.
Oh,
Calvin says hi.
I see Calvin's name now.
Okay. Anything else we should talk about before I get my pummeling? More interesting, Greg's book. Can you tell us more about what your book is about?
Yeah, man, this, should have this elevator pitch thing down, but I've taught in a kind of old-fashioned great books program for the past 20 years. Year-long, ancient Greeks up to the modern day, literature, philosophy, religion. And to put a fine point on it, there's lots of reasons I'm writing the book, but my daughter, who was on earlier, asked me why I wasn't sharing with her everything I learned teaching in that course for 20 years. So that's kind of what started it, is how could I present, I think of this class as an activity. You read things and you talk about them, but could I present as a body of knowledge the things that can be learned in such a class?
Can you give an example?
Well, the title is "There's Only One Question," and so there's an assertion at the beginning which my teacher Mark Mancall used to present to his students. Just the idea that we all have to answer the question of how to live. Existentialists view things this way, but everybody is answering that question. So that's the first piece of knowledge, that the human animal is the animal that must answer in a free and creative way how to live.
Tammy Spencer just said, "Oh, great! I look forward to reading it."
Gammy.
Remember that Wallace Stevens poem called How to Live, What to Do?
I do. Well, I certainly remember the title. I don't know if I remember any of its content.
I don't either.
Now it is September and the web is woven. That's the one you taught me. So that's the only one I know.
I've been getting really into it lately. I got his last book of poems, The Rock, which I never really thought about much, that one. And there's like an edition of it, it's small, and I read it every day.
Huh.
And it's like the last thing he wrote, like when he was about to die. And it's so incredible. But also I can see why people don't talk about it, because it's just so subtle and nobody can understand it, I think. But I love him more and more every year.
Yeah. Yeah, I should try some again. I feel like you know, I love Wallace Stevens thanks to your introduction to him. I don't know. I've never read a ton of poetry myself, so there's something that I resist poems that make you work a lot. And I feel like, Ashbery, even by your own description, seems like it would take a lot of work to get into his poetry. But Kay Ryan, have you ever read any Kay Ryan? By contrast?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she's the one I love to just pick up because it feels like it's there for you.
Oh yeah.
And on the page.
August says we should read a Wallace Stevens poem. I will try to recite one. I don't know this one that well, but I read it today, so I might have it. This is the Planet on the Table. You remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Ariel was glad that he had written his poems. They were of a remembered time, or of something seen that he liked. Other makings of the sun were waste and welter, and the ripe shrub writhed. His poems, all the makings of his self, were no less makings of the sun. It was not important that they survive. What mattered was that they bear some lineament or character, some affluence, if only half perceived, in the poverty of their words, of the planet of which they were part. I think I got that one right, actually.
Yeah, wow. That's a pretty awesome poem.
No.
That's on the page.
Somebody sent me someone saw one of my films and then they sent me that poem and said, this reminds me of your work. And I was like, such a high compliment. I was
wow.
touched. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go get a massage.
Yeah, I hope your neck feels better.
Thank you. And I miss you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you as soon as this COVID mania.
Yeah, no, I miss you too, Kavya.
Take care, Greg.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again.
Hey, John,
Hey, what's up, Kaveh?
is that your apartment?
Yeah, it's my apartment.
It looks nice. Every time I see your apartment, it looks a little nicer.
Yeah, yeah, I've had a lot of time to just micromanage this space over, the pandemic.
Is it a new apartment or is it the same apartment?
Same one from the show. This is my couch with you could probably see this. I mean, you kind of see the cat damage here.
I can't.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. How's season 2 going?
It's going well. I'm finishing it now, I think. I'm just getting like mostly pickup shots. All the main unit stuff is done, but I guess it really never ends in a way. Can you hear me okay? I
hear you fine.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm just I have all of these things I want to say and all these stories I want to tell, but I just can't yet, because I just want everything to be a surprise.
Yeah,
not that you're whatever, not that you're asking, but
I'm not asking.
How's it going with this? Are you tired yet?
Yeah, my neck is a little sore. I'm just like looking at this screen too much, and maybe this is a little tight.
Oh yeah. You gotta get. I got a funny. Yeah, it might be a little tight. Yeah, I got a cool bow tie over here. I got this. I've been trying to. I haven't been invited to an event where I can wear it yet. It's kind of strange, but
you wear it on the show.
Like,
go on the telethon.
Wait, aren't we on the telethon now?
Yeah, but you can wear it right now. I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Here, let me try to put it on.
Mine's the same way. It's exactly the same thing. It's like a strap. It goes in the back.
This is not the kind of shirt, or the shirt is too shitty to hold up a bow tie. I think.
Do you need a hand?
No, it's really tight. It's just not going to look good no matter what.
I know, but I
think the design of this thing,
Whoa!
You got to hide the cord though.
Did you do this thing where you like check my hand and you had like a electrocutor in there?
Yeah,
you,
I
right?
had like it was this thing.
Yeah.
I retired the hand buzzer shortly after.
Good idea. Yes.
Like I hit you. It's just such a terrible way to make an introduction.
It was very annoying.
I realized, yeah, it causes trust issues immediately. It's like, yeah, I feel like I really upset a couple of people, and it took months to kind of regain their trust. Because it's insulting.
I wanted to tell the story of how we met.
How was that? I forget.
You forget? I think I was. So Bianca had told me that I should watch your films, and I watched one, and I did not love it, and I thought, oh, whatever. And then
it was the one. Yeah, I wasn't that crazy about it either. It was, yeah, I forget which one it was.
It was the Sundance.
It was like the sun. Yeah,
Yeah. And then I was invited by Union Docs to moderate a panel that you were on.
Right.
And I did that. And I thought you did such a great job. I was so impressed.
Thanks, Nave.
It was great. I'm gonna I have a picture of it here. I'm gonna show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, here it is. This is me and you at our Q&A.
Oh, wow.
And then
That's what-
Photoshop is there. Okay. And then also, I don't know if this is working, but, and then you did a talk.
Yeah, yeah.
People see this? Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
And then I actually have the audio. I have the audio here.
Oh, really? I haven't. I was curious to see if anyone
this is
recorded that.
usually a weekend-long seminar that condenses down just to a few minutes for tonight's event. So, you know, it's going to be a little shorter. You know, I'm going to skip over a few key points. But yeah, over the course of this seminar, you'll receive some of the most coveted industry secrets that Hollywood, Fortune 500, nobody wants you to know about. And it's guaranteed to turn your video art into cash pronto. There will also be a mandatory auditing session right after the event tonight. This is usually a weekend-long seminar.
Enough of that. Okay.
Cool. That was fun. I really like that. I wish I could. I saw the PowerPoint, but like I realized that just having the PowerPoint is not like having the experience. You know, like it's. I forgot what the script was, or you know, so it's nice to hear.
I have the whole thing if you want it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
But I was really impressed. I thought you were so funny and so smart, and I loved your sense of humor. And I also, there's like the electricity in the room. Like, you know, I was like, everyone was so excited, and I was like, why is everyone so excited about this guy? But it was really palpable, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of like my really close friends in the room too, but definitely a lot of people I'd never met before either. But yeah, that was a really, it's cool to see people respond to stuff like that. I don't know. I don't quite understand it either. You know, when anyone is, the fact that it's a TV show now and like there are fans of the show, I still like can't like wrap my head around in like a way. I mean, do you feel that way sometimes when people approach you? Like you don't know how, no? Okay. Or like you don't know how they found it or like why they...
Yeah, I don't know how they found it, but I'm not surprised that they like it.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I'm not surprised they like it, I guess. It's more just that like surprised that like that people care now, even though the story really hasn't changed and the characters haven't really changed. And it's interesting like that I guess more people know about it.
Yeah, it's been weird to watch as a phenomenon. And then we went and had dinner afterwards, and I told you about my book of regrets because you said you're making a film about regret, and I said, "Oh, I've got a book of regrets," and then you were like, "Oh, can I see it?" And I said, "Sure," and then you came over and we shot that scene, right?
Yeah, with your. Okay, go ahead.
No, say wait.
Like yeah, with your I guess freshly ex-wife.
Yes, she was freshly exed. I'm trying to share this. Oh, I see. I go to share, and then I got to go to, oh, I see how to do this. Okay, I'm doing this a different way because people have said that it's been choppy. These things have been choppy.
Okay.
So I'm going to do the unchoppy version of this. Okay, Kickstarter, telethon. And there you are, John Wilson. And here's the clip, How to Live with Regret. Okay, I'm going to open this. And can you see it? Can people see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else.
I'm going to play it.
I was out recently and someone told me that they kept a book where they wrote down their regrets for the last 20 years. I went over to his apartment to talk to him about it, but it turned out he forgot it at his wife's place, who he's currently getting divorced from. So we had to go over to his old apartment to get it. She put all of his books in the hallway outside the apartment, but she still helped us look for it.
I regret shaving off a few extra facial hairs without bothering to put on more shaving cream. I believe that all of reality is an illusion and that it's like a dream that we're having in another dimension. And we're somehow trapped in that dream, but it's really just taking place in a split second and it's already over. So the things that you do wrong that you regret, you didn't even do them. It's just like a dream you're having. It's like you're having a bad dream.
My friend Janet's apartment recently burned down.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really glad that you played along and you agreed to do that. Yeah, I was always a big fan of yours, and I thought it was cool that I don't know, that you just happened to have this thing that lined up perfectly with that project. I was just like, yeah, that was great.
Is it battery powered, that tie?
It's battery. Yeah, it's battery powered. So the batteries might run out. Sorry, is it screwing with the audio or is it distracting?
No. I'm just shocked. Is it remote controlled?
There's just there's 2 AA's in this thing, and I can just I guess you're supposed to put it in your pocket, But it's really like, if you look at the profile of it, it doesn't make any sense. Like it juts out like an inch,
Yeah.
So you couldn't wear it like, it's poorly disguised as a spinning bow tie.
Right.
Anyway,
I think there are questions. There are questions, David?
Sure.
Can you talk about why you can't share Los Angeles plays New York?
Oh yeah. I really want to, but legally, yeah,
you do a Kickstarter and raise legal funds to hire a lawyer.
The way the contracts are written with for anyone that doesn't know what that is, it's just like it's a movie I made where I got onto a court TV show, and I documented my entire experience on court TV, like in maybe 2016, and I really liked the movie. It played at a festival, but then I immediately started getting cease and desist letters, and I had to kind of bury it because I signed a bunch of really kind of harshly worded documents saying that I wouldn't do exactly what I did. And I incriminate myself so much in the movie that's part of the joke. So it's just kind of something that I think it's kind of cool to circulate privately. It seems like the person that is asking this question has seen it. So I mean, that's great. I'm just glad that people are. I'll send it to you if you want it, whoever. But
if you contact John, we will send it to you.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. But I just try to keep it, away from the TV executives. It's hard to tell, who I guess you can trust with that. But also, I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't really think it matters at the same time. Like, as long as it's not public, as long as it's not like publicly available, I think that there's not a problem. But if it's just like circulating somehow, I don't think people really mind that much.
Yeah, it's like Superstar, the Karen Carpenter story. It's just like a.
Yeah, why is that not okay to share?
Oh, because they threatened to sue them if they used the music.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's such a bummer. I mean, it is such bullshit, but yeah, maybe I can just start a Kickstarter. That would be cool. I just have no idea how much. They said that if I did what I did, that I would owe them the cost of production. With a show like that, that's such an arbitrary number. I don't know what that would mean. Like it could be $1 million, or it could just be, they could be bluffing, you know? I just don't know if I want to test it yet.
How's your landlady doing?
She's good, but I don't want to spoil anything.
Okay, I'm going to do a screen share. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
I remember well, I did this interview with you for Talk House Films, and I remember my girlfriend was a huge fan, and I thought maybe she would like me more if I let her meet you.
Did it work?
I think it did.
Wow, we're still together, I guess. So.
Yeah, we're still together.
That's good.
So I'm gonna play this moment when she comes in.
Okay.
Is this playing, guys? She's coming up the steps.
I'm just waiting for. Oh, yeah. There's just dead air here, right?
Yeah, she rang the doorbell, and I went to get her. Okay. I hear the door opening. Sit down. You don't want to? Really?
Hi, John.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I don't know if Kaveh told you that I'm the one that sent you the weird message over Instagram.
Oh no, I don't. I received a few weird messages on Instagram, so
I might have been the weirdest one. I was the CBT message.
The what message?
The CBT message.
What's that? What's that mean?
Well, that's what you asked. It was cognitive behavioral therapy and cock and ball torture.
Oh, I completely forgot. Sorry.
Oh well, shit. Okay. Well, I could.
Not to make you feel like insecure or whatever. But yeah,
I could have not outed myself though.
I've been receiving a lot of very strange messages, people that and they all kind of like affect me deeply in the moment, and then I forget about them an hour later.
Just one, if you remember any of them.
Yeah, it's enough of that. And then I remember, like, I'm sure you have this happen to you a lot, but like, I've been trying to get the show onto a bigger network, and I was like, can you help me get it on HBO? Remember?
Yeah.
And I was like, and could you get Nathan Fielder to watch it? Because, he was so instrumental in your thing. And you were like, I'll try. But he's like in the middle of production right now. And so whatever happened with that? Did you ever send it? Did you ever hear back? Do you know anything?
I never heard back. But yeah, I don't know. You could send it to him too.
I don't know how to get it to him.
Oh, well, I don't know. You could just message him.
On Instagram? On Instagram?
Yeah.
He has an Instagram?
Yeah, he does. He's also on Twitter and stuff. But why like do you think that Nathan is the key to your success?
Because he was the key to yours.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of like weird kind of entryways into like different networks and stuff. I just don't like. I personally don't like to. I don't know. I get very touchy about stuff like that. Like like asking to kind of send things sometimes. I just like I rarely kind of promote. Like I never wanted to promote my own stuff. Like I just always wanted to just like leave it just like as an experiment, just kind of just like release it for free and see what happens to it, and just like it would just snowball like that. And I know that's not the best advice for everybody, but
it worked for you.
Yeah, and I really but I don't know. But then again, at the same time, like the reason Nathan saw my stuff to begin with was because a friend of a friend had just like passed the Court Show movie to Nathan, and it wasn't. I don't know. There's something about like
serendipity.
I think when people feel like they discover something, I think they have a different relationship with it. Instead of when it's like kind of placed in front of them and they're I don't know. It's
Yeah, I
It's-
agree. I
it's
totally
strange.
understand. I totally understand. And sometimes people ask me to like do stuff like that, and I'm always like very reluctant because it's awkward. I was just curious about it, but
Yeah, I couldn't tell if you were fucking with me, or if it was just like, if it was something that you were genuinely if you actually thought that this was the the key, or if you just like if you're just like trying a lot of things all at once.
now I'm trying a lot of things all at once.
Yeah.
But this Kickstarter has been nice because it feels like you don't have to wait for someone else to like watch your movie and say they like it and help you. You could just
Yeah.
make whatever you want.
Yeah, you reached the goal, right?
Yeah. So
That's great.
Also, this is just a tangent, but this guy, did you see the Kickstarter video episode?
Which one was it? No.
So I did an episode of the show for season 4 about the Kickstarter. And it basically explains why I need to raise the money and what happened and why I lost the funding and stuff. And in it, there's this guy who's a producer of a podcast called TrueAnon. And he and he says that if you get on this one like podcast, it's called Chapo. Have you heard of Chapo?
Oh, I never listened to it, but I heard it. But yeah, people talk about it. Yeah.
Did I say it right? Chapo?
Yeah. Chapo's Trap House. Yeah.
Yeah. And he said he knows the people there and he's going to try to get them to watch it. And if they like it and they invite you on, then like you'll get your money. And so, but he was like, I can't like push it on them. Like I got to make it feel like they discovered it. So I did all these things to try to make it like a soft sell, but it didn't work. Nothing worked.
I mean, you could try other podcasts. Yeah, you could try like Joe Rogan. I'm sure
I did try.
A lot of people listen to him. Oh, really?
Yeah. I even tried to trick him by saying that I wanted him to act in the show as Joe Rogan interviewing me for his podcast.
That's clever. And
that didn't work. No.
Deaf ears. Damn.
Probably it's not right for Rogan.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's whatever it ends up being. I think like the struggle to make the thing happen is always the most interesting part of it. So, whether it's on a massive platform or just like you keep coasting, or I don't know, like kind of the way you have been.
Someone's asking if you guys have favorite podcasts.
Someone's asking if we have favorite podcasts. You want to go first?
Favorite podcasts? I don't know. Not really. I don't know. I don't think so. What about you?
Well, I'm going to say 3. I listen to Mark.
Okay.
I listen to Mark Maron a lot, and Sharon Mashihi, who's coming on later, has a podcast called Appearances, which I think is fantastic. She's on next.
Wow.
And also, it's
Cool.
like a weird autobiographical fictional hybrid thing. And also, my girlfriend has a podcast that I like a lot called After the Orgy, and she's going to be on later too with her co-host. And then the Ion podcast people are coming on the telethon as well. So we have like 3 podcasts. Oh, and then I have a podcast. My podcast, my favorite podcast. Have you heard it?
I don't listen to podcasts really. I mean, I it's mostly like audiobook stuff.
I'm just curious though. Did you know about the podcast? You never even heard of it?
I didn't know that you had a podcast. No.
Yeah.
I did. Sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm just doing market research. To see
How would I know about? I mean, where would I don't know. How do I find
it?
At
every platform.
Okay.
Spotify, Apple.
I just like I don't know how to navigate those. Like I still don't know like how to find like
you go to Google or Spotify and you type in Kaveh Zahedi, and it'll come up probably. But it's called.
But it would just like for it to be like kind of suggested to me. I feel like I would need to engage with it to a degree that I haven't like I just don't want to yet. And
I,
or whatever.
I do it when I go jogging. Like when I jog, it's boring to jog. So I need to listen to something intellectually stimulating.
Yeah.
I don't know if you jog.
No, I don't jog, but I started going to the gym again. Yeah, I've revisited, I've revisited every single band I've ever listened to. You know, I've gone during the pandemic, it's just been like, I don't know, it's been a real just kind of reunion, you know, with everything I never thought that I would revisit, you know.
Somebody wrote, damn, I thought that girl had dumped him. Oh, it's about the believer. Yeah, my girlfriend wrote a thing about me and everyone thought it meant she had dumped me. But
what was it called? Wait, what was it about? Like why I dumped Kaveh?
It was called Why I Loved Kaveh Zahedi. So the past tense already gives it a little bit of a overness to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have to wrap it up, says the producer of the telethon. Anything else you want to say before we say goodbye?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on. This is cool. Good luck with everything. And yeah, I'll watch the rest of it too.
Oh, you don't feel like you have to. And don't have to listen to the podcast either. And you don't have to ask Nathan Fielder anything. It's fine.
Well, you know, maybe he'll hear this. Maybe, yeah. Maybe his yeah. What's the phrase? His ears are burning, itching. I forget.
Burning.
Yeah, burning. Anyway,
it's great to see you. I haven't seen you in so long.
Yeah. Hopefully, I could see you again soon.
Yeah. Good luck with the new season. I loved the first one so much.
Thanks, man.
I was really proud of you. I was like, because you know, I was worried that they were gonna like fuck it up. I thought HBO was gonna fuck it up. And
no, they're awesome. They're awesome. They give so much freedom. Their notes are great, like a scary amount of freedom. And you know, I think that's also just the nature of the project too.
They give me even more freedom than they give you.
as like, yeah. The farther you get, I guess, or I don't know. Well, this has been great. You clean up well. We clean up well.
Thank you, John. Talk to you soon.
All right, later.
Bye.
I just can't listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again.
Hey, Sharon.
Hi.
How you doing?
Really good question. Well, I'm happy to be here. That's the best response I can give. I'm happy to be here. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm 4.5 hours into this 24-hour thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little my neck hurts.
Oh, are you in a bad chair?
No, I'm in a good chair. I've just been doing it for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe
Too bad
I'm
you can't
leaning
walk.
over too much. What?
It would be nice if you could just walk with a camera and it could just be like a tracking shot.
No, I was tempted to do that, but I'm hooked up to all these things. I think I can.
Yeah.
Hard drives and stuff. Did you find those clips?
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of stuff open as QuickTime files, and you can kind of direct me and I'll play whatever you'd like.
Someone said, Kaveh, you're gonna take a break? Is that what someone said? At 3:30 in the morning, I'm gonna take a break. 6 hours. No, 7 hours. 7 hours. I'm gonna take a break. I don't know how to do it though.
Oh, right, because I need to be a co-host for you to hear. I mean, if we don't care about audio quality, probably anything I play on my computer, people will hear, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. We're gonna make you a co-host though.
Okay. Then I can do it as, okay, once I'm a co-host, I'll go into share settings and I'll share my audio.
Okay. But do you want to introduce the first clip?
So which one do you want to be first? Do you want it to be
chronologically?
Okay, so you and
Can I
I,
introduce Sharon? Okay, I'm gonna introduce Sharon. I was told to introduce you.
oh,
Well, she was gonna introduce us. You go first.
okay, so I'm me. Do I need to give context for myself? I'm Sharon, and I work in audio. And that's how I first came to know you. Although I had seen the show about the show, but our mutual friend, Mooj Zaidi, had this idea that he wanted to make a new podcast. That was a great idea. I can't believe no one's done this yet. That's like profile pieces, but in podcast form. And he wanted one of the first episodes to be a profile of you. And so he asked me to interview you. And I was not able, I interviewed you twice for this project. Like so many of my projects, I never finished it. But I have audio of the second time that we met. And I wanted to ask you, do you want me to just play like a rant? I found a self-contained story that you told me about your life that kind of sounds like an episode of your podcast. Or I could just, luck of the draw, scroll to any random place and we see what we get for a minute.
How long is the story one?
The story is, it's just a few minutes long. Oh, 44 seconds.
How much?
44 seconds.
Oh, that's pretty short.
Should I play that?
Should we let
I'll play
people
that.
vote? We could,
Someone wants you to raise the laptop. Oh, everyone's really worried about your neck.
oh, if I raise the laptop, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Oh, a nice black neck pillow. That's a good idea too. This is really sweet.
Oh,
They're
yeah?
really with you here, the people, yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna raise my laptop.
Rod Kashani, fellow Iranian, wants random. Probably, I'm assuming.
Such a good idea. Thank you, whoever had this idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how you're smart.
Thank you, Christian Anderson, for that laptop raising.
Thank you, Christian Anderson, for the laptop raising. What? We don't need that one? Okay. Okay, I feel much better. So you're a co-host. No, you're not a co-host yet.
I'm just gonna play it from my computer.
play it,
and if-
just play it.
okay. Oh, you know what I have actually? This is what I'm gonna play. 20 seconds. This is the first time I ever heard your voice. It's a voicemail you sent to me. You left for me.
Okay.
Let's play that. 20 seconds.
Hi, Sharon. This is Kaveh Doherty calling, returning your call about the radio moves thingy podcast thing. So yeah, call me anytime. My schedule's very unpredictable, so we're just gonna live convenient. Okay. Bye.
That was riveting.
It was from September 21st, 2016. So it's almost exactly 4 years old. 10 days. In 10 days, that'll be
5 years old.
5 years. Oh my God, it's 2021. Yeah.
So I know
Okay.
you 5 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. Okay. And so now this is the 44-second long story.
Okay.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, it didn't export right. Okay, it's gonna have to be random. I'm sorry.
Random sounds better.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like I've sort of given up on being liked as a person a long time ago. And I think at some point it just turned into the work. Like the work was my calling card. And then it became you like me because you like the work, or you don't like me because you don't like the work. And I don't really, I mean, my wife complains about this. I don't really put a lot of energy into the social. And she was saying, like, you know, you kind of are very inaccessible to most people. Like they really can't get a sense of you. It's just kind of, they can consider you through your films, but that's like the only way you really interact with the world. You don't really hang out with people or anything. And it's true, I don't. And so I think I've put all my eggs in the film as presentation of Self Basket.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind if I take a minute? I just want to.
I'm good with that.
I was just waiting to see if something interesting happened. That was actually a nice random moment.
It was.
Kind of beautiful and sad a little bit. I don't know if you find that sad.
There's a tragic edge to it.
Yeah. Okay.
And so
well,
then you were doing that piece,
mhm.
and you asked if you could come on the set.
Yeah.
And I said, sure, we're shooting the next time at this time and place. It was the Metrograph. And then,
yes.
And then there was another podcast for the Believer, right? For the Believer magazine. There was a podcast called The Organist.
That wasn't me.
I know.
Right. That was Rachel. Yes.
Rachel. And they said, we want to come to your next shoot, so we do a piece about you. And I said, okay, it's at this next thing at the Metrograph. So you and Rachel both came. And then you were like, oh, we actually know each other and we used to be roommates.
We used to be best friends and we had a friend breakup. And so it was extremely awkward to both be at your shoot recording you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of like that. And then you dropped it, right? And
yes.
Was you dropped it because of Rachel? Because you were like, she's doing it, I'm not gonna do it.
It was a little bit of that, and it was also that it was overwhelming. I think I've since learned something in my life that I basically can't do anything with my whole heart if it's assigned to me. The only things I ever really finish and I follow through with are things that come from that gut feeling of I really want to do this. And even though I find you really interesting, the idea to do a profile piece about you was really an assignment from a friend. And so now I know it was never going to work.
Yeah. The other synchronicity about that weird Rachel thing was when she interviewed me, she told me that she had actually slept with Dustin.
I realized when I got there that I knew that she had slept with Dustin. I was like, this must be so weird for her. She has like 2 people from her past here. Yeah.
Because Dustin was there, yeah. But then I kind of, I don't know how it happened, but somebody I think probably recommended your podcast or your work highly. And I listened to the one about your mom, Manhubem, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And I was just blown away. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe I kind of felt like, somebody like you see somebody and you sort of think, oh yeah, they're nice or whatever, but you don't like take them that seriously or you don't, and then you like realize that there was a lot more there than you realized. And you're like, oh shit, I completely missed that. So I had that experience and I was like, oh, I fucked up here. And I was like, I want her to finish the piece because she's so good. She's going to make an incredible piece. And so then I thought, how do I get her to do it? And I thought, I'll offer to make a piece about you. And then we'll make a piece about each other. And then maybe you'll do it. And you said, okay. And then we started doing that. And we started making a piece. Do you want to play any of the Manhubam or the footage from the other piece that we were going to do together?
Yeah, random is going well for us. So maybe someone from
random.
the chat can tell me Manhubam is a total of 39 minutes and 26 seconds long. Can someone put a time code in there and I'll just go to that time code? I see 15 minutes. Okay. Play a minute at 15 minutes.
Like they're apples. On the plane, my mom whipped out 4 Tupperware containers full of Persian food, kebab and radishes, herbs and pickles, rice. To the untrained nostril, Persian food reeks. As we ate, I noticed the woman next to us squirm her body further and further toward the window while she quietly ate an apple. I mean, a real apple, not an onion. The rest of the ride, my mom and I talked about the little things we've each learned from therapists. I told her about the Oedipal complex, and she listed all the people in her life who seemed to suffer from clinical narcissism. We landed in the Holy Land, Tehrangeles, as we call it, a city so full of our kind that our Uber driver was one of us.
National Public Radio.
This is Edward. My mom is trying to explain to him that I work in public radio.
Oh, yeah?
When we tell him that we're in LA to go see Dr. Holakwi, Edward gives us his opinion.
I think he is playing with people's mind.
You think so?
Yeah.
He seems so genuine to me.
Okay. Well, that I don't know what that contextless minute means to anyone, but there it is.
You said you want to talk about having Persian moms.
I do want to talk about having Persian moms.
Let's do it. We have 10 minutes.
Well, I think so. I'm listening to your podcast religiously, and every once in a while you have a story about your mom, and I just really relate to the unknowability of these women and how sad it can they feel simultaneously unknowable to us and simultaneously disinterested in really knowing us. And yet I see in you in a lot of your stories, although it sounds like you've maybe given up a little bit, but a real wish to know your mother. Does that ring true?
Yeah, and I have given up. Yeah.
What made you give up? I think you told the story in your show.
I mean, I tried for years and it just seemed like, I mean, I feel like probably on some level she wants me to like keep trying, but no, it's like I feel like I would have to join her at a place that is so uncomfortable to me to join her at, that it's like, I just don't join. And I think it's a place of like listening to all of her grievances and agreeing with them and being like, yeah, that's terrible. Oh, I hate it when people do that. You know, she just like trashes everybody. And I like have to join her in trashing people to get her to like open up a little bit and trust that I'm on her side or something. Maybe this is my theory. I don't know if it's true. And so like, I just don't want to go there. Like, I don't want to trash people. And I just feel like I just sort of stay apart. But it's sad. It's totally sad. And what's weird is like, she seems completely inaccessible to me. She seems to have no interest in talking to me. Seems to have nothing to say about anything. And then she tells me about these people that I knew growing up, these kids that were my age, who call her like every day and they talk on the phone. And I'm just like, what? Why are you talking to these people? And they're going to talk to me. And I don't know, why would they call her? Like, she must be giving them more than she's giving me, you know, or they're doing it right. I don't know. I should find out what the secret is.
You should find out what their secret is. I mean, when you were talking about listening to all of her complaints, I was thinking about, so I just started seeing a life coach. I've been seeing a life coach for about 2 months.
Oh yeah, are you liking it?
Yeah, it's helping me.
Cool.
And we talk about my inner child. I don't know if that phrase makes you roll your eyes,
No,
but
not at
we
all.
talk about my inner child. And one day I was having it had been a few days where I was like really dissociating a lot. I just wasn't able to be present. I wasn't able to be productive. And I called him and I asked him for help. And he told me to just write on a piece of paper for a long time, letting my inner child complain and complain and complain and complain and say everything she needed to say, and then ask her what she needs. And I did that, and it really worked. Like after I did that exercise, I had a good streak for like 3 weeks. I didn't have a problem again, which is an amazingly long stretch. And it sounds a little bit like that's what you're saying your mom needs to do.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a nice way to think about it.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, thank you for that. You met my mom, right?
I met your mom. Yeah. Your house, her house, I guess it's not your house. Her house really reminded me of my mom's house. I think, did she have berries in like a crystal container on the table with saran wrap over it? That's how it is at my house too, always.
And then the other thing, do you have the footage? Do you have any audio from the Scarlet piece, the bed piece?
I do. I have the whole thing. And so this is a 3-minute long piece. And to set this up, I was doing a marathon as an art piece in a hotel room where
24 hours, right? Just like me.
I think it was 48, that one actually.
Oh, wow.
48 hours, people would come and take turns lying, sitting, sleeping in the hotel bed. And part of the marathon was I would quickly turn their audio into like a little short piece. And so I apologize. Some of the quality of this is not great, but it's 3 minutes. You came with your daughter, Scarlett, who at that time I think was 6. Okay.
She had just a great time. She loved it so much. I'm so fond of it because of how much she loved it.
Oh, and I have the picture, but I guess I'm not a host, so I can't share it. I'll just play it.
Kaveh, do you pick favorites among your children?
I try not to. Scarlett,
What?
do I pick favorites among my children?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Hmm?
So, who's my favorite?
Me.
No, I love you about the same.
Not true.
I do.
Scarlett, do you think that you need to believe that your dad loves you more?
Yeah.
Why?
Because then I get loved. Then I feel loved.
You don't feel loved if he loves you and your brother the same?
Hmm.
No?
I said no. Because if he doesn't like my brother, then he doesn't like me.
If he doesn't like your brother. Wait, what?
If I love them the same and I don't love him, then I don't love her either.
But don't you love him?
Of course.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No. Then why don't you give him attention?
Well, because there's someone named Scar who's an attention hog who's always trying to get all the attention.
All right, you need to be careful what you say to her. It's not her fault that you don't give him attention.
You think I don't give Becca enough attention?
No.
And you think I should give him more?
Yeah.
How am I going to do that?
By giving him more.
Okay, fine. What am I going to do to you when you want attention? Ignore you?
Say when Beckett is reading or something.
Then I'll give you attention when he's reading? Yeah. Otherwise, he gets attention first?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You don't mind that, Scarlett?
No.
Why? Because you just want him to feel loved too?
Mm-hmm.
Kaveh, this is an important revelation because he probably thinks this too.
Yeah, no, he does. So Scar, really? You don't mind giving Becca more attention?
No.
Okay, I'll start doing it.
I don't think Scarlett's going to get less just because you're giving him more.
Is that right, Scarlett?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I probably won't think it because I'm the one who said it.
Said what?
Said that. that you can give him more attention.
What about like when he's trying to say something to me and you interrupt him? And you're like, Dad, Dad, let me, Dad, Dad. And then you start like crying or something if I don't listen to you first. What about that?
Then you should. I don't know.
Should I let you cry?
No.
So how do I?
You should say when he's done talking, then you can.
Okay. Is there more?
No, I sort of just don't know what to say. Did anything change with Beckett after that?
I mean, the problem persists. I think that he feels less favorited. It was, you know, I remember when you sent that to me, I remember thinking like, oh, wasn't that good? But just hearing it now, I was like, wow, that was so good. It's weird. I didn't really like register for me the first time. Maybe because it just happened or something, you know? And I maybe had ideas about other things that had been said or something. But yeah, that was so moving.
Yeah, I have like this ongoing saga about having kids, but whenever I get scared of having kids, I go in my head, but what if I have a Scarlet? And I just like my whole like it's like I feel a blossoming in my chest at the thought of having a Scarlet.
Yeah. But you know, they change so fast and so often that, you know, like a zillion things have happened since then. But I think I have a really good relationship with both of them. You know, most of the time. You know, with Scarlett, it's just like rock solid. And with Beckett, it kind of like sometimes a little more fraught, but it's mostly really, really, really great. But it is hard, like, you know, I think it's a father-daughter thing too. You know, like she's the youngest, she's a girl. It's hard not to just have a different kind of like heart melting than, you know, with your son, who I adore and also melts my heart, but it's like a different quality of heart melting. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. What's the latest on your show? Are you doing the sequel?
Because for legal reasons, I might not be able to do a sequel. I think I told you this. Because my podcast, I'm signing a TV deal. And so that makes it, then podcast companies are like, wait, but you're giving the rights to a TV company. We want the rights because that's how they make their money, is like they're hoping that you'll make TV. But I just went to an artist retreat and I spent 10 days making something that feels like the beginning of a sequel. But I just don't know where I will be allowed to share it and how I could properly make it. Maybe it'll just have to be a down the line thing, but it did give me a lot of pleasure to spend those 10 days working on it.
Cool. And I just want to add, and we have to stop soon. But I'm really glad you moved into the neighborhood. And I was really excited that we could like see each other more often. And we don't see each other that often, even though you're just 3 blocks away. So
yeah, we did it first. Let's do it again. Yeah.
I'm just saying, let's try to take like a regular walk in the neighborhood.
I would love that.
Me too.
Okay.
Thanks, Sharon.
Well, I wish I could talk to all 111 people, but bye. Thank you.
I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try, 'cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try.
Hello?
It's fall again.
Anybody?
My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory
Hello?
is
Alex
going
here.
nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again.
Hey, Alex.
Mute. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay, great. You look marvelous.
Thank you. It's the tie.
It's the tie. It's also the glow on your cheeks, the vitality in your eyes. You look great.
Oh, thank you.
Now you're supposed to.
You look great too.
There you go. That's
Are
what
you
you're supposed to
are
do.
you in Mexico?
No, I'm in Pasadena. I'm poolside at a
Ooh.
hotel that I sneak into to swim.
Oh wow.
And yeah, but during COVID they tightened things up a little bit, so it's a little bit harder now. But I can still do it, I think.
Cool.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's nice to see you. Congratulations. I could already say that, right? You've already done it, everything you need to do. So how does that change? I don't want to interview you, but I have a question. How does that change your psychology? Because you must have prepared for this thinking you needed to get to the finish line, right?
Yeah.
And now you've gotten there. So how does that change your psyche?
Well, I'm
Or
more
does it?
relaxed. I'm more. I'm less
That's
uptight.
what
I'm less
that's what I
stressed.
guess I was responding to. Yeah. How
Yeah.
good you look.
Oh, thank you. But you know,
Maybe
we
you're
need more
supposed to-
money. We need more money.
supposed
So, yeah. Oh, you look good too.
Every time.
We need more money. So we did a stretch
Right.
goal, which is
Right. Okay. You texted me about that and you set it at 65K.
65 and change.
Okay. Great.
Because Kickstarter takes 10%, so we're trying to figure out how to get 50 and then also legal fees and then succeed. We
Okay.
added it up, yeah.
I trust you.
I'm you know, I'm 5 hours into this.
Okay.
So I'm a little punch drunk. And also I recently moved my screen higher because my neck was hurting. So I am not on my game.
Are you taking any drugs during this telethon?
No, nothing yet. Just water.
Nothing. Do you intend to?
Sparkling water. I'm sorry?
Do you intend to?
Try not to.
Oh, I'm a little surprised. I thought you'd like smoke weed or do something.
Maybe
No.
later. If I'm,
Okay.
if I'm, but I find like you know how I am when I get stoned.
Yeah, you get very charismatic and chatty and curious, but sometimes a little dark too. all things I enjoy about your personality.
No, lately I get kind of I can get quiet and
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good for a telethon.
No.
Those don't mix.
So I thought I would just tell the story of how we met.
Great.
And
I
just
like
sort
to.
of, yeah, story of our friendship or whatever you want to
Oh,
call
yeah, I would love to hear it.
it. Well, I want you to pitch in.
Okay.
But I'll start.
Okay.
I got a video. I think I got a video from you. You sent me a DVD. Of
We
the
met
whole story?
before. We met, and that's set up, and I asked for your email, which allowed me to do that email you're talking about.
Oh, where do we meet?
We met at Sam Neve's apartment in the Upper West Side.
No,
Do you know who that is?
This is yeah, I do. No, this is
That's where we
before that.
met.
No, years before that.
Well, this is already big. Already contesting the facts.
No, we met at Sam Neve's apartment. But
yeah, in person.
Yeah, in person. But I knew who you were because you had sent me a DVD of the whole story.
Okay, I thought that happened afterwards, but okay, I trust you.
And I hadn't watched it. And I felt guilty for not watching it.
Oh, right. I do remember this. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, I still have never watched it. But I thought I'd get a clip of it.
Oh, so that's the clip you got. Okay, great.
Yeah. So I'm gonna play a clip of this. And to do that, I'm gonna go to share screen, video, share. I'm sorry, this is a labyrinthine way of doing this, but I think I got it. Here it is, the whole story clip. Open. Can you see that?
Yeah, something's happening. Yeah, we gotta go.
Check, check. Okay, you got level. Brian, come out with me here. Fuck. Okay, here we go. Hi, Mr. Rush.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Alex. Hi, nice to meet you. Sorry about that. How's it going?
Gotta go.
So we couldn't think of a better place to start our whole story than with you as the tour guide of the lake and the hole.
Well, I'm just doing it to help people out that want to go out there.
Mhm.
And I'm no tour guide or nothing like that.
But we thought it'd be a great place to sort of begin the whole
Yeah.
story. And so we just got, I don't know how much you already know, we just got in late last night. So this
Yeah.
is all, so we just got here.
Well, I told them that it ain't open no more.
What's
There ain't
not
no
open?
open water.
What's not open?
The lake.
It's frozen over?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I told them when they called that it was froze over.
Oh, I didn't know. Who called? From where?
From channel 4. I don't know what that is.
No, that's not us.
So I like it. It reminds me of me, and reminds me. I understand why you would reach out to me, and also my ex-girlfriend. I think I told you this, Elia. She like loved this movie so much, and it made me really want to watch it, but I haven't yet.
Well, it's only been, I think I said it to you 18 years ago. So I've waited longer to watch stuff. So it's okay. Well, it's the movie I'm most proud of because I cared the most when I made it. And then I've noticed sort of in retrospect that I care a little bit less, which is a very terrible quality. It's not totally linear, like there's ups and downs, but I definitely cared the most when I was making that movie. And I guess that's why I don't cringe as much when I watch that one as the other ones. But you know what I think one of the reasons I loved your movies, the first movie of yours I saw was In the Bathtub of the World. A friend told me about it, and I immediately I really fell in love with your stuff, and then I devoured a bunch of other stuff, and then I reached out to you, and then when I saw you at Sam Neve's apartment, I really I was starstruck, and I fanboyed, and I was really kind of enraptured by the weird kind of things that you do. And in my own way, I wanted to mimic them as well. And I think I did that in some way in the whole story. Yeah.
But I think I really liked you when I met you at Sam Neve's, and then I think I watched Red Flag. I think I invited you to my class, right?
Yeah, came to your class.
Yeah, and I watched Red Flag, which I really loved. That was such a good idea, and you were so good in it. So I want to show a little bit of Red Flag as well. Here we go. Red Flag, open. There it is. And I'm going to play it.
Fuck!
Alex,
Yeah?
doing okay in there?
Hold on a sec.
Hey.
Hey. What's
I-
up?
Oh, I don't know. Are you okay? I
Yeah.
heard some racket, some yelling in there.
Oh yeah, I was making some phone calls, calling my buddies.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I was making was it too loud?
Well, no. I'm just worried about you. Going through a rough time, right?
Dustin DeFay, how good is he?
I know. He's so good.
He's so good. We agree on that point. Yeah, he's really great in your show.
He is great in the show. And you were great in the show too. But I think I was just really impressed by your acting because most people, they overdo acting and you don't, and Dustin doesn't either. But it's really rare. And you're so precise and you're so subtle and you do it all in this very understated way that I really love. And the more I work with you, the more impressed I was by your skills as an actor. So
That's really sweet of you to say. I appreciate it. Well, the type of stuff I'm cast in is almost always, and at the beginning always was, grounded. It was contemporary dramas and comedies. I wasn't acting in sci-fi. I wasn't acting in period pieces or anything like that. So I thought the goal was to depict reality as accurately as possible. And people generally act in ways that are pretty subdued and subtle in the real world. So that to me sort of made sense. I didn't start acting in anything until I was 30, but when I started, I felt like that was the kind of the mission, at least for the movies that I was acting in, and still projects I largely do. They were kind of tethered to reality, the world that we live in. So
The
to
one
me, that's
performance,
just makes sense.
the one performance of yours I did not love was the Coen Brothers one.
Hell, I did too, the Inside Llewyn Davis,
Inside
where I
Llewyn
had
Davis.
glasses.
Yeah. I felt like you were overdoing it there. I didn't blame you. I blamed them. But like I didn't like that like I love the part of you that doesn't do that, and they make you do this thing that isn't like what you do so well.
But I don't think you, to defend myself, I don't think what I do normally would work in a Coen Brothers movie. I don't think they want grounded realism. I think they want a Coen Brothers movie, which is different. It's heightened. It's a divorce from reality just slightly. So I think it'd be, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I feel like no one's like playing a really grounded tone in their movies.
You're right.
At least in their comedies. Yeah.
I mean, like, I guess I like their films better when they're a little more understated. Like, I don't know. I think like Fargo. Maybe it's
The movie.
Yeah, maybe it's a little more grounded in reality or something. At least in the acting.
You didn't like Fargo. The movie.
I did like Fargo. I like Fargo.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay.
More than say, I don't know. I like all their movies pretty much.
But Fargo, yeah.
I didn't love the one about the hula hoop.
Hudsucker Proxy.
Yeah, like that was a little too big for me. But I love the script so much. Like I read that script before I got made, and I was like, this is the best script I've ever read. And then I saw the movie, and I was like, what? What did they do with this? They just completely fucked it up. But that said, I really do love their movies. I loved that True Grit one.
Mm-hmm.
I loved the one Caesar, Hail Caesar.
Mm-hmm.
That was sublime.
Mm-hmm.
I really love that one. It was.
I'm in that one. Do you know that?
I don't remember.
I could tell. It's a very small role, but I'll take pride in being in any Coen Brothers thing, anything. George Clooney gets kidnapped and by a bunch of blacklisted communist writers, and there's a photographer there documenting it, and I'm the photographer documenting it, who has subtle ties to the KGB. At least that's how they explained it to me. Yeah, but I like that movie too.
Yeah, I was very moved by it. It was like, to me, it was like a beautiful way to talk about religion and Christianity. You know, like I really admired its theological dimension quite a bit.
Yeah, agreed.
But so I saw Red Flag, and then we started collaborating on that show, right? We were going to do the show together with Daisy Chain, right?
Mm-hmm, totally.
And we like came up with a written proposal for Daisy Chain. And did we shop it around? We shopped it around, right?
Yeah, gently shopped it around. Yes. No one seemed into it at all. That's my recollection.
Yeah, nobody was into it at all. And then I got money to do the show at the show, and then you just end up acting in that. And then you moved to LA pretty soon after that, I think.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah.
And I didn't see you so much after that.
No. Yeah.
You kindly offered to let me stay at your apartment when I'm in town, and I was excited at the thought of doing that.
In LA, I did that.
Yeah.
That's strange of me. I would never do that now.
Really?
I just in general, I would not do it to anyone. But I must have been in a different phase of my life.
I missed.
You should have exploited it. Yeah.
I know, but my mom lives in LA, so it's kind of.
And you're from LA-ish.
Yeah, I'm from LA, but so
LA,
like it would be offensive to go to LA and stay with you. But I wanted to, and then then we did that Getting Stoned episode. Was the Getting Stoned episode was before the show about the show, right? Yeah, because it's in it as an archive thing.
And I was the first. Was I the first person to do it?
You were.
I take great pride in being the first of 2 of your projects, and the reason why I was particularly excited to get high with you is because of Tripping with Kaveh, which I saw when I was devouring all your stuff. Tripping with Kaveh was in there, and that thing blew me away. I thought that was so funny and so dark, and a beautiful journey for one person into heaven and another person into hell. It seemed like that. I was just transfixed by that movie. So for you to kind of reboot it in some even indirect way, and me to not only be in it but be the first person, I thought that was pretty cool. I still do.
I still think it's the best episode. Everyone says that's the best one. I don't think we ever surpassed that one.
You don't really think that way. You're just
I
being
don't?
nice. You're just being
No.
a charming tuxedoed host.
No, it's the one that I think is the most popular.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm very fond of the Alex Ross Perry episode. Have you seen that one?
No, I haven't. Did he get high?
He does not get high. And it's quite I really made him squirm. I totally went internal and I gave him nothing. And it's just like amazing to watch.
Okay.
It was a very different kind of conversation, but that one is pretty good too, I think. But yours is the favorite, the majority favorite.
Oh, that's nice to hear. But you got high in every one of them, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
that's the premise.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if you're trying to make your guests comfortable by not getting high, but that doesn't sound like you.
No.
Yeah, you wouldn't just get high. You'd get annihilated. You would.
I guess
Is it,
as
I don't
high
know
as
if
I
this
could
is,
get, yeah.
well, I don't remember if this is in the episode or not, but we talked about it at some point around then. You're like, I asked you, how do you know when because you kept taking pulls off your vaporizer machine, whatever that was. And I was like, Jesus, Kaveh, like how do you know when to stop? How do you know when you're there? And you basically said, when the idea of the vaporizer in the world like evaporates, then I know that I've gotten high enough. You said something like that, which I think about often when I get high, or when I'm trying to gauge how high I need to get. Anyway, it was really fun doing that with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe play a clip from it.
Oh, cool. Okay.
You see that?
Fatal? He had Alzheimer's. He wasn't like dying.
Really?
Well, it's not like a nerve disease or a
Yeah, but
lung
he's still
disease.
dying.
We're all dying. It's
Yeah.
just like I'm probably dying with a form of herpes.
You are?
Maybe, just hypothetically. Don't we all? Isn't there like a herpes we all have? Is there like the people's herpes? There is. We're all dying with a certain type of bacteria that I don't know the name for, and I shouldn't have used the word herpes. That was misguided, embarrassing, and offensive. But there's 50 bacteria in our stomach. We're all living with them. We're all dying with those things. We're all vessels to death. Like Alzheimer's and this caveman. Yes, he's dying, but so is she. With herpes. I'm too high to talk about it. But what I wanted to say before I got to the caveman was about sundowning. Remember sundowning?
Yeah, what is that again?
My understanding of it is it's when you have Alzheimer's, there's like a sect of that.
I'm gonna stop it. But just wanted to play a little bit of that.
I got so high. Clearly.
I got so high.
It's weird to see. I never see myself high. It's weird to see it high, and also 10 years ago or whatever it was. It's weird.
You look the same.
Thank you.
You're
So do you.
welcome. And so then we just were like you're also a really bad correspondent.
I do. I know. It's a real problem of mine. I should probably do some weekend boot camp workshop because I know it about myself and I still can't correct it.
Yeah, so I would email you, you wouldn't email me back, and
Terrible.
call you, wouldn't call me back. So
Awful.
it's hard to maintain a deep friendship, but it was really nice to see you in LA when I was there shooting the next episode of the Kickstarter season.
Yep.
Which I haven't finished yet. I was hoping to finish it by today, but I failed because of this Kickstarter thing took all my
You have a
time.
good excuse. Yep.
But I'm excited that you're back in, and I still want to reenact a few moments from that. Is that possible?
All of this was a elaborate ruse. Wow, you are good. You are good. Just out of respect of the game, then I have to say yes. Of course.
Cool. But you're back in LA for a little while?
Yeah, I like it here. I think I'm going to be here indefinitely.
Cool. So I'll set up a shoot in the next couple of weeks, and we'll get those shots.
Okay. What kind of shots you want to kind of give a preview to your listeners? What you're kind of looking for, or hoping to accomplish through my presence in it?
Well, I think I talk about two things. One is, well, there's a whole idea to get you to be to auction you off as a date to raise money for the Kickstarter.
And I can tell you now, no, still no,
Right.
hard no,
Still no,
hard
right,
no.
right. No, but you don't have to do it. But
Okay.
just that conversation about it, and then you were sort of trying to get your friend to give me some money, and you were being like trying to be helpful, but like and embarrassed me, and I kind of felt like, what's that fine line between pushing and not pushing? And
Mhm.
I don't mind you pushing, but I didn't want to be implicated in the pushing,
Mhm.
So I kind of talk about that dilemma.
Oh,
with
that
it.
sounds like okay, that sounds interesting.
And Tom Krell did the same thing. Remember, he like sent a video to this guy Marcus saying you should give Kaveh like $2.5 to $10,000, and he just filmed me, and I was like, why are you making it seem like this is my doing? Like I felt like so that the difficulty of asking and how that can like put people off or on the spot in a way that's unpleasant. I wanted to explore that a little bit, and then also I think you said something about my girlfriend's acting that then she felt like you were criticizing it, and then we had like a big fight about it, and I told her you weren't criticizing it, but she thought you were, and
She thought I was. She thought that I criticized her with that statement. With
Yes.
what exactly?
I think you said, is that really your girlfriend? And I said, yeah. And you said,
It's
I
de- it
couldn't
wa-
tell. I couldn't tell
Def-
from the acting if she really was your girlfriend or if she was an actress playing your girlfriend.
It was. Could I just say?
Sure.
It definitely was not an insult.
I know.
Okay, I'm glad you know.
I know.
Tell her that.
And it wasn't an insult.
Oh, she's there, and it wasn't an insult. I'm awkward.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't. So she thought that you, yeah. she
Okay,
thought-
well, that was a misunderstanding.
I know. I knew that. I told you. Okay.
I'm glad you know that.
I know that. I was there. I could tell the energy. Anything you want to say or ask or anything?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I'm the interviewee. You ask me whatever you want to talk about. It was really fun to kind of see you shoot in LA a month ago, because I haven't seen you like do your. I like the way that you direct stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I do, because what do I like about it? How would I? You are very you don't really care that much about you don't wear kid gloves, and I think some people are immediately like it doesn't work for some people. I know there's another director in Texas that does this too, that I think we both know, but you actually well, he does too actually. What I like the fact that you're very direct, you're very succinct, and you don't wear kid gloves, and you know exactly what you want. And if someone isn't giving you what you want, you tell it in a way that they either get it in 30 seconds, or you know that they won't get it in 30 seconds, and then you pivot, and you're very agile. I think it's because you shoot very low budget that you're allowed to be agile, and you know all this, so you're able to very quickly kind of steer a course for you that's you have an idea what you want, but you're also very nimble if you can't get what you want to kind of find another way at it. I know that's a very long explanation, but that's how I like seeing you direct.
Well, thank you. That's so sweet. I always feel like I'm a bad director because I'm so harsh with the actors, and I don't wear kid gloves, and a lot of people hate that.
Yeah, I understand. I think a part of me, I don't know if anyone could talk as briskly as you talk to me. I think in some cases I too would be offended, but because I think I like you and I like your movies so much, and your movies turn out well, that I'm like, okay, well, let's just don't be so insecure and vulnerable that you start, poopy pantsing the rest of the day. Try to go with it, trust it or whatever. But not that's not always the case.
Somebody has a question for you. What was the question?
Does Alex have what's his weirdest Woody Allen story?
What's your weirdest Woody Allen story?
I don't have any.
He doesn't have a Woody Allen story.
Indica or sativa, Alex?
Indica or sativa?
Definitely sativa.
Yeah, me too. Anything else? No, okay. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Oh, okay, one more thing. I think you're really, really talented And I worry about you in LA getting swallowed by the system and having your, singularity, polished into something that's palatable. I'm a little worried about you. I don't know what I can say about it except just that, because I value your singularity, and I worry that, you know how LA is.
Well, are you saying that based kind of as a general statement, based on sort of people who moved to LA, whatever, or are you saying it based on specific things that I've said or specific projects that I've completed recently that you say that?
Well, I guess I'm just saying because, like, from my perspective, like, you disappeared into like development hell or something, or just like that whole game of trying to make it in that system. And I haven't just seen Alex stuff in 5 years, really. I mean, I've seen a little bit of stuff, but maybe I just haven't seen it. But I'm worried that it's like, I'm worried that I want you to be creatively fulfilled and productive and prolific. And I'm worried that your attempts to sort of like work with the system, that can slow you down, obviously. And
Yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. And I'm worried a little bit too, but I'm also worried about being, about struggling my whole life and struggling in New York or struggling on the East Coast where I'm from, and like having to really like hustle and schlep and be in a state of discomfort of some sort. That's also a worry for me. So I guess based on my baseline anxiety on a given day, it's where I choose to put my worries. But I totally understand your worry. And at night, when I wake up in the middle of the night to urinate and my defenses are down and my fears are allowed to trickle in, that's the fear. It's like, what are you doing out here? You're getting, you're becoming a corporate eunuch and you're not doing the thing that I think you should be doing. So I know what you mean, but I also, it's textured. There's a few sides to it for me.
well, New York always will have its arms open for you, Alex. If you ever want to come
Wow,
back.
you're talking like the mayor of New York, the cultural mayor of New York.
I'm being told I have to end this conversation now.
Okay, that was really fun. Thank you very much.
I'll be talking to you soon.
Okay, buddy. Good
See you
luck.
next
Bye-bye.
episode. Okay, bye.
Okay.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again.
Hey, is Katya there?
I'm here. Hello.
Hey, Katya, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm a little tired and a little stressed, I guess. And I really want to just take a bath. So
That sounds fun.
right. So I think I'm gonna go take a bath, and I'll let
Okay.
you guys talk about me and the show.
Okay. I feel like we got gypped at a kave time.
Well, I don't have to take a bath if you want me to stay.
No, you live your truth.
Okay, I'm gonna take a bath. So just do a thing like you guys do.
All right, let's do it.
Nicole,
Yeah, that's fine.
you want to take this chair?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, switch. It's here. I'm gonna take a bath. We're back in half an hour.
Hey, so
Hey, girl.
Hey girl. So there is a microphone here, so maybe this can just be our next episode, since
Okay.
we've proven.
Do you want to
it
talk
can
about
work for anyone.
should we talk about evangelical Christian sexuality, or I don't want to blow up our spot for future episodes?
Yeah, I mean, we could do an episode about the show.
Sure. I mean, I don't know what I'd say.
How much of it did you watch?
I'm missing the last 2 episodes. Mark really liked it, and he went ahead and finished it without me while I was sleeping.
Did he tell you what happens?
No.
Well, they break up, obviously. That's not like a spoiler, right? And like the last scene, I think, of what's released is Peter has this idea that he's going to repair the relationship by showing Kaveh the video of his wedding to Mandy. So it's like
Okay.
them like sitting reading like Joe Brainerd style I Remembers about each other.
Okay.
And like everyone starts crying and stuff, and it's like very touching. And then so Peter's like filming them watching it. I don't know. Anyway, he destroys the tape of the wedding, then he like destroys the footage of them watching it, I think is how the series ends, or the season ends.
That's very sad.
Yeah. What part did you get up to?
I don't remember. Sorry, I got distracted by Shlomo saying that my lighting is working very hard.
What does people have to say?
People are so mean. What is it working very hard to do, Shlomo?
Is this like a direct message to you?
Who knows? Anyway.
I guess, have you watched enough that we should talk about it, or we can talk about evangelical Christians? Are people logging off of the telethon? Is anyone even listening to this? Like, for
No, people are there's 110 participants. People are listening to it.
That's a good question. What are they?
First, Anonymous asked, what do you think about
The Pet Shop Boys? I love the Pet Shop Boys. What do you-
I love the Pet Shop Boys too.
Who's that?
Yeah, always on my mind is my favorite song.
That is your favorite song.
You want to hear a really sad story?
Yeah.
I mean, this is sad for multiple reasons, but Turi showed up to my wedding. I don't know, like 2 hours.
You'll give away the, yeah.
Yeah, Turi, our friend who like died very tragically, he showed up to my wedding like 2.5 hours late or something, and he was like high out of his mind, and he walked into Always on My Mind, and like the memory of him that it will like always be in my head is him like just dancing like a maniac, like no one else was dancing because he was so late. So Always on My Mind.
One of my last memories of Turi is like going to Gramps with him and my brother and this like really fat chick that my brother was, I think, getting blowjobs from because he was in love with her cousin, and this was like a way to keep spending time with her, even though the cousin, you know, actually who all these people are, was engaged to someone he would occasionally call a soy boy. Anyway, so we all go into Gramps, and then my brother just like ignores the fat girl entirely and just like dances with Churi. And this was the summer that like twerking became popular. And Churi and my brother, they both just like ripped their pants and like kept dancing, like all of the girls just watching them from the sidelines. Anyway, he
Should probably talk about the show, right?
Yeah. We gotta talk about the show. This is a disaster.
I don't think it's a disaster.
Wait. I think we have some questions.
So the second question is, can you tell us what the
Well, the Anti-Woke Film Festival, as Jean Baudrillard said, does not exist. The Anti-Woke Film Festival is actually the New People's Cinema Club Festival. And it's not really anti-woke like at all. If anything, the problem is that it's not anti-woke enough. And it's later in October. We haven't formally announced the lineup, so I probably shouldn't do that live. But anyone who wants to know can DM me and I'll tell them everything. And that's a promise.
The third question is, can you talk about the Believer article and why it seems like they wrote that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, well, it probably seems like, I wonder if it seems like we broke up because it seems like such a horrible, like, proposition, or whether it was more the content of the article. I mean, I guess why I loved Kaveh Zahedi is sort of a, like, I no longer love him title. But the sort of, like, issue that I had was that if I said, like, why I love Kaveh Zahedi, then it's just, like, some like lame ass like I'm recommending an indie filmmaker article, and I couldn't think of like an actually good title. And Kaveh encouraged me to do the past tense because he thought that it was more dramatic. And then I guess I do talk in the article about like the point where I like suddenly like turned on him and like filmed everything in the apartment, so I was like never gonna come back. But then I think I added like, but I came back, but that didn't do the heavy lifting. And then I guess I have that thing at the end where I say that like the first thing I said to him was that he was undateable. And I originally had a line that was, but I dated him anyway, which in retrospect wouldn't have really solved this issue. It probably, I don't know. Michael Pollan said that the article seemed fictional as well as overly long and messy. So Katya, why do you think it seems like Kaveh and I broke up in that article?
I mean, it seemed like like you were unpacking the relationship.
Yeah, which I guess people don't.
It seems like a post-mortem.
Well, here's the thing: is like the concept here was that like Kaveh does this thing on the show where he like basically does a post-mortem of his marriage with Mandy while still being like married to Mandy. And he does it publicly, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? And like their marriage like falls apart, because that's like not a thing that you can do, to like acknowledge the flaws in a relationship while you're actually in it. You have to like pretend that everything is absolutely perfect, and then you guys break up and you trash the person and act like they're a complete piece of shit like into eternity. But like virtually everyone, or at least this is what like female friendship generally like devolves into when people are in relationships, is like generally women are unhappy in relationships and they're like constantly bitching about their boyfriend to everyone, but they never do it in public, and to their boyfriend they maintain the appearance of happiness. So I thought that like, you know, Kaveh fans or whatever would understand the like the meta gesture here, which is that I was like doing the thing that Kaveh did to Mandy to Kaveh by like acknowledging his flaws while still being with him. But actually everyone that, I think men that know him generally reacted well to the article, and his little lady friends were like, what the fuck is wrong with this girl? Showing their lack of understanding of conceptual art. Any other questions, or can we get back to the conversation?
You know, there's quite a few.
Are there really questions? Can you see them?
Yeah, I can see that. I know that the instructions were not to look at the chat or the Q&A, but there's a troll who might be Davey Boy. Now that you know.
Log on.
Oh, so Davey, please, you know, Davey, we could talk Davey, look, here's the thing. I'm not a racist, right? Like I'm sorry I retweeted Radifem Hitler once. Let's get on with the show.
I don't even know if she's racist.
I don't think she is.
It's just a good name.
It is. It's hilarious. I think, isn't that like one of the tenets of internet culture, that if you throw the word Hitler in anything, it's instantly funny?
Yeah, like default Hitler, your screen name. Yeah, Davey sent me like an angry Twitter message about how we had scheduled our session for like 2:30 British time or something like that, or like 3:30 British time. And I think I instinctively responded, if you really love us, you'll log on. So he can kind of show himself if he wants.
I think he should apologize to us.
Do you want to say who Davey is?
Yeah, Davey is
good.
I mean, should I tweet the link? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Or did you tweet the link? Should I just retweet you?
Davey is our online harasser.
Yeah.
But it turns out that he only hates Katya. He doesn't hate me.
Because he thinks me, the visibly Jewish one, is the neo-Nazi. It's really unfair.
Yeah, it's weird that he thinks you're the racist one.
Not the Aryan broad, but
so anyway, but can you, now that Kave's in the tub and certainly never going to get around to actually watching this recording, do you think the show is fucked up?
No, I actually really like the show. Oh, by the way, someone asked what was up with my chair. I'm in Austin, Texas right now, and I'm in a swing.
And that's what all the chairs are like down in Austin.
This is what all the chairs in Texas are. It's so like abortion is illegal, but these chairs actually. Anyway. No, I really like the show. Like when I first started watching it, I cram watched the show for the last Kaveh episode of our podcast, which someone also asked about.
Yeah.
And I wasn't expecting to dislike it, but I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did. And I showed it to my boyfriend, who loved it also. I mean, I think Kaveh is like a very funny, insightful filmmaker. I mean, I love comedy, right? Like I think he's hilarious. The show is hilarious. And it's very watchable, and it's very like, I mean, it fits what I want in a program.
My rabbi called it commercial.
There's nothing wrong with that though, right?
Well, he said like, you really need to find like a nice Jewish boy. Like this is like, and then he started reading to me from a book on codependent relationships for business people.
What?
Like all this like I can't get enough of this guy. All of his like psychology books are those like 90s ones where it's like for business. Like maybe he like picked these off of the sidewalk or something in Brooklyn.
I kind of like that you've started seeing a rabbi, and I've started going to church. I think it complements each other nicely.
I think it's nice. What do you go evening song, or what do you do?
No, I mean I go on Sundays and I cry.
Mm-hmm. About what?
Feeling guilty about my life.
What's the worst thing that you've done recently? To me,
are you serious?
Anything you want to apologize for?
Have I done something mean to you?
No, I'm trying to do what Kaveh would do and try to make you cry on air.
I'm sure you could. I mean, I made myself cry talking about Turi, so.
Yeah.
I have an off-screen friend. Should I bring the friend on?
Yeah, that'll save this sinking ship for sure.
I don't think it's a sinking ship. Friend is also like manically saying no, making all sorts of weird gestures.
I thought your friend said that she wouldn't see you after you flew to Texas.
I was being dramatic.
Oh. Okay, so about the show, so Kaveh was planning on asking you about how you used to at least vigorously encourage me to break up with him, and see like where you were with that.
I mean, look, he's missing some context here. Like I had never met Kaveh. Like I knew Kaveh through the lens of like someone who was like really, I had never even seen his work. I just knew he was like this man who's hurting my friend's feelings. So.
But you still have some issues with him.
I mean, look, I have some. My problem is with anyone who's unhappy in their current arrangement, right?
Yeah.
I'm not my like advice isn't break up with Kaveh. It's like do what you think would make you feel, the most secure. And
What do you think would make me happier?
I mean, I can't be that's it's not my place to make this kind of prescriptions.
You suggested church yesterday, and I wondered.
Did I?
If you still thought that was.
Wait, did I actually suggest it, or was I like cleaning up my home and?
I don't know. You just sent me a manic text message.
What did I really? What did I say?
You said that I should start going to church. It's something that you've started doing, and like you go there and you cry in the dark, and you feel really good on the other side of it.
I mean, I don't think I framed it that. I do think that like having some time each week to like think about like a given like issue or topic, and like no screens, and you're seeing the same faces over and over again. There's something kind of comforting about that. You're in a beautiful place.
Do you go to a Catholic church?
Yeah, I do.
Think you're gonna convert?
I mean, the secret, of course, is that I wouldn't need to convert because I'm already actually a confirmed Catholic.
I didn't know that.
Not many people. I keep it on the DL.
I didn't know you got confirmed.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I had
Do
a
you worry about how Kaveh is gonna portray me on the show?
I have this weird suspicion that you might not be on the show, which is bizarre.
Yeah, I kind of have that suspicion too. I think I might not be important enough to be on it.
I think you're important enough.
Yeah, but I think that he maybe doesn't want the A story to be his relationship again. I mean,
That's fair.
If two relationships fall apart on camera, he might have to reluctantly recognize that the problem maybe him.
Someone says, "Are you kidding? You're definitely on the show."
I don't know. He told me that I'm not important enough to be on the show.
I don't know what to say to this girl. I don't want to accidentally like stoke any.
I feel put on the spot here. We didn't really prepare for this. We thought it was going to be with Kaveh, and now we have the burden of like keeping people who are like, they must really be like fans of him to like log on to this event, and now they're like, there's no Kaveh here.
I mean, I think we're great conversationalists. We have good chemistry. We could talk about whatever we want.
Do you think we have a similar like product market fit to him?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about evangelical Christians then. I mean, we do need to figure out something to talk about soon.
Yeah.
I feel like when I was like 12, I was like constantly hearing about promise rings and like purity ceremonies and stuff, and you never hear about those anymore.
Well, I feel like it was one of these. It was the left contrast to sort of like the Muslim panic was like the evangelical panic. I mean, it just seemed like they're just like constantly on the news, and then it turned into people were like very afraid of like folks getting like radicalized and joining ISIS.
Mm-hmm.
And then somehow this has been like kind of subsumed by like the white nationalist domestic terrorist threat.
But I wonder why, like at the same time that there's, I guess possibly so there was like after 9/11, there was like the anti-Muslim wave, and at the same time like the left was like the Michael Moore left was like, well, we're gonna make fun of like evangelical Christians, like making fun of radical like Islam. But I feel like when ISIS became like a big deal, was there as much of an anti-Christian like reaction at that time?
I think it must have fallen away a little bit. It was more, I think it was more focused on, so gay marriage had already become legal, so what were people focusing on? I think it maybe like abortion specific and sexuality specific, whereas before it was this all consuming sort of like, there's always this image of like Pentecostal Christians speaking in tongues as though that represented like your average mainline Protestant, which is like very strange.
No, that's true. And then like I feel like the image, like the anti-Christian image of Christians now, I guess, is basically like conflated with the like white nationalist thing.
Yeah, I mean I think so too.
like I guess like in the Bush years, like no one really accused the Republican Party of being like Nazis regularly. Like,
it's really interesting. I was thinking about American History X, and then I ended up rewatching it. And I was like, for all this talk about Nazis, I really haven't seen. The last time I saw a neo-Nazi was one of my neighbors had recently been released from prison, and he must have joined like Aryan Nations or something and had a pretty scary tattoo.
yeah, but I feel like it doesn't count if you were in prison.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the point is like the only time we probably did have actual neo-Nazis was when no one was accusing. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, but I wonder like what happened. I mean, I don't know that there are no neo-Nazis, but it does seem like I've not really met any. I've met like, I guess, sort of like neo-Nazis in Europe, but like I feel like in America, I've never met anyone that cared about the Jewish problem.
I mean, look, I think people definitely are anti-Semitic, like Shlomo in the chat, for example. By the way, Davey,
Shlomo here?
Yeah, I mean, it's really late in Scotland. You should get to bed, baby. Anyway, so, like, look, racists are totally real. But like someone who like really is like subscribing to the, neo-Nazi ideology, it seems like rare or fringe, right? What's so weird related to this? How did Which Way Western Man become like a meme mainstream enough that like the Kellogg's Twitter account is tweeting it or whatever? That is, speaking of neo-Nazis.
That's so weird. Well, I feel like these like, it's like a thing with these like food brands to hire like 19-year-olds like to do their social media.
You know who we could blame, or where that trend started of like the snarky brand on Tumblr?
It did?
Yeah, with Denny's. And then because I worked in advertising like a few years later, and everyone wanted to recapture that. It was just the dumbest thing.
Denny started that stuff on Tumblr?
Mm-hmm.
It's so depressing.
It because and then like I became a bit like when you were hiring people for ad agencies or marketing roles, you asked, well, who's your favorite brand? If they said Denny's or Wendy's, you knew not to hire them.
It's funny how like Netflix on their like Twitter, they do like the snarky brand sometimes. They did something like the person who watched, like the Grinch ruined Christmas or whatever, like 979 times in a row, like what happened to you and like how can we help? And at the same time, I think like at that point Netflix was still like very staunchly refusing to share like streaming data with like filmmakers by saying that they didn't collect that data.
So messed up.
Yeah. Netflix in their SEC filing says that they're like what they do as a corporation is capture moments, and I love that.
I like that.
I hate it. Can you imagine the person that wrote this? Like the lawyer who had like done like a communications degree in undergrad that wrote that. I guess we have 4 minutes or something, which I guess means that we should, if there's one more interesting question, take it. But are there any interesting questions?
I don't think so. I mean,
Are they coming back?
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back, Kaveh.
I do. Hey, Katya.
Hey.
I don't know what you guys talked about.
Nothing.
I took a walk, which was great, and then a bath.
Oh yeah.
And I ate food. My glasses got it. You got it? Cool. But I just want to say the history of this. So me and Ann started going out. Katya and Ann were like best friends. Katya was a little disapproving a little bit of Ann going out with me, and I was a little bit annoyed that she was disapproving. But then we met, and I think we got along pretty well. And I think I understood you a lot better, and vice versa, I think. And now I think we're good.
I think we're good. Yeah. Kaveh, do you think we could ever be friends?
Of course.
One day.
But I appreciate. I mean, I don't blame you for saying what you say. But I appreciate that you're like, you're there for Anne, which is your main, reason. So I understand. I understand you looking out for her and being protective. So I just wanted to say that. I don't know what happened. What was this good or is this?
No.
I thought it was fun. I had fun doing it.
I like talking to Katya, but I don't think that your fans like were very. It was?
Um,
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
anything we should say before we
We
close
should
this?
we should describe the podcast, the lost podcast recording.
Oh yeah,
Oh
So-
yeah. Jeez, yeah.
I'll do it. So we did an episode of the podcast, which became a fight between me and Anne mostly.
No, it was between you. Well, it was
Well,
between you
first it
and
was me and you for a long
Yeah.
time. And then Katya said something that I thought was nice, and then you got offended by it, and then
Okay, there's no color here. Okay, Katya said Kaveh, I think Kaveh's a nice person, and I'm like, well, that's ridiculous. So I say to her something like, do you think I'm a kind person? And she's like, no, I don't think you're a kind person, but I think Kaveh is a kind person.
It was like 1 a.m.
I lose it. Like we're both drunk. Katya's just like, what the fuck, Anne? You're so sensitive. You asked me, and like he gets really mad at me.
Okay.
She storms away. I start crying.
she's sobbing, and we're both trying to calm her down. It was like incredible. It was like I really thought it was like
And
just
I'm saying
magic.
like, you don't need to apologize. I really am a piece of shit.
You know. But I think you guys should release it because I thought it was so good.
Well, that's what you said, and then Katya and I turned to you and we're like, what the fuck, Kaveh? Like, it's really hurt. And then you stopped the recording.
Anyway.
We can make an NFT of it, and if whoever wants to pay Ethereum to listen to it.
You can make like $1,000 tier of the Patreon where you get to listen to that one.
$25,000 a month for the rest of your life.
And you get to listen to the uncut version of that. Every time someone cries, we'll put a note in the summary.
But we have to stop. Our time is up.
Mhm.
But I just want to say thank you, Katya, for coming. Sorry, I
Left?
flagged during this time zone, but I think because there was two of you, it was like you could do it without me. So thank you
Sure.
for letting me eat and bathe and walk.
Well, good luck and goodbye.
Katya, bye.
Goodbye.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again.
Hey, Ben.
Hey, mate, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Doing good. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you got to be feeling pretty good about this after your toing and froing with Kickstarter and all that.
I do feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are we on? Is this happening?
Yeah, we're on. We're on.
Oh, wow.
live. and I just thought I would talk a little bit about how we met and just
Yeah.
and stuff. So you want to start? Do you want me to start? It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you
for sure.
discovered me. Well, no, I discovered you first.
Oh.
But I'll start. So
Yeah.
when I was, I don't know.
My dog just got it desexed, by the way. That's why he's got this thing. on his head.
Oh,
Yeah.
poor thing.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Girl or boy?
Boy.
Hmm.
It's
Castrated?
emotional. Yeah, it's emotional.
Yeah. One problem we don't have. But yeah, so I discovered your music when like that first album came out, and I got it, and I really liked it. And so you were just like always on my radar as that guy Ben Lee. And then one day you posted something on social media, and I was like, could that be the same Ben Lee? And I looked it up, and it was like, oh, that's the same Ben Lee. Oh my God! I was really like excited that you had seen my stuff and liked it. And then I reached out back, and then we started talking. Then I was in LA, and you're like, we should meet, and we met. But you tell your version.
Yeah, well, I'm used to hang out with Harmony Korean like years ago, back like we met just after kids. So he's someone that, and we'd like written songs together and used to hang out as like lunatics in our early 20s. So he's someone I always respected his mind and obviously his filmmaking. But I remember when I was 19, I asked him to write me a list of movies to see, because I was like I was way more music literate than film literate. So when I met someone who was like really cinema literate, I'd get them to write me a list and I'd go watch everything. And I remember he wrote me this list that was like Pichot, King of Comedy, whatever his top 5 movies, they were really great. And so he's someone I've always trusted in the sense of curating culture. And even though he's a little sort of oblique or something, like as a human being, and you kind of go, where is the guy in this whole thing? I always respected his artistic impulses and his mind and everything. So I first discovered you when you and Harmony did a thing on Talkhouse, a podcast, because I've done those before, and I love that type of dialogue that's between artists, and I love that they give a platform to it. And what was so cool about hearing you and Harmony talk was that like you were one of the first people who I heard talking to him in a way that I fully identified with, in the sense that both venerating his talent and also being like extremely frustrated with his unwillingness to dialogue about it in any real sense. And so what attracted me to you was really just your mind as someone that thinks about art and thinks about cinema. And from there, I went back and I can't remember what I watched first, but I looked something up, and I just probably spent over a month, watched everything I could find, and was just loved what you do, and felt a real kinship in that you're, I think you're cool, but your coolness comes from your vulnerability. And those are the kind of artists that I always resonated with. So yeah, I was just sort of an instant fan.
What other artists would you describe as that?
That's a good question. I think probably, as much as I love Bob Dylan, I would say someone like Leonard Cohen is more, he actually like was clumsier with his career in a way that I actually really respond to. I like clumsiness. I find the perfectly curated career to be a little bit infuriating because it's hard to find the human entry point. But one of the things that I remember when we connected in LA, we were talking about how I see art as sort of like, it's weird because as an artist, I feel like my best self is in my work, but I also feel that my work is like an introduction to my psyche. And actually the real artistry is in the way I think as a human being. That's my real artistry, as most artists. So for me, when I like someone's work, meeting them and actually connecting human to human is where I get, that's the biggest privilege of having any type of notoriety, that you get to go on a bit of a like journey and talk together, you know.
Yeah, I'm reading a Leonard Cohen book right now, which I'm loving so much. It's called The Book of Longing, I think.
I love that book.
It's so beautiful.
Ah, it's so amazing. And his whole push and pull with like sensuality and
Yeah.
spirituality and his
Heroes,
Jewishness and his, you know, it's just so cool, man. He's so cool.
Yeah, I read one every day, like I read one of the, you know, poems or entries every day. And it's like my favorite thing. It's like the thing that just grounds me and gives me like such pleasure. But when you're saying vulnerable artists, I don't know why I thought of like Daniel Johnston.
Yeah.
I was just curious, like who you think of.
Well, I also weirdly even find someone like David Bowie vulnerable in that you can see his slight missteps too.
Mhm.
And that's the vulnerability, you know, it's like Kurt Cobain as a short, that's why I also think people love short careers, because there's less chance to sense the human fragility of them. But like I was talking with my stepdaughter last night about Kurt Cobain, and you look back at all his choices and they're just like, mwah, great choices, politically, culturally, artistically. But the longer career you have, the more likely you are to like wander off and on, or like quality comes and goes and you're at your peak and then you like pull back, you know. So yeah, I find that long careers are more the ones that like really interest me.
I just wanted to share an image, which is just the photo that we took when we met. Can people see this?
I can see it. Yeah.
Can everyone else see it? Yes. And this was at your house, and it was so nice to meet you guys. And you know, I known Ione because of, you know, films and stuff, but also, you know, I told you at the time, like I'm a huge Donovan fan. So it's so exciting to meet her and you had that incredible pool that was so warm. And my kids were so excited. And they're like, Dad, it's so warm. And like, you invited us to go swimming, but I had to go meet another friend who also had a pool, but it wasn't as warm. And when we got there, they were like, Dad, the other pool was so much warmer. And I was just like, I'm sorry. And then I was like, next time we'll go in Ben's pool. And now
it's show business. You have to leave the audience wanting more. No, we're going to go back. We've still got that house. We rented it out. Cool. I'm in Sydney. Yeah, I'm in Sydney now. We've been here this whole year. It was kind of funny. We sort of ran away from LA lockdown just in time for Sydney lockdown. So we've had like the full extended experience. But yeah, I mean, I think I still have a bit of the idealism of like almost that 60s, like just community like between artists. You know, I think it's really important. And I think we each are on our own battle that's very private. Like, you know, this 24-hour telethon is a great metaphor for like the life of an artist, where you're the one who's got to hold it down for 24 hours and people come and go, but we can each energize you a little bit, you know, like if we just show up for our little slot and go, yeah, man, keep going, Kaveh, like we can be cheerleaders for each other in really powerful ways. And I think that's important.
We have a couple questions. Okay.
Okay, first question. Do you guys each have a top 5 movies list?
Do you guys each have a top 5 movies list? Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really make formal lists in my mind, but I know that movies that I've seen like multiple times that have really affected me are like King of Comedy, Interiors, the Woody Allen movie. I've seen
that movie. I love that movie.
It's like my favorite Woody Allen movie.
I know. It's so underrated. It's insane.
But isn't that weird? Because King of Comedy is also the one Scorsese rejected. Like, out of those two master filmmakers, the work I like best are the ones they hated the most about themselves.
Did Woody Allen hate Interiors?
I think just because it was so, the world didn't accept it. Yeah, and he didn't really, you know, he obviously went back to going like, okay, I make comedies basically.
Well, September is the other one that isn't a comedy. Yeah, right. And I love that one too.
I have to watch that. I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's so good.
I love, there's an Australian movie called The Year My Voice Broke. That is a really beautiful, Australian cinema had a really big like 70s into the 80s. Like there was a movie called Wake in Fright. That's an amazing horror movie about drinking beer in the outback. That's just an incredible movie. So yeah, like Wake in Fright, Year My Voice Broke. And then like, you know, I also was like hugely influenced by this movie that came out in the 80s when I was a kid called The Secret of My Success with Michael J. Fox, that was about him basically being like a kind of like a Machiavellian hustler that went to move to New York City from a small like rural area in like Ohio or something, and basically took on a fake life and was a bit of like What Makes Sammy Run, but ends up like sleeping with his aunt. And it's a terrible, the movie's got terrible values because it's basically about like just embracing capitalism at all costs. But that was the 80s and it was very influential. I think when I moved to New York as an 18 or 19-year-old, it was very much with that, you go to New York and you create yourself. And that was really like came from that whole era of thinking about what coming of age meant, you know?
Yeah, mine I would say are like Andrei Rublev by Tarkovsky, Breaking the Waves and the Idiots by Von Trier, Double Life of Veronique, Close Up by Kiarostami. I don't know.
Dude, that was the best. I remember after my gig last year or year before, whenever it was, when you came, and afterwards there was that big, we all went out for a drink and you got into that debate with that girl about Lars von Trier. And it was, I've seen you in a couple of those situations because also my stepdaughter, I remember she was like, she believes that the auteur is like basically a patriarchal construct and that cinema is more of a communal endeavor than it's historically been credited as being. And it's been fun to actually watch you engage in adversarial dialogue where you, I mean, obviously anyone that knows your work knows that you don't shy away from tension and conflict, but it's fun to watch people defend somewhat of a, you know, it's a provocative, your outlook on cinema is provocative for some people, but you don't seem to get too ruffled about it. I guess what I'm saying is I've enjoyed that you seem to enjoy being challenged too. And I find that to be an admirable personal quality.
Yeah, thank you. I really had fun that night that we all hung out. It was like a very rare communal experience with other intelligent, interesting people. And I just didn't want to leave. I had such a good time that night. And you know, the concert was great. And then the dinner, and then it was so interesting. Like she was basically saying Lars von Trier is a sadist and a misogynist, right? That's what she was saying?
Yeah. And you were arguing that you think the women are him.
Yeah.
In the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Flaubert in Madame Bovary.
Yeah.
And yeah. Then I ran into her at another party and she was very sweet. I thought she'd be mad at me, but she wasn't.
Well, you have an ability to like you co-opt people from being enemies, I think, sometimes into a role, starting to, I guess you incorporate it into your framework and they find that endearing.
Cool.
I've loved your podcast too. Are you that's just for the 1 year you're gonna do it, right?
Yeah.
Has it been like hard work? Has the commitment been? Yeah.
You know, I got to keep out putting one a day.
Yeah.
So like today I had to do one and I was like, I had so much to do for the telethon. I was like, I fucking put out another podcast before, you know, because I can't.
And you don't bank them. You do them one at a time, like one each.
I try to bank them, but I only had like one in the bank. So, you know, I'm going to be on this podcast for 24 hours. I can't really edit. So I had to get another one. So,
okay, well, I have a question for you then. Because like when you do the podcast, I listen to lately, some of them have been a bit more emotional, it's felt like. And do you know, like how much scripting do you do of them?
None.
And similarly, I would ask for when you do your confessional pieces in your films or the show, are you really just talking and telling the story, or do you kind of plot it out a little?
I don't plot it out at all.
Okay. So you just go like, today I'm going to talk about lying to Scarlett, and then you just go in and do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Or I might do, I'll talk about Ben Lee and I'll just be like,
and you'll talk.
That's all I got. And then I just start talking. Yeah. And, you know, almost always I forget something. And then I'm like, oh, I forgot this really important part. But, you know, I've tried to go back and add those and they never works. So I just accept that they're going to be flawed. But yeah, it's been great. And I want to keep doing podcasts. So I think I'm going to do another one next year. But I'm still trying to figure out what the format should be. Think of doing.
I know it's really it's interesting because it's like a medium that there's so much happening in, too many podcasts, too many people have them, yet it also feels wide open in terms of what it could become.
Yeah.
Do you feel that how do you feel about the shift away from what you'd call traditional cinema in like younger generations? Like I look at my daughter and stepdaughter and they consume content in a really different way. And I've heard people more from our generations just fearing everything is going to become like platforms for like 11-second videos. Like, do you embrace that, or do you feel that something's being lost?
I embrace it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you can't fight the current, and it's stupid to try. So you just have to figure out how you can, like, you know, swim with it in some kind of way. That's kind of what's interesting, is the challenge of that. So I'm all for it. But you're right. You know, it's like the feature film as a form seems to me to be clearly dying. And it's too bad because, you know, I think when I was starting, I kind of had like a more, I don't know, I call my work kind of more poetic and not really narrative. And like I really had to work really hard to like figure out narrative and figure out the 90-minute feature film format. It took me years. And now it's like obsolete already. And I was like, I wish I could have just jumped this hurdle. But you know, it has helped me like think about structure and storytelling, you know, and other ways. I think.
Yeah, I've found on like TikTok, I joined TikTok recently at the insistence of my record label, and the kids were both on it. And I've found it's made me appreciate that average people that are not artists by choice are funnier and more intelligent than I'd realized. I think the level of insight that you can see as media becomes decentralized and people get to make their own, fuck man, people are really funny. Like it's made me appreciate human beings more. I don't know what it means to film, but it's like, I'm realizing people are more artistic than I'd given them credit. As someone that chose to be an artist young, I'm very much, I've suffered from seeing a sense of duality with like, there's artists and non-artists, you know, but I'm letting go of that, I think, because of what I'm seeing on social media.
Yeah, and I think maybe like, you know, because there were so many gatekeepers before, like there was a kind of like a homogenized sort of way that a film had to be, or, you know, humor had to be. Like I've always just hated like comedies because they're trying so hard to be funny and they're so not funny. And that kind of insulting, condescending, you know, elbow in the side. Ugh. But, you know, it's true. Like and I think that's what's gross about most mainstream cinema. It's always dumb. It's talking to a dumb audience that isn't even real, you know? And they're like, you know, I mean, it's true that the films make money, so people think that those people are dumb, but there's something else going on. And it always seems to me that people really appreciate stuff that isn't like that. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting time. We're going to make, you know, so I wrote a musical with Tom Robbins, with the author.
I remember
yeah,
the beer thing.
Yeah, B is for beer. It's like a psychedelic children's story about alcohol. And Ione and I are going to make a film of it, we decided. We were working on doing an animated feature with Starburns, who did like Rick and Morty and stuff, but it was like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, turning it into like 90 minutes with like a clear arc. Like Tom Robbins, people that respond to him and his books, it's not because they're a clear structure. And we just, and I started, you know, I'm friends with Adam Green, who I know you know too. And I was thinking about Aladdin.
Oh, the singer?
Yeah. And I was thinking about Aladdin, you know, the movie he made, and how it really inspired me in the way that punk rock inspired me. That it was like, I'm going to build the sets and, you know.
I don't know about Aladdin.
Yeah, you should see it. It's all, you know, he's a visual artist too. And he just built all the handmade sets. The entire movie is ADR, like Fellini, like he liked it. You know, he did it because he did it in like a noisy, you know, place. But it's yeah, it just, I guess for me, we've got this script and it's like basically going to be like 65, 70 minutes, but that's the story. Like to try and pad it out to be 90 minutes, just so we can like think of it, you know, I feel like it's actually going to be less of a film because of that. And I think it's really important to like, with all of the different endeavors we do, just to stay in touch with like the kid part of us that just wants to play. And I think that's what your podcast, what's cool about it is like, it's all different lengths because that's how long the story is. Like, what are you going to like go like, I have got to deliver half an hour so that people get there, you know? So yeah, it's like, and I think your work, your documentaries have also really made me like, and the show about the show is like, it's almost like, I mean, that's tricky because that is it's a masterwork of complexity, actually. Like, but the way you don't take for granted form is really, I found that really liberating. And it's really like helped me sort of imagine like what we want to do of going like, just take off all the rules and like the marketplace expectations and make the thing. And yeah, so it's good. Gives me courage.
Cool. Where are you going to shoot it?
I think we're going to shoot it in LA, and we're going to do it all on like, sort of like, we're going to use a lot of old film sets, like hand painted film sets, and like repurpose them. And yeah, it's gonna, you know, whatever we can get from, whether it's like somewhere between 150 grand and 500 grand, like get it made for that, you know, lots of favors, but just, yeah, just get back into like when I started my band Noise Addict when I was 14, it was like, what recording equipment can I get? Okay, here's a 4-track. And even though you delusionally think you're gonna make Appetite for Destruction with that 4-track, you actually are just like use whatever tools are available. And that's like, that punk rock thing is like, I've got to keep carrying that with me into different projects because it like, the truth of it never goes away.
Yeah, I'm excited that you guys are doing it like that.
Yeah, I hope so. It's kind of, it shifted from let's try and make a movie to let's make a movie.
Yeah.
And I think that is a really, I heard someone said like Scorsese said something about 90% of getting a movie made is maintaining the illusion of inevitability. And I love that quote.
Yeah. If there's anything I can do to help, please feel free to.
Yeah, I'll probably just get advice from you.
Sure.
Yeah.
One more question.
Do you still identify as a Marxist?
Do I still identify as a Marxist or Ben?
Well, they wrote Hobbit used to identify as Marxist, but then they added or Ben.
Or Ben, of course.
I've never identified as anything politically. I'm obviously a lefty just by the sense of but I've never been like I've never said I was a Marxist. I think you were a Marxist. You're a Marxist, aren't you?
I was, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with the critique of capitalism. I don't agree with his solution. It seems clearly like that didn't happen. But yeah, the problem is still there. But I think that spirituality is like the solution, not economics or class struggle. But you know, what I think.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that actually. Oh wait, it slipped my mind. It's going to come back in a minute. We'll just keep talking. That reminded me of something I want to ask you about.
Spirituality, Marxism.
Yeah, spirituality. Yeah. So we've both been interested in spirituality. I've found myself, because I've like followed gurus and all that kind of stuff. And I've found myself like wholesale basically feeling like they're all a bunch of charlatans. Even the ones that can create extraordinary energies and yogic miracles and psychic phenomena. I think they're basically doing it in service of bondage, where they want to tie you to them through their phenomena. So I found it to be highly untrustworthy. But you seem to have kept your heart open to the interaction with special people. And I sort of wanted to ask you about what you do with that, how that exists in your mind, you know?
I mean, I think it's just something you feel in people. I mean, like, I think of you that way. You know, I think there are people you can just feel their energy is like loving or kind or honest or something. And it's just like a glow or it's a frequency. It's like music. You can feel and hear the frequency. And, you know, it could be anybody. But like, I had this massage therapist who I think is really evolved. And, you know, I just love the way she talks, you know, like I just love everything she says. And I just like.
But do you believe there's enlightened people? Like really, like, do you believe there's like a line that certain people cross and they're there then?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure, but I don't know. I the other day I was watching a Eckhart Tolle video, you know? You know what I'm talking about, Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah, of course.
And it was just like, he has this weird thing. He like blinks a lot when he talks, you know? And I was like, why is he blinking so much? It was, but like at the same time, there was this energy that was so peaceful and so clearly wise, like clearly wiser than me, you know?
But don't you reckon, like, I reckon sometimes those people are actually just like hypnotists. And I think they're using like cadence, tone of voice.
Oh, that's a good idea.
and they're basically lulling you away from critical thinking and to leave you susceptible to marketing, basically.
But I will say, when I read The Power of Now, I started reading it, you know, it was like people were talking about it.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was tripping. Like I felt like I started having what I have when I do mushrooms. Like it was like, how did these words do this to me? Like,
yeah,
he wasn't using his voice or his cadence.
Yeah.
It was just something that just leapt off the page and grabbed me and moved me to some other place. And I was like, wow, that was effective, for me at least.
I 100% agree. I just don't trust that experience. Like when I have that, it's almost like being in like a great relationship and seeing like a beautiful woman pass by. You go like, oh, of course, I'm attracted to her and she gives me a nice feeling, but I'm really not going to logically go chasing that feeling because it's ephemera, sort of, you know, like.
Yeah. I mean, I do think like you can't follow anyone else's path, you know, like I think one of the problems with gurus is like, there's a path that you're supposed to follow. And it's like, that's their path. That's not your path. But there's actually this Donovan side. I think I told you about this. I've been looking for years. I was just on the radio once. And he was like, there was this line, there are no roads because roads are made by walking. And I just think of that all the time. Like, just because somebody else, like Eckhart Tolle has this thing, you know, he sat on a bench for 2 years. Like, that's not going to work for me or you. So like, we all find it through our own, you know, clumsiness and our own, you know, stumbling. And that's our spirituality.
That's what I love about like careers, right? Like show business is I think it's an amazing place to evolve. Like for you, knowing the journey that you've had to take to get to this point where this Kickstarter is working, that's a spiritual journey.
Yeah.
And I heard I don't know who this guy is. I once heard the guy who created Modern Family on a podcast. And they said, what advice do you give people that are entering into Hollywood? You know, he said, the thing about show business is it's like a jungle where you hack through with a machete, but then the path closes behind you because it's so thick and no one can ever follow your path. And I thought that is what I love about show business, that we're all having to take these very unique paths, these very unique spiritual paths, to becoming the ultimate expression of who we are and what we have to say. And no two can be the same. It's amazing.
Yeah. I'm out of time in the time.
Good. No worries. I monopolized too much time.
Thank you so much, Ben. It's so good to see you. I can't wait to see you again.
Yeah, man. Love you and so happy for you. So happy this worked out.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again.
Hey,
Hey, Ashley, how you doing?
doing okay. How are you?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
It's a little quiet, but I don't know if that's you or me. But I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, I thought it was you, but maybe it's me.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Not great. I mean, you're not loud, but you're fine. Can everybody hear her okay?
Hold on, let me try to go into
My volume is
system.
maxed.
Audio options.
Peter's here too now. Peter,
I hope it's okay if I'm lounging.
it's okay. I should try that.
Yeah, hi Ashley. I've been watching it like this. I've been loving what's going on. I love you guys. There's a lot of love going around. Do you know I love you guys?
I do.
Love you too, Peter.
Ashley, do you know I love you?
Yeah, for sure. Is that better volume?
I think that's
I can hear you great.
I'll just get a lot closer.
You know, Kaveh, do you want to start? I have.
Sure. Well, I'll just start by saying, so Ashley, so you were in season 2. At one point, you stopped acting in the show. You quit, and now you're back, right? You're going to be in season 3, right?
Sure. I mean, that's I think that's what's going on.
Do you want to talk about the shift at all?
I mean, it's been a long time. It's been like 5 years, so things have changed. I feel like we're all in a different space.
Yeah, I think it's been 4 years, right? 2017.
4. Is it 4?
2017 since since I broke up with Mandy and all that stuff went down.
Sure.
And I think you dropped out of the show like, I don't know how much later than that. Well, there was 2 periods, but like over a period of time. But it's been like 3 years, I think, since that happened. But I'm really excited to have you back. And we were going to shoot your scenes in August, but then we didn't have any money, so we tried to raise money, and now we're going to try to do it. I'm just bringing you up to speed. Peter, did you want to say something?
Well,
Yeah.
I too am happy that Ashley's coming back. I mean, it's funny to hear Alex before talking about how you direct, Kaveh, and how it doesn't work for some people. I feel like Ashley as an actress like works the best with you, with your style of directing. I've had moments just recording where I'm like, oh my God, she's amazing. And the way I don't know if people understand how you direct. It's like sometimes you're just like throwing out line readings or ways to change it really fast. But I was just wondering, Ashley, I know that this was like there's a lot going on with your reenactment of some of this stuff, but did you ever have like a moment where you were feeling like good about just the technical acting part of this?
No, I mean, it all was not fun at all. But I mean, I feel like there's like a difference between like the show and like what's really happening. Like, I feel like, because there's like a moment where like it was just going to be like, I don't know. No is the answer. No, there was. It's
What
not
were
like
you
a
gonna
way of
say?
like removing yourself, removing yourself. Like it's.
Yeah.
It is. It's hard. It was like, people are judging you, and like people are like have some expectation of you, and you show up, and they're like, okay, like you're gonna reenact this thing that happened to you that's really painful, and like we're all gonna like look at you and like see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. What, not to get into, not to relive the pain, but like what was painful about it? Was it painful about because of the Mandy aspect of it? Or was there some other aspect that was just painful? And whatever that is now, it has been kind of rectified by you guys, right? If you guys are cool now.
Yeah, I mean, I have no ill will or like bad feelings towards anybody personally. You know, it always is and was about like my feelings towards myself. You know, like I still wish those things didn't happen. And like I've been thinking about it these past couple of days because it's like, so much time has passed. Do I feel differently? Do I feel like everything is like healed, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like, okay, when I think about those things, those feelings still come up, like they're maybe less severe, but they're still the same feelings. Like I still feel that shame and the guilt and like the, self-hatred. But like, that I feel those things about that time and not necessarily about this time, those things are not what's really happening right now. I have a life and have tried to move on, but like you're still affected by your past.
I wanted to show a few clips, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you had clips you wanted to show also, but
Yeah, if I'm able to.
I wanted to show a clip of a scene that was deleted from episode 6. This is a deleted scene, and it involved Ashley, and then we just didn't use it. But I'm just going to show a little bit of it here. Go open and unsupported format. Please try a different file. Really?
We're just having all sorts of technical difficulties.
I'm going to try it a different way. I'm going to try going like this then. Share screen, basic, and do Ashley. There it is. And share that. Oh no, that's not right. Okay, one more time. I'm going to do double click the thing, right, and then double click, and then open it. So this is a this is it. Here we go. And it's comfortable to tell her, about the erection. I'm attracted to her, and then Mandy calls her
The lump.
I didn't want to feel weird about Mandy, and I was afraid she wouldn't want to do it. And so instead of just being upfront and honest, I sort of didn't tell her. And so this was a scene that like we did this one scene, and this was actually a very big turning point for me. We did this. I wanted to talk about this erection scene, and I was embarrassed to tell you what I wanted to do. And so I didn't tell you, and I was trying to shoot kind of other stuff without telling you the whole thing, and I felt really weird about it. And then I thought I'll just like show you the scene. And it might have been the end of the day of shooting or something, but by doing it that way, I showed you the video, and then that really like helped me feel okay about it. Let me just double click on this one. And I gotta close this one. Sorry, this is more complicated than it should be. Here it is. That's it, right? Share. This is me showing you the footage. Okay. So when we filmed Ashley, the fan with the lump, who was reading out loud what she had written in her email, one of the things she said was,
I love you.
and I liked hearing this, and so I wanted her to say it again.
And I love you. And I love you. And I love you.
And I noticed that I started having like an erection while she was saying,
I love you.
and I thought that was strange because I usually don't get erections from people saying I love you. I usually get erections from, something involving lust or sex. And I thought, oh, that's strange. Maybe I'm maturing. Or maybe I'm just like so love-starved that now that's what turns me on.
I love you.
But I thought I should tell Mandy about this because I didn't want to keep any secrets from her. So I told her, and she took it pretty well. But then she started referring to Ashley as one of her jobs. She has a few jobs. Is she does craft services at a post-production house. And when we were leaving her place, she Ashley, you there?
Gone.
Oh, we lose
Oh
Ashley.
no.
You think that upset her?
I don't know.
No, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Sorry, I just no, that locked me off.
But I remember this moment as being kind of pivotal, because I kind of felt like I was able to be honest with you, and you like took it really well. And like after that, I felt like we had a really much better rapport. And I really love that scene. I really love that scene of you watching the footage. And I really wanted to put it in, but it just didn't fit in at that point in the story, because it was when things with Mandy started going south, and it was just like overtaking the narrative, and it didn't make sense to put that in there. But it was always something I always wanted to like include in like a deleted scenes kind of way. So I wanted to show that, and then I also wanted to show just a little bit of the Ashley version episode that we shot. You haven't seen this, Ashley, have you?
I haven't seen a lot of the second season still. So
But this is third season.
Yeah.
I'm talking about third season.
or third, yeah, third season.
Yeah, this is just the beginning of it. But I'll just play this beginning of this thing as well. Here it is. Share and play.
Okay, ready?
Yeah, and maybe do a clap. No.
Oh, no, now I'm rolling.
Okay, rolling sound.
Okay, so I was told that I should know Kaveh Zahedi's work. Robert told me that he was a very good filmmaker and I should really watch his films because they were important. And I was really hesitant to do it. I don't really watch.
So that's just the beginning. So that episode is like 45 minutes long at the moment. And it's a really, really good episode, I think, because it's your version of what happened. And it's like, it departs markedly from my version of what happened. And I think it creates like a really interesting kind of like a echo chamber of resonances and of like, wait a minute, what's going on? Like, which is real. And, obviously they both are. And it's just really an interesting complication of the storyline and of the narration. So Haley, actually, who's been producing the thing, she really loves that episode a lot, and she's been very she like thinks about it a lot, and like it's I think her favorite one that she's seen of the new episodes. But I still need to shoot a bunch of stuff for that, reenactments. So hopefully we can do that now that the Kickstarter is ending.
Ashley, what do these compliments mean to you? I mean, are they weird to hear stuff like this wrapped around all this?
I mean, it doesn't really necessarily change. Like, I mean, it's like when anybody gives you a compliment, it's like, okay, thank you, and you still believe whatever you believe,
But no one has ever done a camera dress. I mean, except Kaveh, like you did. Like it's a weird kind of skill that no one can do, like especially Mandy. But I feel like you did it really, really incredibly. But that I don't know what that means to you. I'm a snob, so if I say it,
yeah,
it's real.
There was a philosophy conference about the show a few months ago, I think in April. And Peter did a presentation about acting, I guess, in the show. And he showed this long clip of you, and he gave this really beautiful talk about it. I don't know how many, that was like a long talk, Peter, but do you want to show any of that or talk about that at all?
Well, can I show something? I mean, I just want to show the, wait, let me see if I can.
I think you have,
Yeah,
you have to be a
look-
co-host.
It looks like I can share. I have the ability to share.
Okay.
Wait, let me see. Wait.
I see you, but I don't see your screen at all.
No, I haven't done it yet. Yeah, this is it. This is it. By the way, I'm wearing a tuxedo.
You are?
I don't know if you can. So,
Oh, cool, man. I couldn't tell because you got shorts on.
okay, here it comes. Can you see that?
Yep.
Oh, good. So this is what I was talking about when I was hearing this. And I don't know if you could hear Kave's direction. I hope you can. Let's just play it.
Let's take it from the top. Are you guys still rolling?
Yes.
Okay. So are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's good. Just maybe a little more not fine. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's too slow though. I did better before. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I believe you came up that time. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I believe you there too. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's better. Yeah, I don't want to believe you. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good. One more time. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Seem like you're mad. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's way too mad. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I believe you though. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Can you say it like you're saying fuck you? So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That was too big. But the same idea. Fuck you. So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
The lighting is so good in that one. Good going, Stefan.
That was great.
What?
Yeah, great job, Stefan.
Somebody said a question. They said, we want to hear more from Ashley. Can you say more, Ashley?
Yeah, more. I mean, I don't know. It's just hard to talk about like that time. There's not really much to say I mean, I would rather talk about like, I don't know, like the future or like what's
No,
like
but
in
whatever
the
you want.
present.
They're not saying to talk about anything specific. They just want to hear more from you.
I mean, so I'm seeing some, how do you feel about all this? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like things are better now and things are different. And like that time is still like a really painful time to think about, but like, hi, Stefan. Yes, I did say the lighting was great. But yeah, there's not really much to say like this all the time anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's not something I like to think about. But that's.
Are there any other questions? Specific questions? A little more specific? Someone asked if you and Robert are still together.
Yeah, we are.
Other questions? Okay. So I want to know what you're working on now.
I'm just still working at the same post-production company. working really hard, like sound post producing. Did I learn from anything from my experience? Yes, don't date people who are in relationships, period. And that's actually helped tremendously. And I don't know, I think this is like turning out to be a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
What's this?
I don't
You
know,
mean
do you have
this?
any other, like,
You mean
yeah,
this telephone?
I thought it was gonna be like light and fun and like, oh, how was your day? What are you guys up to? But it's more like, how did you feel during this terrible time of your life where you hated yourself? What did you look like? You know, I felt really bad. All that is real.
Someone's asking what you ate for breakfast.
Oh, every Saturday I go to a farmer's market, the Union Square Farmer's Market, and I go to this place that sells muffins. And I got a little muffin today, but when I went, there was I usually get the blueberry muffin, but they were sold out because I went late because I slept in late. And I got the cranberry almond muffin instead.
And it was good?
I don't read books. So yeah, see, like there's other things to talk about. Aw.
Are you still
That's
making music?
nice. What did you have for breakfast, Kaveh and Peter? I just finished the second class. I'm in City College now. And I just, like last semester, was in a piano class. Been playing a lot of piano. And then I moved into a really small apartment on 13th Street. And now I don't have I like had a piano during the pandemic, and now I don't have one. So I haven't really been playing a lot. But I feel like that institutionalized class setting really, like, you know, having to play every week was put a downer on it.
Oh, thought you were going to say the opposite.
Yeah. How are your classes, Kaveh? Are you still teaching?
I am.
What are you teaching this semester?
Brechtian cinema.
Oh, that's fun. Brechtian.
Is it fun, Chantel? It's the best class I've had at the new school, she says. We've only had one class.
Excellent.
No, we had two. So Haley's saying we should wrap this up.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say, Peter?
A lot, but we don't have time. I liked seeing you guys on the same screen, and I just hope that we're gonna have fun. Well, I won't be there. Kaveh has money now; he'll hire somebody else to do sound, but somebody else will have fun with you, Ashley, hopefully, and
It'll be okay. It's gonna be fine.
and just I'm a phone call away. If there's any trouble, I will defend you. I will be there.
Oh, I hope you are there, Peter, because you are a joy and a light. And thank you for being so kind always.
I feel that way about you. I feel the same way.
Same.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I love you guys.
thanks.
Let's start with love, end with love. Kaveh, keep this going, keep the love going. I'm loving this.
Yeah. Stay awake. How are you gonna?
Yeah, he doesn't even drink coffee.
Yeah, I know.
just- I don't
That's
know
why,
what he's
you
gonna-
know, the thing on that's the last thing I will say. There's like is it $1,000? You'll get coffee with someone. I'm like, you're not gonna get coffee with anyone. You don't drink
Yeah.
coffee.
I'll do it for
That's it,
$1,000.
so-
Okay.
All right, you have to get it though. You have to drink it.
I'll drink it.
I think one person did that, right?
Yeah. We're gonna have coffee.
Oh,
Excellent. All right.
bye guys.
Thank you, Ashley. Good seeing you. Talk to you soon.
Nice seeing you. Bye.
Bye, Peter.
listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again.
Hello, my tie is
Hello.
coming off. Andrew, I don't see you. Why don't I see you?
Because you won't let me start video. The host has stopped my video.
Oh. Hello. Okay, we
Hi.
got it.
Oh wait.
Andrew, I don't
Yes.
see you. Why don't I see you?
Do you see me now?
Why is my audio twice?
Stopped my video.
Oh. Are you watching the stream on your end? Andrew, I don't see you. Why don't I see you?
Do you see me now?
Why is my audio twice? It's Evan to Jay. I know. I think it's coming from you though. Turn off your audio for a second. Okay, so it's coming from him. What does he have to do again?
If he's watching a YouTube video of the stream.
Are you watching a YouTube video of the stream, Andrew? Okay, so it's coming from him. What does he have to do again? Okay, cool.
I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now? I had been watching it earlier and I should have known to turn that off. I'm so sorry. That was cool though.
That's okay. How you doing?
Okay. I haven't seen it all. I've only seen, I assume everybody asked you how you're doing.
No, I don't think anyone's asked me. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe. I'm trying to find my list of things for you. Here it is. So, I've been doing this for
7 hours.
7 hours. Wow.
I think that's right. Yeah.
So I'm losing my my discipline.
Mhm.
But I was gonna try to talk about how I know you and we talk about how you know me and just sort of tell a story of our friendship. I thought that's what we should do. And I'm also going to show a couple clips also.
Okay.
Do you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
Let me go because you've been talking for 7 hours.
Okay.
I'm not prepared. I should say that. I don't know. Maybe some people have been prepared. I'm not prepared. But I would go back to the beginning for me was I think if I'm not mistaken, what the theatrical run of I Don't Hate Las Vegas Anymore was at the Harvard Film Archive in 1996, and I was there. Just as a young film student, curious to check out whatever they were showing, and I'm sure I read the capsule description and thought that sounded real weird. And And I went and saw that, and I'd never seen anything like it before, and I'm sure I haven't seen anything like it since. And I don't know if you've made anything quite like that one since. And so, you know, I mean, you had you minted a lifelong fan there, and then I think, and then I saw the thing you did with Greg. I saw Sign from God at South by Southwest a few years later.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah, I was there. I mean, I've been in the right place at the right time on those things. And then you came to, and this is when I was a young person living in Austin. Then you came to Austin and showed, I think, a kind of rough cut version of Bathtub of the World. So by the time, and I don't even remember when we actually met, but by then I was like, I've been, you know, following your work as a fan for a while.
Yeah, I remember that Ray Carney told me about you, and he said this guy named Andrew Bujalski he's very talented. He made a film called Funny Ha Ha. It's amazing, and I think I watched it. I think I really liked it. I actually have a clip of it here. Maybe I'll just play it. I just watched it, you know, yesterday, and I was like, Andrew's so young. It's crazy.
Really young, very young.
So
And
young.
Splendor.
Here we go. Share. Okay, second. Yeah. Telethon. Bujalski. There it is. Here goes. Can everybody see that? Cool.
Me? Tell me about the new job.
Oh, it's great. It's really, it's. I mean, I've only been doing it for a few days, but it's really interesting. So
Uh-huh.
I'm excited.
What kind of stuff is it?
I'm doing library research for this religion professor.
How is the? This is crass, but how's the money in that? Or?
Oh, I mean, it's not that great, but it's better than temping. So.
Sure. Most things
Are you still
yeah.
temping?
Well, of course, but
I'm
but
sorry.
no, but not for long. I'm
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of that.
Yeah. And actually, it came at a really good time for me because I had about -$2 in my bank account.
Right. Well, that's something that'll buy you -2 cups of coffee.
But then I'd be so tired.
It's terrible. No, I mean it's great. It's hilarious. It took me a second to get it. That's a great joke. I am very impressed that you can just off the top of your head come up with this perhaps is a foolish thing to say, but I just think that that your boyfriend, whoever he is a very fortunate man.
Well, that's nice. You're just, I mean, assuming I have a boyfriend, you're just being nice.
Oh no, I'm not assuming. What do you mean? Are you saying you don't have a boyfriend? You don't have a boyfriend?
No.
When you told me you had a boyfriend, we were
No,
in
I didn't.
Yes, you did. We were in the parking lot. Well, we were in the parking lot, and I don't know if.
So I saw that film, and then how did we meet?
I don't know. I know that you were at McDowell and you hired me. You had money from McDowell, and which you were able to pay me to drive you from Logan Airport to McDowell.
I didn't have money from McDowell, I don't think. Did
Oh,
I?
you had money from somebody, because well, at least I remember it being put to you as like, hey, I am able to hire someone. I don't. Maybe that was just your money. I hope not.
I think it was mine, but I think I looked how much it cost to get a cab.
I see.
Which is what I needed to do. And I was like, hey, I'd rather pay you to drive me to McDowell and we can hang out than pay a cab. Would you do it for that amount? And you said, sure. So
Of course.
I was so impressed with my idea. And that might have been when we met. Is that
It
possible?
may have been. It may have been. Yeah, I don't know. I remember there was some, maybe when we showed the films in San Francisco when you were living there, I think there were some dinners around then. So, but it's a blur.
Oh, maybe a film festival?
Maybe.
Seattle?
Could be.
I remember
And I interviewed you for
Hotel Room.
Filmmaker Magazine or something.
Anyway, I remember it was really fun to drive 2 hours. It was like 2 hours, 2 hour drive.
Something like that.
New Hampshire and back. And yeah, that was kind of my favorite thing I ever did, really, was to hire you to drive me to McDowell.
So I got to return the favor sometime. I got to come to New York and have you drive me around.
I've got a car.
Fantastic. Perfect. Well, I'm sorry. This whole plan to tell the tale of our friendship kind of crashes on the rocks of neither of us being able to remember it.
Well, okay, so then, um, we have a question for Andrew.
It says, "Hey Andrew, saw beeswax for the first
Hey,
time
Andrew.
a few months ago
I
and
saw
loved it.
beeswax for the first time a few months ago and loved it.
Was wondering if you kept up with the twins since then, how they were doing since it was their only ever film role."
Was wondering if you kept up with the twins since then and how they're doing since it was their only ever film role.
Yeah, of course. Maggie and Tilly are great, I think. Maggie's an emergency room doctor, so I think she's had a very interesting year and a half, you know. But I talked to her in November. In November, my dad had COVID, and he spent some weeks in the hospital, which were terrifying. So I was calling Maggie to say, like, hey, give me doctor talk. Tell me what's going on. And that was so helpful. She was so helpful. And Tilly was just, she was texting me recently about something. She's in Georgia. She's got a little girl. They both have kids. And yes, I'm seeing, okay. Oh, right. Her daughter was saying something about how donuts and love are a good combination. So we were just texting about donuts. But yes, I'm in touch with the Hatchers, and I love them, and they're doing great.
I think a few festivals, and then I invited you to my class to show beeswax.
Okay. Probably. Yeah, that probably happened.
And you came, and then you did computer chess.
Uh-huh.
And I came to this premiere, which was a fun party, by the way.
Uh-huh.
I think Kevin Corrigan was there.
That makes sense. Yep.
And we had a nice talk. And then I think that night I was like, could you do a Getting Stoned episode?
Right.
And I think we shot that the night of the premiere, right?
Probably something like that. God damn it. I'm sorry. I don't remember.
Maybe the next night, but it was like,
terrible. Yes, it was definitely at that time. It was 2013. And we discussed this recently too. I also, because you had inadvertently sent me a link to that, meaning to send it to somebody else. And I was like, yes, I know I've seen it. But I was also haunted by how slender I am there as well. It's terrible. I'm very self-conscious about, anyway.
I'm going to play it right now. Ready?
Okay. Yes, do it.
Here we go.
I can't talk you into it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I only really enjoy, like at a deep level, working on film stuff with people, or that's really all I enjoy. But getting stoned and working on film stuff with people.
Next level.
Yeah.
I do.
I mean, I enjoy getting stoned and working on stuff.
Right.
And I enjoy getting stoned and being with people, but I always feel bad because I'm wasting time that I could be using working on stuff. So this is like a great way to spend time with people.
That makes perfect sense. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm just gonna get stoned. Let's do it.
So that was 2013.
Mm-hmm. And that was delicious too, as I recall.
Oh yeah. So, and then what happened? Then we have the same birthday.
Yes.
So usually you call me on our birthday and wish me happy birthday, which is very sweet of you. And I always, I don't call you much, but
that's okay.
Okay. But, and then also Bob Byington
Yes.
has the same birthday.
Yes.
And also Holly has the same birthday.
That's right.
We have another question.
We have another question.
Andrew, what was your big takeaway from writing Lady and the Tramp?
Andrew, what was your big takeaway from writing Lady and the Tramp?
My big takeaway, mine goes immediately to some kind of crass joke about the paycheck being the big takeaway. But no, I don't know. It was a great experience. I mean, I actually have nothing negative to say about it. I feel like I was treated well by everyone involved, and it was a fun project, and it was interesting. It was interesting to kind of see something go through that kind of meat grinder, to take something. I mean, I believe something like 5 other writers worked on it after I did. So it was kind of fascinating to then watch the final product with my kids and enjoy it. But also go, so a lot of stuff happened between here and here, and quickly. They moved so quickly. But I don't know, good experience. I got to go down to Savannah and when they were shooting and meet the dogs, and it was cool because it was like a big. It was huge by my standards, but kind of tiny by Disney standards. And so I always thought like, oh, a big Hollywood movie, they're going to have, it'll be like an army and they'll have cracked down and you won't be able to get near it. But they were just shooting out on the streets of Savannah, and tourists were wandering up and, asking what was going on. But the great thing was tourists would be like, oh, it's a movie, who's in it? And they'd be like, well, Buster and Lola, I mean, there's dogs. So there was nobody for, and the tourists would keep walking. It was cool to get a peek at that. My wife said it was the only time she's seen me happy on a film set because I had no responsibilities.
Cool. And then I just want to say, I guess I've known you since Funny Haha. What year was that?
We finished it in 02, but then it kind of bounced around. I mean, it had its official release in 05, so it was a long, slow, weird thing.
Oh, okay.
You know what you left out of your narrative too is when I did the when I moderated the Q&A for Sheik and I for you. That was intense. That was really intense.
Yeah. I just showed a clip from that earlier today.
Uh-huh.
There was a guy who was really mad, and I would see him around town in New York, and he was always like a little hostile seeming. And then my friend Sam Green, do you know Sam?
I was supposed to meet him and I never met him.
Well, he made a film about that guy.
Oh, wow.
And it was really good. And it made me like the guy a lot. And then we had dinner, and it was like a great experience.
A guy who was haranguing you at that Q&A?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And there were two guys haranguing me. And the other one I also ran into in New York a bunch of times. And I was like, that was the guy who was so hostile. And I saw him and I was like, oh, I should have talked to him, but he might punch me. And then I saw him again, and I was like, I should just talk to him, but I didn't. And then I saw him again, and I talked to him, and he was really nice, and he apologized for being so mad, and he was just a really sweet guy. And I really like that guy a lot. I'm gonna play a clip of that guy.
Sure.
Do you want to see that guy?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'm gonna do a clip of that guy. But it's gonna take me a second to grab it. So why don't you talk while I'm finding
Yeah,
it?
well, this is a beautiful story that that first of all, that Providence can throw you together with these people, but also that some of because these wounds can fester forever and you're very good at it. You can, I think, handle people yelling at you better than most of us. You put yourself in that line of fire more than most of us. But, that's a painful thing to carry around. And it's nice to know that, this is like the liberal dream, but it's nice to know that it's true, that if you actually sit down and talk to somebody, something good might come of it. When you said you kept running into him, I'm filling space now. Tell me when to stop. It put me in mind of, there was a guy who I had a car accident with. He was on a little moped and he bounced off my car, and it was horrible, but he was so nice. You couldn't meet a nicer person lying in the middle of the road. And I got to chatting with him, and he kept asking me if I was okay, but I was in a big car and he was in a little moped. And anyway, but it turned out, but he worked at like a homeless shelter, and I thought, this guy's incredible. And then I ran into him at a coffee shop a few weeks later, and I was so happy to see him. And I asked him how he was doing. I think his foot had kind of hurt a little from the thing. And then I ran into him again later. We got invited. I could stop anytime. This isn't that interesting.
I think I found it, but you can finish it.
Okay. Just that I ran into him one more time, and it was at the most unlikely thing was like a party we got invited to where we were supposed to dress up, and because this friend of my wife used to organize this party every year, and I was like, what are you doing here at this? And first of all, he was like 20 years younger than anybody else at this party. I was like, why would this guy be thrown into my path again? And I came away from that thinking like, there's something here. There's something about me being, insecure about doing what I'm doing with my life and not what he's doing, which is genuinely helping people, and thinking, okay, well, maybe this is, maybe I'm being sent a message here, and I thought if I run into him one more time, then I'm going to ask him to lunch or whatever. We're going to sit down. We're going to figure this out. But of course, I've never seen him since. And what became very obvious to me, it's like that joke about, you know, I don't even remember the setup of the joke, but the punchline is God is like, I sent you 3
yeah.
boats. You know, yeah, it's that one. It's like I'm asking too much to ask God to send the guy in my path 4 times.
Yeah.
You know, 3 was all I was getting. So in conclusion, I never changed my life.
Right. Can you see the screen though?
Yes, yeah, I see the screen.
Having to play this.
I have a really hard time believing that even though the government signed a legal document and your lawyer made you comfortable back here in the States, that those people are actually safe. And I can't help but feel very cynical about the way you use those people to create a film that's maybe interesting.
Oh shit. Can you see it still?
No.
Very cynical about
You can't anymore, right?
No, it's back. It's back.
Oh, it's back?
danger. That's very hard for me to stomach.
That was you. That was you with the mic.
Yeah. And you made friends with that guy.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Has he changed or softened his opinion about the film?
I think so.
Wow.
We have another question. Do I consider Little Stiff a mumblecore movie, or does Andrew? Do you consider Little Stiff a proto mumblecore movie?
I think I'm just absolutely the wrong person to ask about that. I don't. I'm not a mumblecore scholar, but it's a beautiful film and an inspiring film.
Okay, well, that was for Andrew, right? The question?
Yeah.
Yeah. I consider it a proto mumblecore movie.
Okay. Well, it's one of those things. I mean, yeah, we can get into all that, or we can move on.
Another question. Will I ever release the full Sheik and I Q&A? No. No. It's not that interesting. It's Q&A. No. Okay.
Having been there, certainly I think you got the meat of it right there. I remember that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had other Q&As that were worse.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't bad. That was actually a great Q&A because he was asking the right questions, and you had something to say about it. I mean, it was a good Q and a good A.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was tense.
Yeah.
And I guess I just want to say, it's been really like a pleasure to watch you grow from film to film. Like, it's just like so nice to see, the increasing confidence and the increasing subtlety and sophistication. It's just like really been a pleasure to behold. I like all the films, but I think I like the last one the best, and I kind of like each one a little more than the one before, I think. So doing something right, I think.
It's lovely to hear you say that. Thank you so much. I've been so thrilled with what you've been doing with the show. I think given it's so hard for all of us right now. Indie filmmakers, I think, are by nature like we have to adapt. That's what we do. It's the whole fun of it in a way is that you don't control the world, and these adverse circumstances are going to be given to you. And so it's always been about adapting. And I feel like we're in a historical moment now where we may be adapting ourselves right out of existence, but I feel like what you're doing is more exciting and more connected. I mean, your solution to this kind of impossible problem of how do we keep going is really fun to watch and really delightful. And obviously, as usual, you're doing stuff that nobody else could or would do. So I'm so glad you're still going. I'm so glad that season 3 has been insured by this fundraising.
What's my solution?
I don't know. It's the show. Whatever the fuck you're doing that is so compelling and so dangerous and so keeps us clicking the fucking play button on the next episode over and over. It's because it's beyond. I mean, look, obviously anybody not anybody, but there's a lot of good, very bingeable TV out there, but as usual, nothing like what you're. And that's, I said that about the Las Vegas movie. It's like I hadn't seen anything like it before since, and it's true of this too. And it's not the same thing. You've always found a new way to. It's all navel gazing, and there is so much in your navel, and you found so many different ways to look into your navel, and there's so much good stuff in there, and nobody else can do that. And it's amazing to see again and again.
Thank you. One more question for Andrew.
Says they're editing the first feature.
They're editing the first feature.
How much did you trust the roughness
How much-
of your early films while making?
Did you trust the roughness of your early films while making them?
Did I trust the roughness? I think so. I think all I wanted was the roughness, I to a fault. I think I've struggled to adapt to non-rough things in a way. I mean, and I've realized I think I've learned this about my, like you listen, especially these days when like every band you ever like goes through their old vaults and releases all their old demos and stuff. And I always like the demos, to me, that's like, that's the sound I like. So I think, and that's all I've really aspired to, is to make, strong demos.
Yeah, my favorite song of the year was a demo by the Pixies that they didn't, that they were gonna do a thing and they did, and I'm not using it. They just threw it out and then they just released it, and it was so beautiful. It's called Mal de Mer. I don't know if you're a Pixies fan.
Of course,
but,
yeah.
It's on the last album in the deluxe version that has the demos, the demo sessions, and it's like by far the best song on the album. I think maybe it's the best song they ever wrote. Just saying a lot, at least for me. But I really appreciate your intelligence and your kindness and your subtlety and your graciousness. And it's always really a pleasure to interact with you.
Thank you so much. I feel the same about you. And I will say, I haven't watched the whole 7 hours, but when I've poked in, I've seen you. I just saw a minute of Jay, and I saw a little bit of when Greg was on, and it's that also, I think I'm just in a place in my life right now where everything makes me cry. But that was there was something very touching also, just to see those connections you've made with your intelligence and kindness and all that other stuff. And that there's a lot of love out there for Kaveh Zahedi, and I'm honored to be any part of this.
Thank you. Speaking of love, what's the total at the moment?
Show that love, people. Show that love, internet.
That was a joke, but do we know? $52,202. So we've raised $2,000 since we started.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. So we're gonna I have to end this now and take my little 3-minute break and do our little theme music. Looking forward to seeing you again, and I'll talk to you on our birthday, if not before.
I'll see you then, my Torian friend.
Goodbye, my Torian friend.
Good luck. Everybody give Kaveh your money.
Bye.
Bye.
I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try, 'cause it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. My memory is going nuts, it's going wild on me. I try to show you, but you never see that it's fall again. That it's fall again. That it's fall again. It's fall again. It's fall again. I just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again.
Jamie, are you here? Jamie.
You have to unmute me. Yeah, can you see me?
Again.
Oh, good. How you doing, Kaveh?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
Good. How's your telethon?
Good. What's that on your board?
Oh, this, I wrote a little thing to commemorate our relationship. I wrote your name there so that you're up in lights. Because I was recalling the first time I met you was in Seattle, associated with Weekly World. So I said we would have a little, a little marquee for the evening.
And what's the is that egg and shrimp?
It's egg and shrimp, which is how Scandinavian people say egg, is that they say egg.
Why is that on there?
Because I just was too lazy to take it off. But there used to be a menu for a dinner party I had. We had egg and shrimp. It was fun. Anyways, your tuxedo looks fantastic. I can't believe you don't own it.
Yeah, well, I think I do now.
Oh,
They said-
okay.
they said I could keep it. But
It's a guilt tuxedo.
guilt. Yeah,
Yeah, give it to you out of guilt.
contribution. My tie is very loose.
Yeah, it's kind of floppy.
Yeah.
You should get a lift. You should get your tie lifted. You can get bow tie implants.
Really?
Actually, that looks good. No, you look good. You look debonair. You look like you just come back from a James Bond movie.
Should we talk about the history of our friendship?
Yeah, in fact, I'm here partially because you promised that we could talk about our friendship, and I really want to talk about our friendship.
Do you want to go first?
Well, what I want to say is just, from the moment I met you, and you'll recall you were actually suggested to me as a possible guest filmmaker by Ray Carney. And you were young and were willing to accept an economy class ticket and to sleep on my couch in order to come and open up this new theater we had in Seattle. And I just remember when I met you thinking like, wow, this is entirely why this whole trip that me and my wife at the time, Debbie, had been on is so worth it, is because we get to meet these fascinating people who feel really like part of a secret tribe or a society of people who are very similar in their deep spirited motivations as myself. And I just remember having such a great time that whole weekend. And then I will confess that there's been times since then where I've thought, oh, I wish we were better friends, because I remember thinking we're going to be really, really, really good friends. And then occasionally there's times when I thought, oh, we're not as good friends as I wish we were. And then of course there's, times when we're other things have happened. But that was really the beginning of our friendship. And then I seem to have bumped into you so many times over the years at very sort of pivotal, odd moments, like one time me and a friend stayed at your house when we were driving back from Los Angeles after doing a big show there one time. I remember, and you just moved in with Mandy, and it was very exciting. And I remember a couple of times you came up to Seattle, and just, all the time we went there. We went to that film festival in Carlo Vivari with my friend Gene.
That was fun. That was
Yeah,
fun.
that was really fun. That was a really fun time. And there were just so many odd little moments where our paths crossed. And then when you moved to New York, I remember I was really excited. I was thinking like, oh, this is so cool. This like friend of mine is going to live closer to me. And then I'll admit, like, there were times after that where I thought, oh, this Javi moved to New York and I'm not as good friends with him as I wished I was. And then we've become better friends, I think, at moments, and it's come and gone. But that's in a nutshell how I see our 20 some year journey as people who know each other. And to that I'll add, from the beginning and continuing today, I'm deeply attracted to the films you make and the kind of art you make, and just the cost of it and the brilliance of it and the pain of it and the parts of it that are messy. Even if I may seem sometimes like I've given you a hard time about it, it's something that I've always admired. So it's really fun to just be able to be part of it over such a long period of time and watch it grow and evolve. It's kind of special.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember, I came to Seattle, stayed with you guys. I liked you guys both a lot. And I think I came and stayed with you guys a few times, right? Like,
Yeah.
Visit. I remember when I went to visit Raj, the channeled entity.
Yeah.
With you guys, yeah.
Right. And that was there was a different person who was delivered to a commune called the Love Israel commune, or was that you?
That wasn't me.
That was another communal person. If you live in Seattle long enough, plenty of people come by just because they need to go to a commune. They're on their way to some kind of a commune. So.
And then you and Deb broke up, and I kind of stayed in touch, friends with both of you. I think I visited Deb in wherever, Minnesota.
In Minneapolis, yeah. And you made that great video of Ursula on her birthday.
Yeah,
it was really cool. I loved that. And now that she's older, she's like, she discovers these things. She's like, wait, that's the guy who made the show about the show? And I keep telling her, like, yes. I got to tell Ursula the other day, I said, she watched Paris, Texas. And she was like, I just saw the most amazing movie. And I was able to say, like, do you realize when you were a baby, you like drove in a car with the director of that film for like 2.5 hours? Because we one time had to ferry with the vendors around when Ursula was a baby. So anyways, yeah, I remember that trip well. When you went to Minneapolis.
Yeah, and I remember, you got me Harmony Korine phone number. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then I started talking to him on the phone. That was trippy. And
That's exciting.
and then
Yeah, well,
yeah, and then I would see you in New York when I would visit. We'd always have like lunch or something. That
right.
was really nice. And then when we moved here, we were gonna like move into your old place at Greenpoint or your like building or something, right? Remember?
Yeah, and exactly. And then instead you bought that house. But I remember the first thing was my children stealing your children's Easter candy at this very ill-fated Easter egg hunt that Mandy invited us to. And my kids were like 12 and 15, and your kids were like 2 and 4. And my kids just cleaned up the entire yard and took every egg until I stopped them. It was like sort of a picture of capitalism at work.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
But I mean, your kids are great. I've always liked them a lot. And recently we filmed you for the next episode of season 4.
Right.
And Holly, who I've just interacted with just sporadically, we were also taken by her.
Yeah. She's
Me and Haley, and we're just like, oh, this kid is so amazing, and we really wanted to film her.
Well, you're welcome to whenever you want. She's
Yeah, I
she
think
likes doing it.
we would like to. And then there was a misunderstanding because you don't have an iPhone. We thought that she wasn't interested.
That's
And
not a
then
misunderstanding. That's a difference in class.
But yeah, there was 2 periods I think when we were like not really friendly.
There were
was
both periods in which we needed something. Well, there's maybe 3, but there's 2 periods in which we needed something from one another. Specifically, I think you needed something from me or I needed something from you, and we both were on various sides of like a persnickety desire to rebuff the other person's advances. And one time I remember you were making the Iranian documentary and you needed to use my nonprofit status. Remember, and we got in a tiff because I said, I need a little bit of money to maintain it. And you took umbrage with that. And then the other time was pertinent to this, which was your, I now think, extremely cogent analysis of why Kickstarter is, a slippery slope. It's like a hard thing to get yourself involved with. And at the time, I remember being like a little frustrated and thinking like, I don't want communist ideology. I just want $5 out of his pocket. But then over time, as I mentioned, like I really came around to your way of thinking, and despite the fact that I want to, give you a great congratulations and thank God that's happened, and I hope many more people will give money. Like, as a big cultural conversation, it's one that I remain really excited about having, and I wish more people would consider it. And that's, how do you feel about it now that you're on the other side?
the Kickstarter thing.
Yeah.
Well, I actually am a little more pro it than I was before, just because the communal love part of it, is undeniable, and the capitalist part that kind of like that undercuts that is there, but the undeniability of the generosity of other people and the love that's there is pretty powerful. Yeah. I mean, the show just, we couldn't get anyone to give us any money to make it, and we couldn't get anyone to house it. And then, I don't know, about 800 people have like just stepped in and given money to this just for it to continue. It's like, it's kind of unimaginable, really.
Yeah, no, that's great. And it's nice to be able to, the only issue with Kickstarter is all it is a gimmick to house the desires and ambitions of a bunch of people that are really sincere desires and ambitions to help one another. Like, I want you to succeed. I always have since the moment I met you. Like, all I want is for Kaveh to be happy and have enough money to raise his family, and all that stuff. Like, that's my fondest hope for you. And so Kickstarter sort of sees that amongst all these people and goes, okay, let me just squeeze a little tiny bit from me off the top for no good reason except that I thought of it. I don't even know Kaveh and Jamie, and that is a very frustrating, thing. But it does its job and it works, and it's more of a symptom than a cause. So, congratulations.
I think of you as someone who knows things like this. Are these things supposed to be in front of the bow tie or behind?
I think it depends on whether the year is before or after 1957.
Okay.
But I think the modern way to wear them is to wear them in front of the bow tie.
Like this.
Yeah, you look a little penguinish with it behind the bow tie. It's a little less penguin.
So, but interestingly, our two like we never really fought about Mandy that much. Well, a little, but not much. It was mostly
No,
about, mostly about money. Like the 2 times we kind of were talking for a while was money stuff, and then with Mandy, yeah, it wasn't so
One
much.
letter different, Kaveh. Mandy and money. That's all it is. You just get rid of the D. So yeah, it's fine.
Sorry, what's the question?
Are you still friends with Mandy? Just continue to have sex with her, but life would be great.
Are you still friends with Mandy? And couldn't you just continue to have sex with her so everybody's lives would be great?
I would love to continue to have sex with Mandy and better all of our lives by that generous altruistic action that I would engage in. But the truth is that Mandy, I think, is the first person in the digital age to have effectively ghosted me. So no, I'm not in touch with her. And you know, I literally was ghosted at some point by Mandy, which was too bad because, you know, what you see on the show is the tip of the iceberg of what for a while was a very robust and joyful relationship. I mean, you know better than anyone else. Your ex-wife is a really fucking funny person. And she is a very, you know, for all the things that are hard to recognize in the aftermath of marriage, Mandy is funny and bright as hell and super pleasurable to hang out with. And so, yeah, I wish I was still friends with her, but I'm not.
Why do you think she ghosted you? Or
I don't know. I think she was put up to it by some kind of new relationship mafia, perhaps. I really don't know the answer. I don't know why she
well,
decided.
she has a boyfriend, you know, right?
Yeah, she has a boyfriend, and I think she was, you know, I don't think I could have mixed well with her new boyfriend. Who knows? I don't know. I shouldn't speculate.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
But
yeah, we didn't really argue about that much.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. The only other thing you know, those 2 Kickstarter things, and that's the Kickstarter and the money thing, and that's really it. But
yeah.
But I do remember, you know, I remember really well. Do you remember the time that we all came to your house and we had dinner and we played that game where we tried to make each other laugh?
Oh yeah.
and the kids were there and we had to make them laugh. And I, of course, you know, did slapstick and poured a glass of water on my head. But do you remember what you did?
No.
Because it made them laugh more than anything else. And I would have to ask Ivy and Ursula because they remember, but I've forgotten what it was. It was some kind of performative thing, but it was really hilarious.
You don't remember what it was?
I don't remember. I'm gonna have to ask Ivy. I meant to ask her today. Maybe I'll remember in a second. So.
But it reminds me of that scene in Love Streams, right?
Uh-huh.
You remember that?
Which scene?
She's trying to make everyone laugh. Jenna Rollins is.
Oh yeah. Okay.
The diving board.
Yeah. Exactly.
And she jumps in.
It was good. Slapstick always wins the day.
But I mean, I remember like Mandy was like, you know, I think I don't know what happened with you guys. Actually, we never really talked about the details, but
right.
My understanding was that she was really in love with you, like really in love with you, and you weren't really totally returning the monogamous.
Oh God, no! Like I was, you know, I was damaged and terrified by relationships going back 20 years. I was like, that was the scariest thing in the world that I could have faced. Like I would have happily gone to bed with an alligator as opposed to a woman who was falling in love with me at that time. So it was very different. So anyways, yeah, that was part of it. But did it cause your life tremendous undue stress or heartache? I mean, the only part of it that I thought was
the ghosting or the relationship.
No, the relationship.
No, I was pro the relationship. I was really wishing you guys would get together. I thought you were like a really good match for her, and like you were a sympathetic and friendly voice.
Right.
I'm kind of bummed that she ended up with the guy she ended up with because he seems not nearly as interesting and as you know, open-minded as you.
Wow, that's a great compliment considering the source. Anyways. So the other thing that is always kind of bumped around is, you know, from the very first time you visited Seattle, I remembered a few things you said. And I remember there was a woman who was at our theater and she was helping out. And
I remember her too.
You turned to me at some point and you said, I like her. She has a really nice slutty energy, you know. And this is, of course, Samizdat comments that we're not allowed to make anymore because the age of men is over. But I remember how much I appreciated that, like, really keen observation, because I was like, oh, I recognized and thought that and really appreciated it. But I could never voice it. And then you sort of voiced that. Another thing that you said that really affected me, actually. This was really helpful. Was one time I was talking to you, and I think I was expressing a lot of frustration with Greg Latchow, who you know, who's been in a couple of your things, and you've been in his films. And you said to me, well, Jamie, it's like, remember, it's better to do your own work even badly than to do someone else's work really well. And it was just the perfect comment at the perfect time. You know, it was like I needed to hear it, and I was ready to hear it, and it was a very insightful comment that I turned back to, you know, time and time again, and think about that, and think that was good little sage Zen advice. So I owe you thanks for that.
Thank you. It's from the Bhagavad Gita.
Oh, okay. Is it on a record somewhere that you can download?
It is. I used to have an audio book version of the Bhagavad Gita, which I would play in my car all the time. So I know that book really, really well.
Oh, great! That sounds fun. So you're ready to make another season, and what do you think the experience of, you know, has doing the show all these years helped you as a person grow, or has it just been, you know, good content, but terribly painful human growth and suffering?
I think everything helps us grow. I mean, pain helps us grow. Suffering helps us grow. I don't know. I think I'm maybe a little more open-minded, or maybe a little more willing to consider that maybe I'm wrong than I was maybe a few years ago.
Right.
And I'm also okay with being wrong, but yeah, what?
Do you miss the dedication of filmmaking as opposed to the sort of free-form sifting through of experience that the show is about? You know, meaning that, you know, a film is this discrete thing that you go out and you produce, and you have the joy of the crafting of the technical production of it. It begins, it ends, you know. How do you feel that this compares to that? Because I know you're a classical enthusiast for the process of filmmaking.
I like them both. I mean, I think I like this. I like the improvisational nature where you just kind of always reacting to whatever's happening. It seems more like, you know, life.
Right.
The art of living. Whereas film is like it's like a war, you know, it's like a very male energy of, you know, I'm going to make this happen this way. And, you know, there's something more like flexible about, I think, just sort of responding or reacting to what's happening and evolving all the time. So I like this. But I like the other thing too.
Right.
But I was going to say before, you know, I think, I don't know, you know better than I do, but I think maybe she felt hurt that you didn't want her the way she wanted you. And maybe her ghosting was just kind of part of, you know.
Yeah. Listen, inequity in the realm of love is, you know, the source of all heartache. And I'm sure if she felt more strongly about me than I was able to reciprocate, that would be very painful, you know, and it probably doesn't go away just because time dissolves it for one party. So, you know, but at any rate, you know, the long and short of it is, yeah, it was like, I mean, I guess it was a small exercise in non-ethical non-monogamy for my part, but I mean, it was, you know, it was, there's another person who, I was wondering if by this telethon, certain of your friends are going to go like, damn, I didn't get asked to be on Covey's telethon. Maybe I'm like a B-level friend because a lot of his other friends were on. And the one that's key to me is, of course, Peter Pence, who we've all known. And he was very involved with Andy as well. So it was interesting to be around all four of you at that time. And then, like, you know, your kids came over here a lot. I think I might have made your son cry, for which I apologize.
Oh, well, how'd you make him cry?
I think he did something in my house and I got mad and I said, my house, my rules. And I think it upset him. I wonder if you remember that.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
I think he's okay. But yeah, I just want to say, like, when me and Mandy were breaking up, you know, I would often go to you for advice and help and to mediate. And,
right.
And you always did, and I really appreciated it. And
did I give good advice?
Yeah, I mean, you were the only person that felt had any sway, and I think maybe even like she started being mad at you for like trying to like mediate or defend my perspective at all.
I mean, basically for liking you as much as I do, right? That's part of it.
Yeah,
and that's clearly difficult. You're asked to take sides, and if you don't, then the world will be what it is. So anyways, but who knows? The road is long and we don't know where it's going to end yet. I certainly hope she's doing great, and I haven't heard a peep out of her in a year and a half. But so be it.
Yeah, but I just want to thank you for all that help. That was really.
No, you're so welcome. It's hard-won advice, to be alive and to figure out. So, I got divorced a second time, and the second time I realized I'm so much wiser about what this process entails than I ever have been. And, the one thing that gets, more and more clear is that, okay, it's really simple. It's the golden rule. Like, whatever you apply to someone else, you have to have really be done to you, which makes me want to say that, how people's preferred pronouns are all these different things. And I feel like I want to make my preferred pronoun just you. And everybody has to call me you, no matter what, when they refer to me, whether in the first or third person, they refer to me by you. And therefore, you can't do to you what you do to you. So you have to do to me what I do to me. And maybe that'll help.
Cool.
She'll see.
Thank you.
So how's your brain holding up 5 hours into this venture?
My brain's okay. My body is not happy. It's not happy just being in this chair for so long.
Oh, there should be a yoga session that you could call into. I would have loved to do yoga on my little half hour. That could be fun.
I know.
It's a little late. Well, I'm sorry about your back. It's horrible when you're both.
It's okay. I'm fine. But it's a lot of sitting. I should have stood, but I thought I'd be really more tired from standing.
Did you ever see the movie called Hands on a Hard Body?
Yeah.
You remember those guys? They stand for like 3 days and they just collapse. It's really hard work, but it is 3 days. But there's another guy, by the way, Kavi, you should take inspiration from a guy in Minnesota named Mark Mallman, who briefly held the world record for the longest rock and roll song. And it was a 24-hour song that he performed. And he started playing and he didn't get off stage except to go to the bathroom for 24 hours. And people would come in and play with him for 25 minutes. And anyways, it was a brutal venture, and I can't wait to see. I hope at the end there's a big flag that comes down behind you that says mission accomplished, like for George Bush and the Iraq War, because it really will be quite a feat after you're done this at 4 p.m. tomorrow.
Yep. Okay. Haley's saying we must end.
We must end.
We must end.
Terrific.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. It's really nice to be your friend, and I really appreciate what you're doing here with this telethon. And if it helps you raise money, you can tell anyone that if they give you $50, I will come do all of their ironing for free, and that will be my collateral, right? Anybody in the New York metro area, I will get there. I will do your ironing. All you got to do is give Kaveh $50.
That's very sweet. How do we collect on that, man? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Take care.
Cheers, man. Take care. Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye.
I just can't listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Falling to the ground. Horses' backs. My memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again.
Hey, Rick.
Kaveh.
How you doing?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. Are you in Austin?
Yeah, out in Bastrop.
Cool. You rebuilt the whole thing, right?
Yeah. It's been a 10-year rebuild.
Hey, did you build it different or same?
A little bit of both. Yeah. It's a new blank canvas out here. You know, I was actually looking up a few things and I saw that your Tripping with Kaveh was on. So I fast forward, I looked at a lot of it because it's a good record of this place before, you know,
Yeah.
the fire.
Yeah, that was shot, for those who don't know, that was shot at Rick's place before the fire, which destroyed it. You know what, the thing that upsets me the most about the fire
What?
was that huge poster on that wall.
Oh, I know. I had a 24 sheet of Paths of Glory.
Yeah,
That
Paths
beautiful
of
color.
Glory.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know what I've got there now? It's a whole different building, but I built it so I could have a 24 sheet. I've got a Carmen Jones. So it's also big red with Dorothy Dandridge. That's pretty good. I also have a Misfits 24 sheet. You got to come, man. You haven't been in Austin lately.
I know. I want to come.
How are things going? When's your tie gonna like loosen up and you'll start acting?
I should, right?
Punch drunk, you know, up
Should
all
I
night.
take it off?
You got to get, well, I don't know, maybe not yet. I think by tomorrow morning, that's when
Okay.
Jerry Lewis would start to crater,
Okay.
you know, but it would be the all night thing. So maybe by 8 or 9 in the morning, you should start.
Okay. I will. It's uncomfortable. So I'm happy to start.
You just
soon.
have to keep it hanging like this, you know, so, but it's going well.
I guess, I don't know. It's like, you know, I can't feel the audience.
Yeah, it's weird. That's the world we're living in now. You don't, it's all kind of, oh,
Yeah.
well.
So I don't know. I've had this, you know, thing. I thought, you know, I have a plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, but I just thought we would talk about our friendship and how we know each other. So I've been
Yeah.
doing it with everybody. Do you want to go first?
I want to go first. I don't know. We met, we both remember, like so many filmmakers of our generation, we met at Sundance.
Yeah.
91, that's third coming up on, well, 31 years. It
30
will be
years.
soon. Yeah, 30 this year, but the next Sundance.
Oh,
is
yeah.
in- But you know, we're somewhere between 30 and 31. But you were there with Little Stiff. I was there with Slacker. And you know, I always tell people like at South by, I have to get up and give a talk at the filmmakers lunch every year here in Austin. And I really mean it. I get up and say, hey, go see everybody's films because there's so much publicity. Like we did, how many interviews did you do back in 91? 2? 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple. And all we did was go to everybody's movies.
Yeah.
And now they get you, there's so many outlets. You're so busy doing like media and press, you don't get time to see. So you don't bond with the other filmmakers. Like I always say, go see everybody's movies and get to know, because these will be your friends the rest of your filmmaking life. And I've always just valued our friendship along those lines, you know, just all these years. You're one of the ones I throw out as an example. That
I remember
we met back when.
I first, you know, I heard about you from Alberto Garcia. You know, he had chosen Little Stiff to be at Sundance, and he like invited me to come to the office to like talk about it. I don't know what. And I went there and he said, you know what film is amazing that you would love? It's a film called Slacker. And I just thought, oh, what a great title, Slacker. And I was already jealous. Like I was just like, oh, that's a much better title than my title. And I had this vision of it. I think it's because it sounded like Stalker, you know? And I was like, and so I was excited to see it. You know, I was excited to meet you. And
Like
then, you know,
Slasher.
yeah, Slasher. And then, you know, you were there with Kate and Dee and Clark, right? And
Lee, Clark, yeah.
Lee was there. Well, it wasn't Clark, it was Lee, right?
Lee,
yeah. And yeah, you guys had such a different vibe than everybody else, you know, like, and it was like, oh, those guys are cool. And and then you invited me to Austin, right?
Yeah, not that long after you came and we showed it at the Film Society.
And
You
I
know.
kind of had a little bit of a crush on Dee. And my relationship was falling apart.
Yeah.
And then I stayed with Dee.
Yeah.
And we,
a lot of people get swept up in Dee. She was special that way. You start off having a crush. I think I did when I first met her, but that quickly became this kind of deep bond friendship. You know, it was an adult relationship. I mean, you guys went deeper, you know, as you do, Kaveh.
yeah.
So great stories emerged from you guys, I remember.
Yeah, that's true.
And you put her in your movie too.
Yeah, she was great in Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in Slacker.
Yeah, it's a good record. I treasure any time I look at that movie every now and then just to kind of hang out with Dee a little bit too. I mean, I like the movie, but to see Dee.
You know what film I loved? I love that film that she had made, that short that was like black and white and like really kind of fast editing.
Yeah.
I'm talking about?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Do you have a copy of that? I would love to see that again.
I don't know where a copy of that exists, actually. Her sister must have one, but
You don't have it? Yeah. Oh well.
What was that called? Like north, south. It was a direct, it was a like
that film.
North south, north. How do we not remember? It was a really great movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, and you made that short, that wonderful short about her when she passed away. I was moved.
I was going to show it at the funeral, and I was so sad that I couldn't come.
Yeah, I was given a eulogy at her funeral. That was one of the hardest things I've ever done.
You gave a eulogy.
Yeah, I had to get up and talk.
It was hard emotionally, or hard to say something profound?
All the above.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just, I don't like public speaking, and I didn't like at a funeral, but I did it, you know, I felt obliged. So everybody said I did okay.
Do you feel good about it?
Yeah, it's one of those things I'm glad I did.
Yeah. She would have been really glad.
Yeah, you know, I was the last person I just happened to be in LA for a few days, and she was going under that treatment at UCLA Medical. And I just went by to see her, and she had just plummeted the last day or two. So I was kind of like the last sustained conversation she had.
Wow.
They took her off shortly thereafter.
Did she know it was going south at that point?
Yeah. Her liver was failing, and she was turning kind of yellow. It's pretty profound. You've had loved ones die when you know this is the last time I'm going to see this person.
You knew that?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't going in, but I put it together talking to her dad, and then talking to her. She says, "Yeah, they're going to take me to this other thing," and they kept coming in. And she goes, "Hey, give me a little more time." So we got this extended conversation.
And it was like a goodbye from her. Like she knew this was the last time.
Yeah, she didn't put it in those words, but
she knew it might be.
In the looks, you know.
Yeah.
In the looks, and we just said, "Love you, I love you." As they wheel her out, man, it was tough. I don't know.
I got a bunch of clips of.
Why are we talking about death?
Oh,
death of a loved one.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
Question?
Yes. Ethan, this is to Richard. Ethan says you have some cool 19th century transcendentalism projects in mind.
Ethan says you have some cool 19th century transcendentalism project in mind. Can you elaborate?
Oh, sure. Ethan Hawke's been blabbing lately about it. But I've been working on this since 1999.
I remember.
I reacquainted myself with Emerson out here in the woods. And
you sent me the biography of him.
Yeah, isn't that a great book? Mind on Fire.
It
Robert Richardson. I got to know him, the author. He passed away about almost 2 years ago now. The great biographer, Robert Richardson. Yeah, I grew up my dad went to Emerson Unitarian Church. So when I was a kid in Houston, I would go to church with him. So I was kind of always fascinated with the Transcendentalists and Emerson and Thoreau and Margaret Foley. There's been a lot of scholarship. You know, there always is a lot of scholarship, but, you know, so many great characters, particularly a lot of the women of that era who have been overlooked. So it's a great time. But anyway, I've been playing around with it for years. It's hard to make a movie about, and historical figures who aren't, they're not military people and they're not political people. I mean, they're just writers who talk a lot. So it doesn't sound very like, oh, what's the movie? But I'm like, these are my kind of people. I want to make a movie set in the 1830s, 40s, 50s. That's just ideas.
It's a feature.
Yeah, I've toyed around with it as maybe a series too, because it's just it's big, so much material, so many people. I'm kind of been overwhelmed by the amount of material. So it's been kind of sculpting it down to something. So
you're still working on it?
Yeah, I've been working on it. Pandemic's been a good time to work on a lot of things. So
the last time we talked, you were telling me about the moon landing film.
Oh yeah.
How's that
I'm
going?
about done with that. That's been I wrapped like 4 days before the whole world shut down. So I've been in post and it's animated. Did you know it's an animated film?
Yeah, you told me that last time.
Yeah, okay. So I've been in post on it ever since. And I was on post on a couple other things too. I had a really busy fall right before the pandemic. So I've been mostly out here in the woods, just in post-production. So busy writing some scripts too. So I don't know, it's been a productive thing, but this thing will be out early next year, I guess, just finishing it up.
Is it animated the way Waking Life is animated or different?
It's that 20 years later. So yeah, I'm working with Tommy and,
oh, cool.
But it's, shot it with green screen. It's different and yet a distant relation. But it's more ambitious. It's different, but it was the right form for it. So it's been a fun movie to be working on during an otherwise kind of miserable time in the world. So something kind of positive,
I'm going to show a clip from the making of Waking Life. I don't know if you've ever seen this.
The making of.
Yeah, maybe you've seen it. You must have seen it.
Was it on the DVD? What's it from?
Oh, it's from, I think, Bathtub.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this. Oh, unsupported formats. Please try a different file. Okay, that didn't work. So I gotta do a different way. And the different way is this way.
Well, I hope you can show it because that was certainly special, you coming in for that brief time and knocking it out of the park on that scene. It was so, I don't know, that film was fun that way, to just know someone would be perfect for a part. Here we go.
Today we're shooting a scene. This is David.
Hey, Kaveh.
Who's acting with me. This is Tommy, who's shooting it. Here's another camera.
Yeah.
And another camera. Sound equipment.
Juncture.
And Rick.
Don't fly. Don't take a flight today. I don't want to be on a flight today. It's a wrap.
So we just finished and
Can you tell me right off the bat which one
we're done.
Do you want to try to decipher the cryptic
in a garden
details to each fish?
Strawberry smoothie. Smoothie.
Was that after we finished? We're ordering strawberry smoothies or something?
Yeah.
What was it?
And that took like an hour, I think. Maybe 2
The whole
hours
shoot?
tops. Yeah.
Tops. That movie, well, you see what a minimal, it was me with the camera, Tommy with the camera, one sound guy, very little lighting. We didn't really need grip or lighting. And you could just really plow, and the movie's all dialogue. I had one day we figured it out, it was like 27 pages of dialogue in one day. And we wrapped by about 4:30 or 5 in the afternoon. That's how, it would just happen to be 2 lengthy scenes sitting indoors. We were able to shoot pretty quickly. But that's funny. Yeah, that scene came together so nicely. You and David together.
Yeah.
That's one of the few improv scenes I've ever done. People think my films are improv, Kaveh, and they really aren't. I spend all my time writing and rehearsing and getting the dialogue right. But as you remember, we went through that, and then it was like, okay, I knew what you were going to do. You know, we just talked about it, and I knew there was a structure, and I sensed, okay, leave it, just let Kaveh go. So
Yeah, the thing that impressed
holy
me
moment.
about that was you tricked me. You know, you were like, we're just gonna do a rehearsal.
Oh, right.
And we're not gonna shoot this one. We're just gonna try it to see how it goes. And I didn't know you were shooting.
Film the rehearsal, you know. I mean, we
Yeah.
were so lax, you know.
But you tricked me. You like
Really, the scene in the movie you thought was a rehearsal?
yes, you said it was.
Really? I
Yeah.
did that?
Yeah.
I swear I don't remember that, Kaveh.
I mean, I'm so glad
yeah,
you did.
I must have just told you what was going on in my head. Oh, let Kaveh do, don't push it. Let's just, so I told you it was a rehearsal, but I sensed I didn't want you rehearsing. Usually I want to rehearse the hell out of stuff, but with you in that, I knew you would.
But I think you knew I would do better if I didn't think the cameras were rolling.
But obviously they were, because you had two cameras, but
I remember
fortunately,
thinking that you were just doing like a test to
Okay.
like, check out the camera with thing or whatever. And then you said, no, we got it. And I was like, what?
we got it. It's like candid camera.
Yeah.
But I usually don't work that way. I swear I'm not like one of these manipulative. I rehearse. Everyone knows. I don't withhold information from people. You know, I really don't. But whatever went on that day, it worked. So.
That's what I remember. Is there a
Yeah.
question?
Hey, we have a waking life question.
Waking life question.
How did Richard decide to turn Kaveh's monologue in Waking Life into his own monologue in Pinball?
How did Richard decide to turn Kaveh's monologue in Waking Life into his own monologue in the pinball scene?
Right. That's great, you know, because we did a few.
We did 4.
And yeah.
We did 4
so I
different stories. Yeah.
Right. Did you think the camera wasn't running on all of them, or just that one that we used?
All of them.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, Kaveh, I'm having trouble believing this, because what did you think we were doing? Like, you were putting in these 7-minute chunks and it was all, no, I don't. I have a great memory. I really do. I remember everything, and I'm not remembering doing multiple takes on different subjects.
We just did 1 take of each one.
Right.
You said tell all 4 stories so we just can sort of see how it
We had
feels.
talked about those the night before.
Yeah. I told them to you the night before. And then you said, we're just gonna do a run through, just say all the 4 stories
Mhm.
and I'll decide which one to do. And I thought
Yeah.
I was just kind of auditioning for you to sort of look at it or something, or think
Mhm.
about it.
But I did repurpose Waking Life, such a kitchen sink movie. To repurpose a lot of that other one into, because as an actor, I think you need it. When I act, which I hate, you're a very good actor, Kaveh, like a lot of directors who you're a great actor, but I'm not a natural actor. I don't like it. So I needed, I would never improv. I needed a script and an idea and something. You know what else came out of that? And you never really talk about it, but the price, you said you would do the movie, but I had to be on your film. Do you remember filming me when you came to Austin that time?
Oh yeah, I do. Portrait of Kaveh's Head is a complete failure.
Down, and it was okay, I'll be in your movie, but you have to be in mine. Now,
I didn't remember that, but I didn't remember that it was a demand, but yeah.
no, it was like, okay, yeah, I'll do it, but you have to do this. I'm like, yeah, of course, whatever. But I always thought that was like the ultimate Kaveh movie. Maybe not the ultimate. You're kind of doing the ultimate now with the show, I think. But at the time, it seemed like very Kaveh. It was super meta. It was interesting to do an interview with you. And I don't think people know much about this, but it was like, okay, act like I'm not me. I'm asking you questions. Kaveh's missing. No one's seen him in a long time. We don't know where he is. He might be dead for all we know. So I'm just someone else asking questions about Kaveh. So you were asking questions and I had to say, well, thinking about Kaveh, and you're sitting right there in front of me talking about Kaveh in the third person. It was pretty funny.
Well, I told that podcast story about it.
Oh, on your podcast.
Yeah, remember? That was about that time. And for me, what was like really, what struck me was not that, but what you said to me about what you thought, how I had sabotaged my career, and like explain how to talk to producers or like what producers want. And I just had never ever even thought in those terms. And I was just like, a whole world opened up, and I was just like, oh, other people exist and they have desires.
You know, they don't teach you that in film school, like the hierarchy of finance. What does they teach in film school? It's like they really
how to load a camera. Yeah.
teach like interpersonal power dynamics with money. Isn't that the key to everything? Like how to get someone to invest in you?
How did you learn that?
They probably, I don't know. I slowly, by my third film, I was needing to ask for money, and I just started meeting with people, and I don't know, have a script, act confident. I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know if I've figured it out. I have a lot of projects I never got financed, so I wouldn't say I know I'm fortunate. I've done a lot, but I haven't. I don't know. I don't know if I ever learned it. Is it just putting your stuff out there in the world? You know, if someone has a script and wants to talk about it, you know, you got to talk about it on their terms to some degree. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just never learned that until, from you I learned that.
But you said it worked. I mean, I like that on the podcast. You said when you got...
Yeah. Sex Addict was
Sex
all
Addict.
because of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Totally. Thank you.
It was just an offhand comment, but that was like sitting right in front of you. I had to answer the question, why do you think Kaveh hasn't been more successful or whatever? And I'm like, well, I don't think Kaveh plays the game very well. You know, he doesn't, and I don't even know if it's a game. It's just how you would go about it. I don't know. But I'm glad it helped my critique.
It did help.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have this quality. It's some people, I think a lot of successful directors have this quality, you know, like they're likable, they're like good with people, you know, they like have a certain like, I don't know, like you just have like a very like friendly, I mean, I don't mean this in all a negative way, but you know how they used to say how George W. Bush was like this guy that people felt they wanted to have a beer with?
Yeah.
I feel like you have that quality, like you're of the people, you know? And I think people feel comfortable with you.
I think that's probably a good quality to have as a director.
Yeah.
You know, you got a lot of people working for you. You want to not alienate them and feel, but it's not. I love people. I like working. There's a reason I'm a filmmaker and not a sculptor or a full-time just a writer. I like group projects. I like art, I like troops, artistic troops, everyone trying to come together and make something happen. So I do like that. But that said, I'm an introvert. I'm not that outgoing. I'm somewhere on the, you know, I've got ADHD. I'm very I don't know, particular, I guess, but I'm glad I have that quality to act like back things. It's not intentionally masking something, but it's a nice compliment to my inner self, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's great.
But we're all manipulators, right? I mean,
yeah. I think I have this quality that I just push people away. I make people feel like, I don't know, intimidated or uncomfortable or like, you know, like I don't think I have that bringing people in thing. I mean, I wish I did. I think I'm trying to do that, not to be more successful even, just because I think it's a nice way to be, like it's inclusive, you know, like you have that thing. I don't know.
Inclusivity. I don't know. It is interesting though. What, besides whatever skill set, what are the personalities? What does make a filmmaker? Do you think much about that?
Yeah.
Like, why filmmaker? What are those skill set you need to have? Because it's not like everyone could do it. Everybody would like to be able to do it, but some people can't. They don't think visually. Do you think it's a visual quality? You can just picture things in your head and achieve them? Or
No, I think it's like a bunch of very separate, like it's like made up of like a lot of different things. You know, like I don't know, like probably like athletics is like this too. Like to be a good tennis player, you probably have to have a certain kind of agility and a certain kind of this and a certain kind of that. If you have
gotta
all
have a
those things
serve,
together,
a forehand, and a backhand. You got a good net game. You got to be really fat. All of the above. Yeah, you can't have a weakness. You know.
yeah,
It's
and
the
it's like-
same.
yeah. And if there's one weakness, you kind of like it all falls apart through that one weakness.
Yeah, and film's a harsh. We both know a lot of really smart, passionate people, and they make their films and they don't quite work. They're kind of clunky. They don't. Whatever that thing is, that's hard to quantify. That, and likewise, there's a lot of OCD weird people who can put together a nice action sequence, you know, or a film. They're strange people, you know, nerdy. We can be a weird group, film directors, but they have this kind of innate visual sense, you know.
I remember in that Tarkovsky book, Sculpting in Time, he says something like a filmmaker needs 3 things.
Yeah.
Remember this? I can't remember all 3, but one
That
was
is the greatest book ever, practically. You know, I would think.
know,
Always
I know.
suggest it.
Well, one was faith, one was taste,
Yeah.
and the third one was, I don't know, persistence. But faith and
Probably.
persistence are kind of related. But taste seems, and you have to have taste,
Yeah.
and you have to have faith.
Yeah, you sure do. You have to have. Have you seen that documentary by his son about him?
No.
It's on Criterion, I think. I saw it recently.
Oh my
It's
God.
If you've drifted at all from Tarkovsky in the last 30 plus years, you know, I mean, we all worship him, but if you haven't thought about him as deep as you used to, watch this movie and it will reinvigorate your Tarkovsky love. Not that it ever went away. It's just, I sort of take him for granted in this place, but it was just the human that he was, the amazing person that he was. Pops, a lot of footage, a lot of home movie type stuff.
Wow.
Andre outside the airport with his cigarette, you know, just like, oh, there he's carrying his bag, you know.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm so glad
But
that
it-
exists.
Yeah, check it out.
It's the kid from
really-
The Sacrifice, right?
Yeah, it's the little kid. He's grown up now. That's been 30 whatever years. So he made a wonderful tribute to his dad,
Wow.
the great artist. But that is a good book, and I would read it on my day off of shooting, you know, a movie. I remember feeling really up against it when I was doing Dazed and Confused. You know, I had 6-day weeks. I had a studio just giving me help, and on my Sunday, I would read like an hour of Tarkovsky just to kind of tweak my mind back into it's like reading the Bible before, you know, it was my own little worship on Sunday. But that thing to make every film like it's your last, you know,
Yeah.
there's something to that.
Yeah. I think we're out of time, so I have to say goodbye.
Oh yeah, a mere 30 minutes. Oh well, if anyone's watching and you haven't donated yet, do it. Is that what it's going to contribute? Donate? What's the term?
Donate.
Yeah, donate.
Tribute, give.
Help out.
Yeah. Thank you, Rick, for taking the time.
Support with love. So, all right. Well, good seeing you, Kale.
I miss you. I hope I see
Yeah, I
you
miss
soon.
you too. We'll see each other in person, hopefully soon. So
yeah,
have fun. Stay awake.
Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
just can't listen to you call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again. Fall to the ground. Horses' backs. My memories on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back. 'Cause it's fall again. Field is high. We called up Howard, what a funny guy, to mow it down and give it one more try. 'Cause it's fall again. My memory.
Hey,
Hey,
how's it going?
it's good to see your face.
Hey, Kaveh.
Hey guys.
Hey, Kaveh.
I'm glad you could both make it at the same time.
I have so many questions for you, Kaveh, that it's like overwhelming me. And I'm really glad that Patrick gets to be here. I didn't dress up, by the way. I ran home from dinner.
You're the best dressed person been on here all day.
I will take that.
Okay.
You look good.
Oh, thank you.
How are you, man? How's your energy?
Not too bad. It's midnight, 12:30. I've been on doing this since 8 hours and a half.
You
Crazy,
seem
huh?
good.
Yeah, I know.
Does it feel like it's moving super fast or super slow?
I guess fast.
Yeah.
My body is tired, but my energy isn't.
Do you feel like you're dead and you're seeing all the people you've known in your life and it's like the end of all that jazz or something? They're like airing their grievances or
Yeah,
forgiving
I
you?
can die now. Yeah. So first I was going to have you guys at different times, but then I thought we should do it together. But I was going to talk about how I know Patrick, how I know Desiree. I was going to have you guys talk about how you guys know each other, how you know me. I thought I'd show some clips, but as the night goes on, my agenda goes out the window increasingly. So we can do it, whatever.
All that stuff sounds like fun.
That sounds like fun. And I'm your guest. I want to do whatever you want to do. But like, I've been binging on your work for a while now, and I have like a million questions. So I just want to like carve out a little bit of time to ask all the questions I have.
Do you want to start?
Yeah, I
Go
do.
ahead.
All right, I have a notes document.
Your hair is different, right? It's wavier.
It's curlier, it's
Yeah.
bigger.
It's nice.
Thanks. Well, it's so funny because I had like all these questions I've been like compiling for the past couple of weeks because you gave me links, which I really appreciate. And before that, I was just like going off of whatever I had access to. And then I read that article that, is her name Anna?
Oh, Anne. Yeah, my girlfriend.
Anne, yes. And Anne's article really like touched me and like broke my heart. And like, that's on my mind so much. So like, I guess I want to ask you, okay, so Patrick, have you read Anne's article?
Yeah, I read it last week.
Oh, cool. It's
Yeah.
so beautifully written. And
thought so
I
too.
think the thing also, I've been watching your work nonstop for the past couple of weeks. And I guess I've always wondered about these women. Like all my questions have been about Dee, which was really funny watching you talk to Richard about Dee, because I was like, from the minute I started watching I Don't Hate Las Vegas Anymore, I was like, oh, Dee wants to tell you something. How do you feel about having this like video testament to like her being like, I want to talk to you, and you being like, I'm in the middle of something, I can't talk right now. And I wanted to know, like, did you guys talk and all this shit? And having Anne's article come out made me have such an insight. I don't know. I wonder if you guys feel when I date people, they often expect, or I feel the need to give them the permission to tell their own story, that like as a maker that they're dating, they like finally get to be like seen in this way and be given permission to take up space and tell a story. And I wonder about the women in your work and whether or not you feel like they expect you to give them permission to tell their own story, and how you feel about finally and like taking up that much space.
Oh, about Anne, you mean? Or
I guess about Anne, sorry, I brought it like, it's just been on my mind so much because I've been watching so much of your work and really enjoying it, but also thinking about the women who take up so much space in it.
Uh-huh. I mean, I really like mosquito. Oh, mosquito. Okay. It was on my ear. I mean, I always wanted Mandy to tell her story in the show, and she was always mad at me. She felt like I was telling her story, and she wanted to tell her story. And I was always like, well, you can tell your story, and you should tell your story. And my story isn't the only story, but my story is valid too. And I couldn't ever get her to like do it. Like she was like, that's not how I would do it. And so I'm not gonna.
Would she have gotten a talking head straight to camera interview?
Yeah, I gave her that twice. I like actually.
That would have been awesome. I would have.
I know. But the one time she just like said, I'm not gonna do it. And it was like, we just set the whole thing up, and then she just came and said, I'm not doing it. And the other time she did tell the story, but she told it in this way that was very like kind of self-justifying. And I just felt like, as a viewer, you don't want to hear that. You want to have someone like take responsibility for what they did, and be honest and transparent, and just like a mea culpa is like what works for viewers, I think. And when it's like I was right and I was wronged, I don't know, I find that very off-putting as a viewer. And so I feel like she just didn't really do it right, and it wasn't like watchable. And it was a weird thing. We're trying to both tell the same story. And I think it was very hard to like, for the viewer, it was like dull to hear it twice. And I thought, oh, it'd be interesting. You hear it this way and you hear it that way, but it really wasn't. It was just like, I already know that. So it was hard to find a way to balance the two things, and I ended up using just a little bit of it. It was the thing about the guitar smashing, where I say like, she smashed this guitar that she loves. And then she says, I hate that guitar. I've always hated that guitar. And it was just like me putting in like the questioning the validity of my perspective, because I'm wrong all the time. And I'll often say something and someone will say, that's not what happened. And I'll say, oh, you're right, I got it totally wrong. But it's interesting when you get things wrong too. And then I don't know if you saw the Ashley segment earlier, but
I didn't.
Well, so Ashley did a whole camera dress, and she talked to the camera for like an hour, and she's like crying, and she's like telling it all from her perspective. And it's like totally not my perspective. And I, disagree with a lot of things she says or leaves out, but it's incredible to see it and to be like, whoa, there's a whole other way of looking at this. And I really love that. So I loved Anne's piece also. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was really happy to have her do that. In my fantasy, everybody in the show would do like I'm thinking of doing this at the end, like having everybody just like tell the story of what happened from your perspective, and let's reenact that. And just to have like plurality of perspective, because, I think one of the things people say is like, this is just your perspective. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And sometimes people feel, I think that, it comes off a little too objective or something, when I feel like, really? But people take things, straight, a lot, even though it's clear to me that I'm leaving out huge swaths of reality, and it's just like the point that I'm trying to focus on. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but.
No, I guess because also it's like, I guess I'm not talking about in the format of your show, because you edit that show and you've created that format. I guess I wondered was like, what did it feel like to have someone use you as a subject for their art and their storytelling?
Anne's piece.
Yes.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
It was great. It was just like, I think I cried when I read it. I thought it was so beautiful and so loving. And it was great to see myself through someone else's eyes. And I felt really seen by it. Like, I felt like, oh, she really understands me. And she said things that, I never even thought about myself, but I was like, oh yeah, she's right. It's like, when you see art, you recognize something you hadn't quite noticed. And you like that mix of, Deanna Arbus says, it's what I've never seen before that I recognize. Like it has that quality. So yeah, I was thrilled by it.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, was if there was anything that like you were completely unaware of, that came out, or if it like recontextualized things for you,
I mean, she
the
said,
article.
there's two things that kind of struck me. One was like, she says, he's a lot crazier than he seems. And I was like, oh, maybe that's true. And then she was like, and he's a lot sadder than he seems. And I was like, oh yeah, that seems true too.
She provided evidence of both, which I thought was impressive in the article.
What was the evidence of the both? Oh, the doctor thing.
Well, with the crazy one, he immediately was like, let's move in together, let's do all this shit. And then it's funny, as a person who uses their life as a jumping off, it's funny because we're both Iranian too. And I know 0 other Iranians who make creative work. And you use your life as a template to like bounce off of and create your work from. And I do too. So I feel a lot of connection to the work you do. And it is really resonant to me. And that's why I think so much of the women involved in it, because it's such, I think like it's maybe disempowering to the people around us who like have to deal with our perspective of our lives. And I too feel like if you want to tell your story, tell your story. Like it's a free country. But I also think it's really difficult to take up this much space and expect the people who love us to deal with that. And the thing I'm so compelled by in watching your show is the plot of the show is completely enabled by like the fallout of what that is.
Yeah.
And I think about that fallout a lot, and the relationship between reality as lived by the creator versus as lived by the other people in our lives. And like, I think that about all your work. Like I thought about Amin, like I was so curious to know what his life is and what your like, what his
my brother.
Yeah.
I was going to ask what's up with him too.
Yeah, cool. We had the same question.
Well, he works at a bank.
Cool.
My dad died like 2 years ago.
I'm so sorry.
And he lived with him until my dad died. Like they lived together.
Wow.
So he was like 45. He lived with his dad until he was 45, like a Persian kid.
It doesn't surprise me at all. But
Yeah.
this dynamic, his connection to him in that movie, I was like, that guy is always going to be with his daddy.
Yeah. And he took care of him, when he was like getting, dementia and like his health was failing. He just totally took care of him. And now, I mean, he's like, I don't suffer from this Persian quality, which is like a kind of filial piety. Like I don't have that. But he has that. And like now he's like kind of living with his uncle and taking care of his uncle. Like he's just like he has all the resentments and frustrations of that, but also like he has no choice. It's what you do. It's family. He's got that whole Persian thing that I don't really have.
That's what's so interesting. It's like there's not a Persian ounce in you. Like it's just like so interesting to me because it's like such a huge part of like all of us. Like we're so our parents' children, and there's like a real like honor code too. And I'll say it's interesting because like tonight is a big Persian party in my parents' community, and I didn't go, and it's a really big deal that I didn't go. And I'm here, like I did what I wanted to do, but it's like it's such a insane thing. And the fact that your work is so unapologetic and that you talk about women, you talk about sex, you talk about shame, you talk about friendship, but you don't talk about Persianness is really interesting to me.
Did you didn't hear the Sharon Mashihi episode section?
I wish I was at dinner and I really wanted to because I loved appearances. I'm a big fan
Okay.
of
So you know
hers.
it, yeah.
What did Sharon say?
I don't remember. It's all been one blur. But yeah, I thought if you didn't know appearances, I was going to recommend it to you. But yeah, you know it.
I really loved it. Patrick, I'm sorry, I'm overwhelming this conversation.
It's all good. I
have
was
so-
hoping, I was curious about that too, actually. And, you know, I mean, I've watched a lot of Kaveh's stuff for years and years, and talking about specifically being Iranian outside of context, outside of just, you know, obviously seeing the relationship with your dad and your brother and Vegas. And, you know, I was curious where you were at with that in terms of wanting to like explore it in your work, you know?
Do you think your dad took the ecstasy? Like my friend and I were watching and we were like, we don't think Amin took it, but we think dad might have taken the ecstasy. Did
That's what I
dad
think
take
too,
ecstasy? Huh?
I think so. That's my theory. Yeah.
When he was like, who's driving? I was like, that man's so drunk.
Yeah. I know.
All right, I'd love to hear how you and Patrick met. I'm sorry, I've been steering this.
I wanted to ask Patrick because I can't even remember. Did you take a class that I taught?
Yeah, man. I mean, I certainly can. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, we have a bit of a parasocial relationship in that you came to me at like a super formative time in my life. I just started film school, and you were my first film professor that I ever had.
What school?
At City College of San Francisco.
Oh, you went to City College?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I had no idea.
Yeah. I just dropped out of high school. I just left my junior year of high school. I just turned 17 years old, and I wanted to make movies. And my first ever film production class was your film production 1A class.
What had he made at that point that you were a student?
You were still making the Sex Addict film, and you'd made Vegas and Little Stiff, and it was crazy because the first day we all showed up and you weren't there. And Thomas Lorgecki was there, and he didn't really give any explanation as to what was going on. He was like, "We're gonna watch this movie, A Little Stiff." And we watched that movie cold with like no context whatsoever. And, you know, I grew up in Grass Valley. I watched a lot of like American independent movies and stuff like that, but I'd never seen anything like that before, really, you know? And, you know, and then you came in the next day and we did this thing where you had all the students stand up and say like what their dream film was that they would want to make. And I think the first kid stood up and said he like loved jazz and he wanted to make a movie about jazz. And you were like, why? Why would you want to do that? And then it was like, and I'd never seen that dynamic in like a professor before. I'd never seen a professor push back that quickly, you know? And the next day, I don't know if you remember this, but there were like 7 kids in the class the next day. There were like 40 kids there the first day. I mean, that's junior college, you know? And like, I didn't have any other place to go. So like, I wasn't gonna leave. And
wait, Patrick, what was your dream film? If the other guy was
oh my God, I was so dumb. I said like I wanted to make a musical, which like is really something I'd had no interest in making whatsoever. But I think it was like at the time, and I don't remember. I mean, Kaveh's response was kind of a non-response, and it was maybe because you saw through the lie of it, you know.
Yeah, where's that musical, man?
No, it's not going to happen. But we had to make a film in class on 8mm film. I don't know if you remember this, Kaveh, but you decided we would make this film about this thing that happened in college with you.
Oh, the bathroom stall. Yeah, somebody told me about that recently. I was like, I did that, really? So when I was at Yale, I was in the bathroom once, public bathroom, and I was masturbating in the bathroom, in the toilet. And
as one does.
As one does. And an arm came under the stall next to mine and just reached up like this, like that or something. And I kind of got freaked out, and I just was like, you know, I stopped and I left in a hurry. And I don't know why, but I said, let's reenact this moment. And we went to the bathroom stall. And did I act? I acted it out, right? I was the
100%. Yes.
I would never do that now.
That was like week 3 or something like that in
Yeah.
that class.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that stuck with me in a great way. And I think it was the first time that sort of like film, you know, the idea of like film, like truly immersing yourself in filmmaking from a personal perspective, like as your like trajectory, as your starting point, is like, this is another way to explore myself. Like that I'd never seen in that way. And I think like the freedom that represented, I didn't know it at the time, but it was something that stuck with me going forward in terms of making stuff, you know. And then after that class, I saw Thomas at a coffee shop, and he was like had a book about Albania. I remember because he's like in Albania right now, right? He lives in Albania. He was like reading a book about Albania and like taking these really detailed, like super OCD notes. And I saw him and I was like, hey, you know, I just made this short, and I made this like really like bad movie. It was like the first thing I ever did. It was like just like my dad and I walked across Los Angeles together and we shot it and I cut it together. And so I was like, I just cut this, you know, I was wondering if you could give it to Kaveh.
I remember this movie. I remember this.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Well, no, yeah. You wrote me an email where you're like, I don't really get what's going on. It's pleasant enough. Like it was very honest. But the fact that you watched it was so lovely. And then I think I like wrote back asking if I could like work for free on anything for you. And you gave me raw footage of Edward Muybridge, you know, what are those called? The animation that that actually Tom Anderson made. It was, I didn't realize this at the time, but it was, you gave me someone else's film to recut as a Talking Heads music video.
Oh.
As a bootleg Talking Heads music video. And later on, Tom Anderson was my professor at Cal Arts. And when I told him that the first time I'd ever heard of him was being given this film to cut up into a music video, his response was not good. Like he wasn't happy about that. I don't remember exactly what he said.
How did you get the raw footage?
It was just the movie.
It wasn't
VHS.
raw. It was just
Oh, okay. I thought it was like dailies.
Well, you know, the Muybridge, you know, it was all stills, and then you just film each one for a frame or two, and it reconstitutes the image that was motion.
Got it.
So it was just like.
And Tom's film, I mean, it's Tom happened to be the first person to put that together in that way, you know. And
I love that film. So, it's a great film.
Yeah, Edward Muybridge, zoopraxographer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then I was planning to move to LA, and I was like asking you for advice, and you said you should, you know, if you're down there, you should try to get in touch with the Duplass brothers. And you said it like offhand, you know. And it sort of went in and out my brain, and you know, I ended up meeting them through other avenues, like after
changed your life, Patrick. Is what
no,
you're
he's the yeah, and like Mark's the
no
godfather. He's the
idea
godfather of my children. He's my closest collaborator. Like, and you just like made this comment like offhand, like looking off into the space about them, and then you know,
and it was a love match.
Yeah. Also, another memory that was is close to me is you asked me if we were talking about music, and like we were talking about like Joanna Newsom or something, because she's from my hometown.
Oh right, Grass
and
Valley.
yeah, and you asked me if I liked Bill Callahan, and then you played Bill Callahan's cover of "The Breeze, My Baby Cries," the Kath Bloom song. You played it for me in your house, and we like sat there and listened to an entire song together. Like you're like the last dude that I've done that with, like just like sat and silently listened to a song. And that song, I mean, like that's a song that I played in the early months of both of my children being born as like a very comforting, calm song. And it's something that's like very close to me and like very like deep in my heart. So, and it's something I think about you, obviously, when it comes on too. So
cool.
Yeah. And I know you respond. I'm saying this because Desiree, because Kaveh put this, it's his friend Kath, who's this amazing musician, and he put together a tribute album for her and had all these folks cover her. And that song's amazing.
And she was playing in the intermission. That was Kath.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, that's how I met Kaveh. And then how did you meet him first? Did you meet him before we shot the movie? Before we shot Creep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I just I invited you to show your film in my class, right?
Yeah, that's it.
And then we had lunch, and then maybe you came twice, or just once.
Only once, and we never had lunch.
Did we
I
have-
would remember having lunch.
Well,
I
after
was
class. Didn't we like hang out and talk?
maybe. I don't see why not.
I think so.
I knew your work. Like I had known your work for years.
There's a question. What is it? For Patrick. Is Creep 3 still in the cards?
Yeah, I mean, it's still in the cards in terms of like it being something that I think about sometimes, but we're not actively making it right now.
When's your film coming, Patrick?
Next month on October 6th.
Oh shit, congratulations.
Thank you.
This is the big
Where
budget
can we
one, right?
watch?
Yeah, it's my Netflix movie for #teens.
That's wonderful. What's it called?
It's called There's Someone Inside Your House. Like it's a slasher movie.
I love it. There's someone inside
Yeah.
your house. It's a Netflix
Yeah.
movie. Did you write it?
No. It's this guy Henry Gayden who wrote Shazam, and yeah, it was fun. It's like it was fun to be able to like I'd never worked with young people before, and it was something that I was really scared of just because I don't hang out with a lot of like folks from Generation Z, I know, and I actually thought about you because I know you just sort of like immersed yourself in them with Cameron Post. But I gotta say, I've never worked with like a better, more dedicated group of actors than working with a bunch of kids in their late teens, early 20s. It was so fun.
That's so nice.
They were just down. They were just excited. They were so excited to be there, but also like fully inhabited their characters, and it was great.
I'm tempted to show a scene from Creep 2. Haley, do we have time? Okay.
Desiree, I was going to ask, did we shoot the movie before we went and shot this scene? Was this after we shot the movie or before? I think it was after, right?
God, I don't remember. To be honest, it's all a blur. I think we shot this after we shot the movie.
This was such a weird.
It was before.
It was before.
Kaveh would know because we interacted very briefly, and it was a very weird time.
It was such a weird day.
It's very
such
short.
a weird day.
Yeah, we shot it all in like one go.
Yeah, come in.
What were you looking for when you posted your ad?
Life is lonely.
Yeah.
It's nice to have someone to talk to. That's all.
You really nailed it. Life is lonely.
Well, I'm sorry you missed your Persian dinner.
I know. I mean, I'm not. I still have, by the way, so many more questions that I might harass you with one day.
Please.
But I very much look forward to seeing the next season, and congratulations on.
Yeah, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. It's been a pleasure crossing paths with you, and I hope we do it again soon.
Yeah, I love you guys. Great to see you guys.
Thank you, Patrick. You're so sweet.
Bye.
Bye, Desiree.
Bye.
Kaveh, where are you, man?
Matt, are you gone?
Your host muted me.
Oh, she did.
Now I'm here. It won't let me turn my video on.
Oh, really? Let me see if I can do it.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I came in and yeah, you appeared to be hiding from me. And
I was trying to go to the bathroom, but I can wait.
No, go. Are you kidding me?
No. I'm fine.
Well, what's going on below the waist there? Can't you just let it rip?
I'm good now. I'm good. I just it's nice to just get up and walk for a few seconds between these. It's been
Is that how bad it's been, eh?
been 9 hours.
Why did you do this to yourself?
I thought I needed the money.
Thought you needed the money. Well, don't you see, this is God's great prank on you. He gave you the money right before and then still made you suffer. Although who knows? Did you wind up raising the money you needed?
Yeah.
Bingo. Hey, what did you need? Like $10,000?
50.
Dude, a lot of responsibility.
It's just now I have to make it.
You'll be fine. Are you kidding me? Wouldn't you make it even if you didn't have the money? Isn't that the big trick that you didn't tell anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations. That's incredible. Look, if you want to go walk around, go to the bathroom, whatever, I say go for it.
No, I don't want to anymore.
Okay. Well, then we'll get engaged. How you been? 9 hours. You look great. I like the tuxedo.
Thank you. I'm good. What have you been up to?
I just finished a cartoon.
I heard you were in a movie that was fantastic.
That I was in Kazac's movie, my friend Kazak Radwanski's movie. That was out a while ago, but it just got released in New York, called Anne at 13,000 feet.
Yeah, that's the one. Someone said it was fantastic, and you were fantastic in it.
Are you kidding? Hey, that's a hell of a compliment. Thank you. The real star was the lead. Like she was working with her was like, her name's Dara Campbell, and she was just a force of nature. Like all I had to do was show up. I imagine it would be like what it's like being in one of your films, where you just show up and be yourself.
Cool. But what are you working on for yourself?
I just finished a cartoon, almost like a children's cartoon for Amazon that my friends and I finished maybe 3 weeks ago, and it comes out next week on Amazon. It's like, yeah, did you ever watch our show Nirvana the Band?
Yes, not the
okay.
Yeah.
So it's exactly like, well, I shouldn't say it's exactly like Nirvana the Band the show, but it is like Nirvana the Band the show, except we're a cartoon bird and a cartoon monkey trying to constantly escape a zoo. It's sort of like, it's like a retelling of the myth of Gilgamesh over and over and over and over and over again, in the same way that a lot of my work is.
Can you remind us what the myth of Gilgamesh is?
Yeah, Gilgamesh is like, I want to live forever, so I'm going to leave my kingdom and go out to find the secret of eternal life. And I'm truncating it hugely here, by the way. Like his best friend dies, like he has to fight outside a city. But the interesting thing to me is he goes out on this mission and he's like, I'm going to conquer death. I'm going to live forever. And then he meets all these wise people that give him different impossible missions. And every single one he fails at. They say, stay awake for 7 days, and he falls asleep on the first day. Every single thing he tries to do, he fails at. And he's like, fuck it, I can't do it. It's impossible. So he goes home. And as he returns and sees his kingdom, he starts to cry and he can't believe how beautiful it is. And he can't believe that he ever left. And he realizes that just to live in the place that he used to hate and was bored of will be enough. And he will just do great acts. And so it's like, you know about this, it's like the refreshing nature of like adventure and failure and attempting to do impossible things, only to return to your mundane, awful, boring life and feel as though it was a rebirth. And that's sort of what me and my friend Jay are always doing in all of our work, is like, we're idiots thinking that we need to escape ourselves only to fail and come back and realize, our life is actually good. But that needs to be constantly renewed. Your work is like very similar. I think that's why I'm drawn to it so much. When I watch the show about the show, so much of it is you trying to transcend the situation you're in by creating so much chaos around you, only to then in the next episode be like, why did I do this? Why am I making this show? But you have to keep doing it because otherwise there'd be nothing to live for.
That's the best description of the Epic of Gilgamesh I've ever heard.
Well, look, I get it completely wrong, and I'm a total moron also, right?
that was-
Like I
that was
know
good.
very little about it, but the older I get, the more I realize that really, like, what things are actually about is much less important than what they are about to you. And that's something I wish I'd been told when I was younger, that in fact, what it does for you, like I'm sure there's some Gilgamesh scholar who's going to be like, this moron has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But it really doesn't matter, because to me, that's such a useful myth, and it's such a useful way of me seeing stories, specifically stories about that.
Yeah, it reminds me of Finnegan's Wake. It's kind of the same story too.
I don't know, I've never read it, but I'm sure it is similar in that like, well, Gilgamesh is what, 2000 BC? That's an old one, baby. I heard a great story that when the guy who first translated it realized what it was, he got so excited he took all of his clothes off.
Is this true?
Yeah. Well, I mean, God knows, I wasn't there. Happened a long time ago. But the guy who first translated was like, oh my God, I found something so incredible, and just started stripping. Is this what you brought me on here to talk about, though, Kaveh?
What year is that, you think?
That we could figure this out. Come on. I'm sure whatever scholar on, what would that have been, Aramaic?
When it was, no, it would have been Babylonian, right? Ancient
Yeah,
Babylonian.
I guess, see.
So,
But this would have been like way after, because I think it was discovered on clay tablets. I think that's the point of it. Yeah, that it was like the original myth was discovered on clay tablets, but I don't know when this was. Probably in the last 200 years.
Okay. I was wondering what they were wearing.
Oh, I see. You were trying to picture. I forgot how perverted you are. You were trying to literally think of what the guy was ripping off his body.
Yes. I have no, well, so I thought maybe we'd talk about how we know each other.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
Do you want to go first?
Well, I knew you because my friend Jared Rabb was like, Matt, you got to see this show. I live in Toronto, and we watched the show about the show on YouTube, and I couldn't believe what I was watching. And then I don't know why this happened, but I got asked to write an article for CinemaScope. They were asking like a number, Mark Parenson, who's the editor of CinemaScope, which is an incredible magazine, if anybody's watching is wondering about
like the best film magazine, right?
Yeah, by far. It's eminently readable, I'll say. And he'd asked a bunch of filmmakers to write articles about maybe working filmmakers or contemporary filmmakers that they looked up to. And I wrote an article about you and my experience watching your work and how relatable I found it. And then I assume that you maybe read that or you'd heard about it because you must be friends with Mark Parenson. And then you had asked if I would come and speak in your class, I think. Although looking back on it, I think I'm seeing it now through the lens of you viewing me as yet another opportunity to find ways to sell your show to some higher power, like to some studio. I don't mean that cynically. I just mean you're always selling. And so I think a part of it may have had something to do with that. And I went to your class, and it was a crazy class because it was so political. And you had just had an argument with a girl about something that I don't know, but I just arrived. I came into the class, and it's like this very political conflict had just ended. And I, of course, had my normal, like, moronic energy where I was just kind of saying whatever bellicose nonsense and being like, hey guys, isn't your professor amazing? Can you believe what a crazy guy this is? And that was definitely not the vibe that these students were looking for at the time, at least the ones who'd just been in this conflict. And then after that, I said, hey, it would be really great if you spoke in our class, the class in Toronto that I teach with my producer, Matt Miller, and you came to that. And outside of that, I haven't really talked with you much, but we had long discussions in both those classes that I still think of. They're quite beautiful, at least to me.
Yeah, my memory is I think Stefan, who shoots the show, said, oh, somebody wrote a piece about you in CinemaScope. And he sent me a copy of it. And I read it and I was like, this guy is attacking me, right? This is an attack. And it was so hard to tell. Is this like you would sort of praise me, then you would like attack me, then you would praise me, then you would attack me. And I couldn't tell if you were setting me up to attack me or attacking me to praise me.
Yes. Yeah. Welcome to the truth.
And I remember being a little bit annoyed by a lot of it. But I was also baffled. I was like, what is this? What's this guy saying? And I think I asked Mark for your email address and he gave it to me. And oh no, so I read it. And then one of the people who helped me is this guy, Bailey. And Bailey was like, oh my God, Matt Johnson, he's incredible. And he was like raving about your work. And I was like, oh, so this guy's good? And he's like, yeah, he's amazing. So I was like, okay, let me read it again. And then I was like, okay, if he's so fucking amazing, let me see what.
Let's see if he says this stuff to my face. If this guy's so amazing, Bailey.
Well, I just wanted to see it. I just wanted to see what it was. And I don't have much time to watch movies because I work so much. But you know, my classes are an opportunity for me to watch movies that I want to see. So I just wanted to see.
That's right. Yeah. You showed the dirties to your class. I remember. That's why I was in the class. Yeah, we talked about the dirty.
But I'd never seen it. So I was just like, you know, what is this guy? And I really liked it, and I really liked you. So yeah, I was. And then I think I reached out to you because I was trying to like. Yeah, I asked you for help to like get the
show. Hustling. Yeah, we shared many emails, as I imagine you do with many of the friends you make. I think you were trying to either make a connection with Vice, maybe with Spike Jonze.
Spike Jonze.
Yeah, who I know from the show. You attempted having that meeting with, and then he was so afraid of meeting with you because he figured that he would be in the show. I've had many meetings with, he was the executive producer on our TV show, Nirvana the Band, the show, and was insanely supportive. In fact, the whole reason we, in many ways, got to make that show the way that we did was because he supported it. And I can picture the idea, because he's a very, I don't want to say vulnerable, but there's not a lot of bullshit to him. If you ever met him, like he's very upfront. And I imagine that the idea of being in a conversation with you where your camera, quote unquote, is rolling the whole time would make his persona need to solidify in such a way that he would worry that he couldn't be himself. And I wonder if that is or I should say the less cynical reading of why someone like him wouldn't want to sit down for any type of meeting with you. Because it would be like, oh, I would need to be pure persona. Because if I wasn't, then I could be exposed in a way that I don't know if I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, you know, I taught a class on adaptation, just on the movie, a whole semester about adaptation. And I reached out to him and he came to my class and he brought his dog and
his dog was at all our meetings too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And he was great. I mean, he was so sweet and so kind and so, you know, accessible and unpretentious.
To me, what I always say is that he perfectly represents that idea of the filmmaker as child. You do as well, though. And it's something that I really appreciate about all your work is that the filmmakers that I really love, where I'm like, oh my gosh, this person's really doing it, is that they have completely recaptured their adolescence in their personality in the present moment. You feel as though you're talking to somebody who is excited as though they still were a child. And that's very difficult to fake, right? It's very difficult to have that kind of wide-eyed, wondering curiosity, true curiosity that is put on. In fact, it's almost impossible to do, and he doesn't do it, and neither do you.
Well, you're kind of that way too.
Yeah, actually, I think I have a brain injury.
But you have like I mean, I think my students were really inspired by you. Like you were so like, and you said such good things. You said like, you're like one of my favorite guests ever. You said this thing like, there's a movie that you could make. You're talking to the students. That only
I know exactly. I know. Yeah, because I say this often, and it's not there's a movie that only you can make. It's in fact the secret to a true first feature that is going to make a real difference. Is that you actually need to figure out the movie that you can make with the resources you have that would be better than if you gave the same concept, same script, same everything to Steven Spielberg and $100 million. And that needs to be literally true. The movie that you can make that will be truly great will be the one that you can do better with the resources you have. And that will be better than somebody with infinite resources. And if that's not true, then you are missing a mark in where you should be right now. And I would say your life and work is a platonic example of this. Like, it actually couldn't be clearer than watching the show about the show, because there is nobody else with any amount of resources who could be doing that better. And I think young people, when they think about storytelling, I would say getting into almost any art, is that they're so concerned with living up to a standard or making a bar or achieving a certain level of professionalism or anything, that they lose sight of what's in front of them, which is their own life and the things that they know that nobody else knows. Especially nowadays, when there's such a culture of, I don't want to say self-hatred, but true self-doubt and anxiety and feeling like, well, who am I? I'm nobody. Nobody should ever hear what I have to say. And that's like truly the death of any real storytelling, because especially for first features, there's nothing more important.
You feel like people are less confident than they used to be?
I think that, well, you must agree that there's a concept that now, like, what gives you the right to say anything, almost. Also, there's such a fear of being seen as though you're trying, right? Like, you can't get made fun of, or you can't be like deemed pathetic by anybody if you never try. That's almost a cliche. That's like such a sophomore way of putting it, but I certainly notice this with students more than I did when I was, say, an undergrad, that there is a deep fear of being seen as like trying too hard and then failing. Mostly because so much of life these days is about images and like what you appear to be doing. And as soon as you actually do something where it's like, no, I really did put my heart and soul into this. I really did. I really care what you think about this. Like, that's a very vulnerable place to be, especially when you're in your 20s.
One of my idols is Frank Black, you know, from the Pixies.
Yeah, of course.
And I think of him as somebody who's like supremely confident. And I feel like what he's teaching is confidence. You know, like those songs are so confident, you know. And he has this one
and so
song,
ugly.
well, it's a kind of beauty in ugliness, or that kind
Well,
of.
no, that's my point. That it's married to the confidence, right? You know, like really having confidence. Like, the truly confident person is the person with the crazy scar who acts like it doesn't bother them, right? And Frank Black is such a perfect example of that.
Yeah, he was saying once in an interview, like he wrote a song for an album. It's called Jeffrey with one F. Do you know that song?
No.
It just goes, the lyrics are Jeffrey with one F, Jeffrey with one F, Jeffrey, Jeffrey. And then just that over and over again, right? And the sound engineer said something like, not one of your more inspired lyrics. and Frank Black said, no, that's my most inspired lyric ever. And I was like, oh, he's right, because who would say that? Jeffrey with one F. Jeffrey, you know, like, to think that was like enough was so insanely confident.
And to not care that the sound engineer was calling him out right like that. Now, look, you teeter on, like, I still believe there needs to be some kind of cross section with commercialism and commercial interests when, and I don't mean that so cynically, but I mean, like, people do need to be responding to it still. So you don't want to go too far down the black hole of thinking like, I will make the most esoteric decision ever and stick by it, and that's going to be my vision. Like yeah. I haven't heard the song. I mean, I love all of his music, but I'm basically playing devil's advocate here to turn this into a discussion as opposed to just blindly agreeing with everything you say, Kyle.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I've had students who are like, "This is great," and I'm like, "No, it's not."
No, it's the worst. And you know, me and Miller have sort of a rule where at the beginning of the year we're kind of like, okay, if you want us to tell you the truth, you need to make that clear to us. And if you don't want us to tell you the truth, also make that clear to us. You don't need to say, I'm a coward, I can't take it. And you don't need to say, break my heart, make me cry. You don't need to say that, but you need to indicate one way or another how you want feedback to happen. Because most young people are presenting work in an academic setting with the intention of getting you to like it, as opposed to really having it, well, like not knowing and being like, I'm trying to get this to work. Is it working? And anyway, the people who are like, yeah, I'm listening and I want this to be as good as possible no matter what, and can let their ego go, really, I mean, I'm not sure how you feel, but do the best in those academic settings. and the ones who are like, I just want to get through this class and I would prefer not hearing any criticism that I can't fix. It's a very different situation.
Yeah. It's interesting that you give them that choice, and I never give them that choice. But that's interesting.
Yeah, what do? You're just giving them the truth no matter what.
Yeah.
I don't know. I when I was in your class, I got the sense that there were certain people that you were just like, oh, I can't be bothered with them, and you just don't give them any feedback.
The 100-person class?
Yes, believe it or not. I got the sense that there's certain personalities in there that would be so like trying to bait you and trying to be like, well, I'm doing this, what do you think about this? That you wouldn't be like, you're not going to follow them down the road. You're just going to be like, oh, that sounds great. Yeah, go ahead, do that. I encourage you to explore that.
I see. Are you a full-time professor?
No, we teach one class. We do it like very, very part-time. We teach the graduating fiction filmmaking class at the York University in Toronto. And it's like a labor of love. Like we started doing it like 4 years ago. I live in Canada, and it's a very different system here. And we did some work with the federal government trying to develop a first features program for young people to make movies in this country, because both Matt Miller, my producer, and I are like we believe strongly in the idea of making first features for no money at a wide scale with national funds. And that led to us being like, well, maybe we should teach a class, because we're not so far out of film school that we forget what it was like. And I think there are certain things that I wish I had heard when I was a student that just seemed like a good opportunity now while we're still working to go to try to help young people. It's not meant to be altruistic in that way, but I'm sure you've been teaching a long time. You're probably getting more out of it personally as an artist than you think you're giving away. Certainly that's the way it is with me.
Yeah.
It completely changed my life.
Oh, good. You like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a sabbatical semester once. After 7 years, they give you a semester off of a paid semester.
I've heard of this. Yeah.
And I was kind of so excited. Like, I don't have to teach. I can just collect my salary and just work on my films. And I was like really depressed that semester. Like, I was like, oh, Jesus, I actually am happier when I'm teaching than when I'm not.
Yeah, you're surrounded by meaning in a classroom. It's an incredible feeling. And then as soon as you're divorced from that, there's something, well, yeah. I mean, you're a great mentor, at least from what I can see in your work. And like not having that, once you've done something, I think is almost a crime. Like there should be a kind of, mentorship is kind of what feeds you at a great point in your adult life. And it helps you to refine and crystallize what you know about yourself. Because in this society, you're not given many opportunities to kind of pontificate on the things that you already know. And yet a classroom with people who really are trying to figure these things out is a perfect opportunity for you to figure out what it is that you believe, right? Unless you're an author or like you're a public speaker or anything like that. Like there are very few opportunities given to you where you can figure out what you think about your own life and the work that you've done in a public forum, in an almost improvised setting where it will actually be helpful to people and not just a pretentious exercise in, what's that word? Never mind, but you understand my point.
I do. So the new film you made is a feature, a short, a TV show?
It's like a cartoon series that my friend and I made, and it's going to be on Amazon, and it's for kids. It's going to be on Amazon, like Kids Plus in a week, and then Amazon Prime in October. But we just made it over the pandemic. Like we made it over the last 8 months.
How many episodes?
There's only 3 that are going up next week, but I think we're going to make a lot more. Like I think we're going to make a ton.
How long is each one?
They're all under 20 minutes. Each one's like 11 minutes long.
Oh.
But they vary.
It's hard to imagine that it would be kid friendly.
You should watch it. You know what? It's a lot. Well, this might not be from your generation. It's a lot like the show Pinky and the Brain mixed with Calvin and Hobbes, which I'm sure you know. Did you read any Calvin and Hobbes, Calvin? Yeah. So we basically tried to make Calvin and Hobbes as a cartoon show.
Uh-huh.
That was our big inspiration. But it's kid friendly in that we don't swear. But But yeah.
Oh, can you say what the name of the show is?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. The show's called Matt and Bird Break Loose.
Matt and Bird Break Loose.
Yes.
Okay.
You look as though you're being interrogated, Kaveh.
Well, people are telling me things here.
Oh yeah.
They want me to end this conversation so we can switch it out. But I want to play a clip from the Dirties. Can I do that?
You do anything you want.
I want to. Can you see this?
You're gonna play the opening scene of this movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me from there? Can you hear me from there? These things are amazing. This was the best thing we ever bought. Can you hear me? 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 Sorry. We're making a movie. You're making a movie too?
Yeah.
About what?
It's a horror film.
You're kidding me.
No.
We're making a movie about bullies in our school. What's your movie about?
Okay, so ours is about this monster, and he is killing. So basically, he's a murderer, and there's this secret government agency, and they were sent out to find the killer and arrest him, and then because they don't know it's a monster until they find out later. And then there's also these two detectives who are now dead, but who were and they're from England. And they both got brutally murdered in a forest.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Our movie is about two students in a school who get bullied by this gang called the Dirties, and so they decide to take revenge on them by
killing them.
Yeah, they basically get this huge military, and they go and they snipe them from a long way away, and then they go to this club called the Rectum, and they kill them there. And yeah, it's amazing. It's the same club from Irreversible. And then there's a scene where.
Okay, hey, yeah, there. It's the opening scene of our first film.
I just wanted to show that for people who don't know your work.
It's a little bit like your show, except we're not trying to recreate it. We're just trying to have it be on the first take. Like we're trying to film the rehearsal of what the show would be. And that's why it's all with people who don't know they're on camera with really long lenses, trying to capture as much real life as we can.
We have to stop, but I want to say thank you for coming. And also, I really like you. I would love to hang out with you sometime.
Yeah, you don't flirt with me, Kaveh. It's not going to work. I'm not going to fall under your spell like all these other 20-something girls. Nah, no way.
If you're ever in New York, or if you can invite me to Toronto.
Sure. Hey, look, next chance I get. I'm sure we'll run into one another. It would be great one day to be in one of one another's films. I think that would really be a treat. I think it would be a lot of fun. But enjoy the night and don't stay up too late because come on, you got to get to bed, man. the constant looking like off camera like this really does create a feeling of like you are the prisoner. Which in a sense, I think you are. Good night, my friend. Have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
Later, buddy.
Bye, man.
I just can't listen to your call again. I think I'm going with the leaves again, falling to the ground. Horses' backs, my memory is on a funny track. I'm riding, but I want you back, 'cause it's fall again.
David, are you there? David, Lowry. His audio is off. Can we fix that? Oh, we can't unmute it? I'm not. Okay. I see his name. When he comes on, when he comes back, maybe he doesn't, maybe he's trying. Okay. Any questions from anybody out there? David is here.
I'm here.
Hey, David, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to see you.
You too.
How are you holding up on hour 12? No, 8. No, it's not even that long.
9.5.
It is. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
I'm holding up okay. How are you holding up?
Great. I know. I'm just dropping in.
I know. I know. I'm punch drunk.
I can imagine.
But in trying to prepare for this, I tried to find I wanted to figure out how we met and stuff. And we met through Joe Swanberg, right?
We did, although I had emailed you a number of years prior, around the time that oh God, which film would it have been? Around the time Sex Addict came out, that I had a blog at the time, which I took down and or went defunct a couple years ago, but I was writing a series of articles about like distribution, self-distribution, things like that. And so I emailed you, Andrew Bujowski, and someone else. I can't remember who the other filmmaker was. And that was our initial correspondence. So when we first met through Joe in New York in 2008, I think we had you had a vague awareness of who I was based on that.
Huh. You'd publish something on your blog?
Yeah, it was like just like a short Q&A or something like that.
Oh, interesting. I don't remember any of that. I remember meeting you through Joe.
Yeah.
And I think I was living in Rome at the time. And I came to New York just for a few days for the Tribeca Film Festival. And Joe came with you and a few people to my hotel room, right?
That's correct.
I think we had dinner. And then we shot a scene, I think, the next day in a video store or a bookstore, comic book store.
It was a comic book store in like Carroll Gardens, I think.
Was it Carroll Gardens?
I think.
I live there now.
I want to say it was, or maybe that's where, maybe it was that one of the actors was living, as Carroll Gardens was on our itinerary that day. I can't remember if the comic book store was there or not. But the artist Jeffrey Brown was there, like doing a signing as well.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know. I think I did know Jeffrey Brown's work at that time. I'm not sure. But here is the clip that was from the deleted scenes. Have you ever seen this?
This is the one that I'm in?
Yeah.
I have seen it, yes. I haven't seen it since it was shot, but I have seen it.
I'd never seen it until today. Here it is.
I would love to see it.
Hi.
Hi.
I just want to buy these 3 comics, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's really cool of you. Just hang out.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. How you doing?
Let me see here.
I'm just
Incredible. I have no memory of that scene being. I remember you. I don't remember you being cut from the movie. My memory is that you're in the movie and that I got cut out. But I guess the whole thing got cut out.
Yeah. You got cut out too? You both got cut
Oh
out?
yeah, definitely. That was the last time I ever tried to act. Also, pretty
Oh,
much.
yeah? You were
Yeah.
good at that.
I remember doing that scene and thinking like, I now know what it means when Ricky Bobby in Talladega Nights is like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
I didn't even understand that scene though. You worked there at that bookstore? Was that the idea?
I think I was supposed to be Jess Wexler's manager at the manager of the comic book store.
Oh.
And she was like, wait, or no, I was like the other employee or something like that. And she was late for a date or late for something and waiting for me to arrive. And I was lollygagging on the phone outside, something like that.
Uh-huh. So that's when I met you. And then, I don't know how this happened, but then I invited you to go to my class, right?
Yeah, a couple of years, maybe 3 or 4 years later, I came to your class, and I think I was editing another movie, editing Eighth and Body Saints, because I was living in New York during that period, and that's, I think, the timeline, if I remember correctly.
We ran into each other at Maryland or Baltimore.
We would have definitely run into each other there because I had a good 6-year run of going to Baltimore at the Maryland Film Festival every year. Like, you know, it was a regular part of my movie going life was to make sure I hit up that festival every year.
And I think we were like taking a van back from a bar or something. And I think we talked about Will Oldham because I think I'd made Tripping with Kaveh.
Mm-hmm.
And you were thinking of casting him or something, and you asked me about him.
It was either, depending on what year that was, it was either I'd already cast him in Pioneer or I had just reached out to him about, if it was 2010, which it very well could have been because I would have been at Maryland that year, I think. Then I'd probably just reached out to him for the first time about maybe acting in that film and was probably soliciting advice on what it's like to direct him.
Yeah, that makes sense. My memory was just like maybe you asked me what I thought of him, or thought he was, you know, and I think I said something, or maybe you asked me how to get a hold of him. I don't know, but I remember there was some like Will Oldham.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I think you made the Pioneer film.
Yep.
And that's what you showed in my class.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And if you don't mind, maybe I'll just show the beginning of it.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, I'm going to show the beginning of it. Here it comes. Pioneer. Open.
Hey, come here. Oh. What's wrong?
Bad nightmare.
You just having a nightmare?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, that's so terrible. What can I do for you? Can I get you a glass of water?
No.
You sure?
No.
You gonna try to go back to sleep?
No.
What do you want?
Read me a story.
You want me to read you a story?
Yes.
Okay. What should I read? Want me to grab a book?
No.
What do you want?
Read me a story about mommy.
That's a long, long story. You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, where do you want me to start?
At the very beginning with the ship.
With the ships. Okay. Well, I came here to America on a ship. It was a very long, long trip. And I sat there for months and I ate my hardtack.
Hardtack.
Okay.
I think that's probably the first time I've watched that since your class. And I probably said this then, and I maintain it, you know, 5, 6 movies later, that I don't think I'll ever make anything as good as that.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's my favorite thing that I'll ever make.
Wow. I think I like Ain't Them Body Saints even more.
Great, that's awesome. I'm glad other people like it more, but for me, that one's personal in a very specific way, and I just like the degree to which it matters to me and the degree to which I think it's successful are like evenly matched, and it's rare for a movie that one makes oneself to do that. I find, and for me, I'm like, you know, I'm one of those directors who has trouble watching their own work and seeing past the self-imposed shortcomings that I may, see in it. But with that one, even though I don't watch it that often, I haven't watched it in years, but I don't see any of those. I just see it working the way I wanted it to and meaning what I wanted it to.
I remember from that class, like I was showing a clip from Casablanca,
Yes.
and I was sort of talking about it like shot by shot. And I remember you being very intrigued and curious and taken with it. And I was touched by your whatever passion for the shot by shot analysis that we were doing.
It made me want to take your class and come sit in on more of them. But it also, I remember specifically just being so, I hadn't seen Casablanca since, high school or whatever, when I had first seen it. And you were, my memory is that you were showing the ending and going through shot by shot the ending, and just being so taken with Curtiz's blocking and how, and that style of finding multiple shots within one shot, multiple compositions, and just thinking like, oh, I got to figure out how to do that. I haven't figured it out yet, but I definitely filed that away as an aspiration.
And I don't think I've seen you since then, right? That was the last time.
In person, yeah. I feel like, well, we've just emailed since then.
Yeah. But you made all the features after that, right?
I kept pretty busy. I think between Ain't Them Body Saints and Pete's Dragon, there was like a 3-year little gap there, I guess, because I was making Pete's Dragon, but it was definitely, I've tried to, maintain like at least the aspiration towards a movie a year, because I just am really impatient and don't like to let things simmer as long as they probably should be simmering. But I think I'm editing now. I think I'm editing my 7th movie or 7th feature film, which is, I feel very lucky that I've been able to make that many in a relatively short period of time.
Before Pioneer, right?
I did a feature called Saint Nick.
Right
Beforehand, that was like a $12,000 movie, and then Ain't Them Body Saints, and so on and so forth.
And as somebody who's never really worked at the scale you have, or in the system like you have, I'm always curious to know what it's like, or how has it been?
It's weird because I've always found, like, the movie I just finished is another Disney movie, and it's the biggest thing I've ever done. And I'm in
terms of budget, or in terms
budget.
of
It was the shoot was over 6 months long.
Oh, wow.
And it just was, and I was really scared going into it, because normally when I'm making a movie, as much as I love making movies, it's just like an ever growing ball of stress in my stomach from day one. It just gets bigger and bigger, and by the end of it, I can I'm just like barely keep my wits about me. And I always feel that every day on a shoot is like a series of disappointments, like whether you've run out of time, or that the weather wasn't quite right, or that you just didn't quite get what you were setting out to get that morning. And that's not a healthy way to work, but it's just, I've learned that that's just kind of like my mindset while I'm shooting. And then I learned to love the footage while cutting. On this movie, which I've just started cutting, every day was great. Like, it was just a joy. And I tried to figure out what was different about this one. And it was, I think, simply that we just had a lot of time. I think that's all it was. Like, the money is kind of like attached to that on the budget, because you can afford to shoot for 6 months. But for the first time ever, like, I was able to like quantify what a larger budget can do. And that is just give you enough time to feel like you are doing more than what you thought you could do, as opposed to less. And I'm curious how it works in the edit. Like, will I find that in the edit that like I then like am less satisfied, or will it flip back on me at some point in the editing process? I don't know, but I'm still feeling the afterglow of that shoot, which was just a once in a lifetime, well, hopefully not once in a lifetime, but from thus far, it was like the first time I've ever just been like full of joy every day while shooting a film. And so I think when it comes to the scale, like this is a new experience for me, but that's the first time where like, usually my answers to that, like, you know, because like Saint Nick was 12,000, Ain't the Body Saints was like a little bit over 3, Old Man the Gun was 11 million. And so you've got those scales, and I'm always like, and Pete's Dragon was like 70 million, which was huge. And all of those felt exactly the same. Like I went from Pete's Dragon to Ghost Story, and I always was like, this sounds like a clever line, but it's true. Like those movies did not feel different in terms of the execution of them. But this one did. And I think it really is just because it went on for so long, and we were able to go on for so long. And it wasn't like we went over a schedule. That was our schedule. Our schedule was what it was, but it afforded us and afforded me the ability to like every day go home thinking like, yeah, we did what we set out to do. And the only other time I've had that feeling was with Pioneer, which was a 2-day shoot, but where that movie was simple enough to be like, to afford me the ability to like execute it exactly as I intended to.
An hour or so ago, I was talking to Richard Linklater, and we were talking about like what qualities make a good director, or what qualities does a director need to have to be successful? You know, successful more even than good in a way. And you know, I was talking about, you know, a certain affability or a certain like people thing, like like you've gotten so successful like since I've known you. And I'm just curious, like, what do you think the qualities are that like make that possible, or that, you know, that make that or require?
I think there's like there's the part of it that is like the hubris and the ego of believing that you have like something that compels you to spearhead an endeavor such as a film. Because if I didn't have that, I think I would be perfectly happy working as an editor, which is what I've done before.
Oh, didn't you edit Upstream Color?
I worked on Upstream Color. I did Sundown Shine. I did Dustin DeFay's Bad Fever.
Oh.
And
I showed a clip from that today.
I love that movie. It's so good. And then numerous films that no one has seen, and lots of shorts and lots of like infomercials to pay the bills. So you have to have that like drive to put yourself ahead of that moving train in a way, or to be the conductor, or both. And you're sort of like Buster Keaton holding the crossbar or beam at the front of the cowcatcher in The General. Like that's kind of like the place you find yourself in as a director. And then yes, I think you have to be, I don't know, I'm not a extrovert. I'm an introvert. I am not comfortable. I get all of my strength from solitude, and I like being alone, and I'm not good at extemporaneous thought, like expressing extemporaneous thought. I'm not a good improviser. In terms of like communication, I'm a bad communicator, but I am able to, I guess, rise to the occasion when I'm on a set. When I'm directing, I can rise to that occasion and guide that team in a certain direction. And I'm alert to the ebb and flow of the production and the way that people need to be supported to do their best work. I'm a big believer in, you know, finding great collaborators and letting them shine, and just, you know, nudging everybody 10% to the left, 10% to the right to get it towards where I want it to be. But doing so requires, you know, a skill at reading the room every single day and engendering an environment that allows people to do their best. And that requires like some version of being a people person. And I don't know how to explain it beyond that, because I'm not good at either explaining it or understanding how I do it, because that's so outside of what I would expect my comfort zone to be. But there's also the element of kindness, which I think is one thing that has helped, in that I just try to be nice to everybody. And even when it's like I need something done, or I just don't, I don't lose my temper. I don't ever, I never want anyone to leave a set at the end of the day feeling poorly, or like feeling like that they've been thrown under the bus, or feeling like they've been taken advantage of, or feeling that they're not being given the chance to express themselves fully. And so I try to shoulder a lot of the weight on a set in terms of like when things are going poorly. I always put that on myself. Or if there's, you know, scheduling issues or any sort of issue, I try to carry that myself and let other people have the space to, you know, only worry about doing good work. And I think that somehow helps. I don't know. I'm riffing here, but that's something I've noticed, because like the amount of stress that people are always like looking at me on set and like, man, you are so calm and just chilled and laid back. And like, if you could just see like how much my guts are churning. And I don't think I'm alone. I think most filmmakers probably have a version of that, but I definitely, I'm always looking for ways to make everyone else's jobs easier by doing more myself. And I don't think that's necessarily like the reason, that doesn't make me a good director, but I think it does make the experience happier for everybody. And I'm happy because I get to work with all these people, and I ultimately get to make the movie I want to make, even if I'm like a rack of, a ball of nerves through the entire shoot.
Why'd you say you're a bad communicator though?
If you put me on the spot, if we're like a set is for me a usually pretty intense experience, because we're trying to do a lot every day, and I always just wind up making movies that are way more ambitious than we have the time or money for. And in those circumstances, I am not as collected as I may be right now. Like even right now, like I'm talking in fits and starts and not completely elucidating my ideas as well as I'd like to. But if you put me in an intense environment, I all of a sudden will just start speaking gibberish because I'll be put on the spot, and I won't be able to find the words I want. And it was really funny on Green Knight. I lost my voice entirely at one point, and I got really sick while shooting it and had to communicate with notepads. And part of that was terrible because I really like, in spite of my own deficiencies or self-prescribed deficiencies, I really like communicating with people. I like talking to actors. I like being in the midst of everything. But I did find that writing things down, I was much more, I can usually, figure out exactly what I want to say very succinctly in the written form. And so being able to just write a note and give it to an actor, I was like probably far more efficient than I've ever been before, but definitely sapped the joy out of it for me.
You seem to have like a real humility, or like a lack of pretension that I bet is like a really helpful trait.
I do think that there's an element of ego that's required to be a director, and I own that. But I do think that there's no need to be pretentious about it, because everyone there, I'm a big believer also in that, like, I try to make the best movies I can. I'm always going to do my best to like make the movies good and worthwhile. But for those of us who are making it, including myself, the experience is what we're going to have to hang on to. And I want that experience to be one of great camaraderie and joy. And in spite of me talking about all the, discomfort I may personally feel, filmmaking is a joyful thing to me. I embrace that discomfort, and I want everyone else to hopefully not have any of that discomfort, but just have the joy. And I think that requires like a lack of pretension and an understanding that we are all here to do good work and have fun doing it. And that we're often at the end of the day, like, think we're just making a movie, but how lucky is it that we're just making a movie? What a great way to just like, to be able to say we're going to work doing this every day. And I'm not a journeyman director like Howard Hawks or John Ford or any of the great studio directors of the golden era. I don't imagine myself in that ilk, but I do try to like think about the process of making the film in the same way that they probably did. And that just kind of like takes it down a notch from art to something far more practical. And I think art can emerge from that, absolutely. But we're not trying to necessarily think about that when we're figuring out where to put the camera.
Cool. Thank you, David. I'm told that we need to stop. But it's really great to see you. It's been so long. And thank you so
been
much for
forever.
doing this.
I look forward to tuning into more of these tomorrow, especially with, I want to see you chat with Will when you're very sleep deprived.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, Kaveh.
Take care, David. Bye.